A good example is also, for 20 years ago, female was the only one that, took time off when they had small children. Now, at least in my country, all the young men, also in the armed forces, want to take time off with their kids, right? And all our regulations are based on some stuff that goes 20 years back. And I think we can cope that also to governmental organization, because again, the environment was based on another way of living, right? So that should be my recommendation.
Thank you very much. And I just want to add that we certainly should not rest on our laurels. Same goes for WPS, same goes for women empowerment in all other avenues, including women in diplomacy or women in science, women in technology. Many things might seem very self-evident for us, but from my experience at the UN, I have been championing women in diplomacy, for example, because there are still many steel floors and glass ceilings around, and this understanding that half of humanity cannot be excluded from the development still has not trickled down in every country and every place around the world. If I can move our discussion a little bit more to Ukraine, of course I want to recognize heroic struggle of Ukrainians and particularly women warriors in this country, and our society, Latvian business, Latvian government has been supporting incredibly. They fight for survival, but of course this fight brings a lot of challenges, a lot of tests for mental resilience, for post-traumatic traumas, post-conflict traumas, for rehabilitation, medical treatment. Would you like, Mr. Barter, to share your analysis, your observation, and maybe your remedies, what has to be done in that regard?
My pleasure. I'm not sure I'll have remedies, but I've got some good examples. But can I just come back to the question that was asked?
Please.
Just make one short comment. That I think that what we need to do to make and motivate young women is to give them the feeling that success and women leadership is normal, and it is standard, and it starts with the politics. In Europe, unless we don't have gender-balanced governments, then the starting point isn't there. It's very good the EU have dictated, I think it's by 2026, that all boards should have 40% representation of women, except for SMEs, which I understand. Personally, I prefer if it was worded as board should be balanced 55-45 with no mention of gender, because that would actually then be really, really sensible. But coming over to the points in Ukraine, and I'll get to the points quite quickly. So I would like to cover perhaps 4 areas very briefly. Female leadership in Ukraine, and I'm going to refer to a book by Victoria Potratis, which is called Invincible, which is, I highly recommend, is a series of interviews with a number of women who are actively involved in the fight in Ukraine. Demining is something which in Ukraine is a really, really serious issue. A lot of men and a lot of financiers are talking about rebuilding Ukraine. There's no rebuilding until demining. And this is where we are actively seeing women taking a true leadership role today. PTSD, this really is, in Ukraine, it's a whole society going to be effective. And it's also going to stretch to Europe, because families have moved to Europe and veterans are going to be moving to Europe to be with their families. This is not just a Ukrainian problem, it's a European problem. And then a few words on something which is so serious, and this is Russia's weaponization of sexual abuse by the Russian army. And we just must touch on that. So let's look at examples. Well, in Ukraine, I'm going to start at the top. First Lady Olena Zelenska, she was a reluctant First Lady at first. And then you saw her step up to the mark, going to the UN, going to the US. She had her First Lady and Gentleman Conference in Kiev just in August. We launched our PTSD report there, and her leadership has definitely inspired people to make a difference. Yulia Seredenko, She's first Vice Prime Minister and Minister of Economy. Now, we published a report on demining, which is a key topic I'm involved in. And she asked us to form a task force, internationally led, to sort out the rules and regulations. And all the people driving this and leading it are female. The head of the task force is a truly inspirational female leader who I get a lot of advice from, which is Kolinda Grabar-Kitarović, fourth president of Croatia. And she is actually part of the Globsec team leading that to make a difference. Now, not only do we see women taking a role in the strategy for demining, the priorities, and this is humanitarian demining, I stress, rather than combat demining, but actually, at the moment, it appears to be 40% of women are becoming deminers in Ukraine. And actually, their attitude and aptitude and skill sets make them very, very suitable, most probably because of their natural patience. But this is one thing we're seeing a true leadership role. Another in Ukraine is that if I look at the parliament, there's only 20% female representation. But if you look at the active output, it is the female MPs which are leading the way. For instance, Maria Mezanova, who I think is speaking at this event later, she is extremely active along with her colleagues. And this is setting a really, really good example. Now let's look at the Ukrainian army. 60,000 plus women, 43,000 in combat roles, 7,500 in senior leadership roles. It's very, very impressive. And in Victoria's book, Invincible, which I mentioned, this not just covers the women in combat, it covers the women who are running companies, supporting the army, raising money internationally, delivering aid. I mean, when you see we delivered 3,000 tons in 1 week, that's leadership, that's impact. And there's women on the front line who are mothers making documentary films to document the sexual abuse and everything else that's going on. These women are really stepping up to mark. And when I read the book, there was one lady who stood out to me. And this is Yulia Mikhaitenko. She's a warrior. There's just no doubt about it. Originally joined the Ukrainian army in 2016. Then after her husband was killed in action in 2018, started working as a platoon commander at the training school. Then she left for a bit. Straight after the invasion, she rejoined. And she's an officer serving on the front line. I need to read my notes now because there's a quote, which was, after the interview for this book, the indestructible Julia had a combat mission in eastern Ukraine. She says, men's attitude has changed on the front line. I am now treated as a professional and command the respect I have earned as a combat veteran. So this is where women like this are showing really effective leadership. And the point, when you read the book more, you learn that the men actually want to be part of a unit because she is the best at what she does. There's many more stories, I won't go into them. Now on PTSD, this is a big issue in Ukraine and is going to affect the whole Europe. Now, women typically, from our research, have 2 to 3 times more cases of PTSD than men. And a lot of that is because of the environment and the type of experiences they feel in war. And obviously, the highest rate of PTSD cases relate to sexual abuse and violence. And I mentioned before that Russians' weaponization of sexual abuse is a deliberate strategy. It's horrifying. Women are raped to actually change the world. And that's where I sit.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Barter, for very, very important points, and of course for very valuable research, what is being done by GLOBSEC in this regard. You made a reference to UN. I am not a UN official. I used to be Latvian ambassador. And of course, we hardly see any unanimous resolutions anymore for very well-known reasons. But I would still want to stress that UN is needed and UN is invaluable because for the same reason that UN helps to expose those crimes. And UN makes a very important job to document those crimes, and particularly of sexual violence. As of today, we know more than 125 well-documented cases, and they are also, we are here in Latvia, we also support that effort. Latvia hosts more than 30,000 Ukrainian refugees, and a number of Latvian NGOs, including quite famous one, Marta, is helping survivors of the conflict to rehabilitate here in Latvia. And we definitely support every effort, be it International Criminal Court, be it international organizations, documenting those war crimes. And we certainly are calling to the world community to set up a special tribunal for the crime of aggression. We believe that peace and development is not possible without accountability, without stopping impunity. And I think every effort in documenting those crimes is very important, and I think your contribution is very valuable in this regard. General, would you like to add any reflections from your experience in conflict zones, what Ukraine can benefit?
I think right now what's happening in Ukraine is, forcing a development that many of us luckily haven't been in. In my case, it has been close to when I have been deployed, when you kind of experience how you work in an environment. But I think that's what I have tried a couple of times, because sometimes you are uncertain when you have to go out and meet people and you're the only female. But then, of course, you have planning tools and you have people around you that, make sure you can try to protect yourself. Doesn't mean that you can protect all females, but we have to be realistic that, unfortunately, as described by John, this is what happened. It's sometimes the opponent's tactic, and then we have to plan for that. So we make sure that, at least the female we have in our armed forces are protected, but also when we do planning in general, what can we do to try to protect the civilian population? It's still a requirement we have. Unfortunately, we doesn't see it carried out that well, not only in Ukraine, I think also about the current conflict in Israel. So I think it's important that we do what we can and realize that this is a threat. That being said, and you asked me also about reflections and about leadership, and was a little bit inspired by John's example. I think the majority of us, when we do this kind of leadership and we end in an environment like that, many of us are forced to be quite authentic. If you take me as an example, not only am I a female, I'm also a very short copy. So, I couldn't stand up in front of my soldiers and, show my 2-meter tall figure, and they would be scared by that. I had to make sure that the soldiers trusted me. And I think very early on, it forced me to stand by who I was, figure out what's worked for me. And I think many females who are entering different environments have or learn very early on what is my forces, how am I authentic, and then they learn to use that. And by doing so, can also underline what John said, it actually makes you maybe on the longer term a better leader, because you can't copy anyone, because there's no one to copy. You have to figure out what's worked for you, and you have to make sure that you're not only a good and skillful leader, but you also can create fellowship. And a great, I think, requirement for doing so is to be authentic. And I think many girls are forced to do that early on because we can't copy. There's no one to copy. So a few reflection on that.
Thank you, Madam General. We have the third panelist now with us, Mrs. Irene Felin, NATO's HG's Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security, is joining us from Brussels online. Mrs. Felin is a native of Bolzano, Italy. Mrs. Felin studied conservation of cultural heritage and museology and started her career at the Italian Ministry for Foreign Affairs. Later on, Mrs. Felin founded the Italian chapter of Women in International Security, an organization dedicated to advancing the leadership and professional development of women in the field of international peace and security. Mrs. Felin, you touched on the 23rd anniversary of UN resolution on women, peace and security. We talked a little bit country-specifically about Ukraine and conflict-related sexual violence. And if I may ask you, can you provide examples of women-led networks or organizations that have effectively mobilized resources during wartime? We discussed support to Ukraine, we discussed support to the women, peace and security agenda across different international organizations. Could you share your view on these issues? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me apologize for the delay in which I connected. I was I have the opportunity to participate in this important conversation, which is very timely for several reasons you already mentioned. We are approaching the anniversary of the adoption of the resolution 1325. Indeed, I'm about to leave to fly to New York, where the entire global community engaged in the promotion of the implementation of the agenda of women, peace and security will be present both at the institutional and level and also from civil society. And then this network and women, and I'm very proud to share my previous experience before I became a special representative with the reality of women networks and how I also am trying to engage in the same way under my remit now as a special representative for NATO. We know that the agenda grassroots organization moving during the 90s and reaching the point of the highest political point, bringing this topic into the Security Council in the year 2000 for the adoption of Resolution 1325. In the past 23 years, there has been this two-track, I would say, work. On one side, an increasing commitment from a national level, from regional organizations, security organizations, such also NATO, that started the development and adoption of first policy in 2007, but at the same time, the community of women working made efforts to put these words into concrete actions. And this is clear that those tools of women networks are essential at any level. What is happening in at a global level, international community in the past decades, a little bit less than decades, I would say starting especially in 2015, is this much very interesting bring women together, but they are connected, so they are semi-governmental organizations being connected with different Ministry of Foreign Affairs and working in close synergies also with UN Women and different organizations. And I think that this element is extremely important because we know that the problem here is not that there are no women experts or there is a lack of commitment, but there is very often a lack of political opportunities. As networks and having an impact only on the community level, we will be a gap, which is how to bridge and bring this very political, very important work at community level with the decision making. And in order to do that, we need to create the right platform. And the message I would like to share is that we need to do this in peacetime. We cannot fix problems during embedded in the societies, and we need to address them during the women, and those networks can really operate when war is present. I'm also trying to be part of this effort in my role today as special representative here at NATO. We have, my predecessor and the Alliance has created a formal tool of a network of civil society representatives, women engaged in the promotion of women, peace and security. And I'm happy to share that I'm relaunching the network with a new group of experts in the coming weeks. And the group will help me in my strategic thinking and see how NATO can improve the commitment in Israel. And of course, a lot of our thinking will be on Ukraine, an area where I have been engaged closely from the military and the political side, but also civil society. It's interesting to see how this network can support the work of the Alliance in the coming months.
Thank you so much, Madam. And I want to reassure you that Latvia is very active in New York. We are members of the board of Committee on the Status of Women, and also we are on the board of UN Women, main UN agency dealing with the women promotion issues. So we are fully dedicated to this agenda. We have a few minutes to open the floor for questions from. Raise your hand, identify your affiliation. Please, any questions on the topics raised in the room? I don't see. Yes, please.
Let me introduce myself. I'm Yulia Paskievska from Ukraine. And for me, it's very pleasant to be here. And it's not question, it's only small comments. I want to say thank you for your solidarity. Thank you that you are stay with us and that you pay a lot of attention to this very important maybe not situation, not question. It's important, a big important things to whole world, not only for Ukraine, not only for Baltic cities. It's about whole world. That's why, for me, really, it's very important that we discuss about peace. We discuss about this security, because now it's time to be attention to another strategy and looking forward to this strategy to whole world and pay attention a lot to the security. I was professor of the department of security, national security, National Guard, and before the war, and I work with a lot of cursant soldiers, and now I am very proud they are ready to be fighting in this situation. That's why we should be ready to the future, and thanks a lot that we pay attention for women, because it's really now it's agency of changers, and it's a big support for Ukrainian women also. Thank you very much for solidarity. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions from the audience? Yes, please, on the right side.
Yes, good morning, colleagues. Maria Mezentseva, MP from Ukraine. And I'll have a very technical question. You know, time is running fast. We are looking at different developments now in the Middle East, which might affect the full scene of the possible World War III, or whatever the media is portraying it right now. Do you think we're technically ready for further enlargement of the NATO or OTAN? I mean the possible membership of Ukraine at the coming Washington summit, which has had a Vilnius one, where the agreements were reshuffled a little bit and we have been given more perspective. But do you think that it's timely and needed right now, looking at the how aggression of Russia affected to the enlargement of first Finland and Sweden on the way, surely? Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Filin, would you like to comment a question about enlargement of NATO? Can we put on sound?
Ukraine have been taken step by step by... You can't hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go on. Please go on.
There is a problem with the sound. Can you...
Now it's fine. Please proceed.
They can? Okay. I don't hear. So this has been taken in the Vilnius summit, and the question of the timing and when it will happen, it's something that is discussed with Ukraine and by the decision that will be taken by allies in the due time. There is no on the events that are happening at global level, but they're part of a conversation that is happening directly with President Zelensky in the framework of the NATO-Ukrainian Council.
Any other views from the panelists on that?
I've certainly got a view on this. I mean, Ukraine has earned its place in NATO. It has a lot to teach NATO in the future. This is going to be a protracted war. We need to move forward with a clear path for NATO membership for Ukraine. I was in Finland the other week, which NATO can learn from what the Finnish can do, which is going to be the same for Ukraine. And quite honestly, accelerating Ukraine's membership in NATO is not going to escalate the conflict. It's not going to escalate any future war in the world. If anything, it's most probably going to make people take a step back and actually think. So I can only see that it needs to move forward. President Macron at Globsec was very clear. Ukraine should be part of NATO. And in the meantime, there has to be security guarantees offered to the parts of Ukraine which are not currently occupied by Russia.
I can just add that Latvia's national position is very well known and very clear. We support NATO enlargement. We support Ukraine's membership. We know from our own historical experience that gray situations, kind of unclear situations, create vacuum, and they serve as an invitation in. So we certainly believe that clarity and support to Ukraine to this goal should be a priority. And we clearly acknowledge enormous sacrifice of Ukrainians in attaining this goal. So we hope that it will come sooner than later. Please, another question from the left.
Hello, I'm Patricia. I'm from the IMAS Gender Advisor's Office at NATO. I have a question a little bit on the points that were discussed about culture change. And you talked a lot about the external reactions from men that you've worked with. I'm wondering, how can we change this culture change, and how do we bring men in as part of this conversation? Because WPS still is very sidelined and seen as a woman's issue, when I really think this is really everyone's issue.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I fully agree. It's everyone's issue. And actually, I think we need to solve this in common. It's not our task to solve it. It should be a common interest. Sometimes I felt, and again, sorry for it's only based on my personal experiences, but sometimes you need to give examples, because I don't feel in general that my male colleagues are against it. But sometimes, because they are brought up in, they can't by themselves see what changes they actually need to make. That's why we need to do it together. Let me give you a very basic example. How many times have you received invitation where, if you look at the dress code, it says jacket and tie? You just, you know what it means. You try to do something. It's a very, very small issue, and none of us say anything. But let me give you an example, and I think that's the way we have to turn this around. If you then in the same invitation write with dress code, you have to wear a skirt and a blouse, I guarantee you will have a reaction. And if you then say, okay, so this is actually what we've been living with for 13 years. If you think it doesn't matter, then you wouldn't react, right? I think we need to come forward also with some more or bigger issues than my example here. But it's actually, I think, a way of showing and a way of telling this is how we need to work. We need to find all these small issues so it's open and everybody feels welcome and don't have to think about what does it mean for me. I don't know how many ties I have received during my career, not because people don't want to give me a gift, they haven't thought about it. They haven't even thought about that it could be a female among, right? So you receive a tie. It doesn't matter, you can throw it away, but I think over the years, and again, it's the amount of examples. So we need to solve it together. And we need as female, and I can also look back in my own career and say, as I said in the beginning, I didn't say anything for the first 20 years because I didn't want to be the one talking about female, right? I want to be a professional soldier. I know now that I have a responsibility, and I have a big responsibility for pointing out even the small issues, because only by doing so we can together change it.
Thank you. Mr. Barter?
I can't really comment on that, but there's one thing I would like to pick up on that you mentioned, because you mentioned Latvia's support for the special tribunal, which Ukraine wants to set up. And I've been discussing this, and it's supported in Central Europe, it's supported in France, but many nations are pushing back against it and saying we have the International Criminal Court. Now, all I'd like to say to people, that the message I use is all Ukraine wants is what the UK had after World War II. And it's something that needs to be encouraged. And we need women to take leadership and drive this forward, because at the end of the day, I find it very difficult personally that I've met resistance in the UK for getting a parliamentary resolution to support this. And obviously countries like Latvia, France are moving forward.
Thank you. Madam Feline, would you like to comment on the question from the audience?
Because I have some problems with the audio. Can you hear me now?
Yes, please. We hear you clearly.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can. Yes.
Yes? Yeah. Okay, yes, sure. I think the question on the culture is, cultural change is extremely important. At the end, it's all about the cultural change, as I mentioned before, the patriarchal culture and the different attitude that we see. I see that things are changing. I have the impression, unfortunately, this change is slow, and maybe we don't have time to wait until the process is done. But compared to 15, 20 years ago, when I started engaging this topic, where I was engaging only with women in those networks, now, especially I have many more male colleagues coming together and working, being committed to better understand and to better implement the agenda. And I think that when it comes to this concept, we always emphasize the operational effectiveness. What I have learned that while we work with men that have not been exposed to this kind of messages before, we need to really make clear why we are doing this. On one side is a question of values, and this is part of the core values of the Alliance. In this new strategic concept, it is clearly emphasized that the advancement in gender equality is a reflection of this in the field armed forces to better operate. But I see this also in our everyday life, in families. We are better if we work together, if we work in synergy, if we have gender equality in place in our family and in our society. And I think that this is the message we have to share every day with our colleagues. Because I would like to say that not only women share the same, embrace the agenda in the same way. Still very often women, especially women in power, are adopting a male model of leadership. Because it's different to bring a different narrative. It's very difficult. So it takes courage, it takes a lot of self-confidence, and as it is said, very often women are alone in the room where important decision is taken. It is not an easy position to bring the different messages. It's extremely important to be part of this changes.
Thank you so much. From my point, maybe a personal reflection. I think a few years ago, 5-10 years ago, in this country, in Latvia, we certainly, the WPS agenda has been taken as a kind of more abstract, more dry, theoretical subject, but as an intended consequence of the Russia's aggression against Ukraine. I think awareness of the society has increased considerably, particularly seeing the fight what Ukrainian people are having, all society approach that has raised awareness and the need for much more thorough consideration, training, understanding and discussion. We see quite a significant surge of women applications in the armed forces for all kinds of trainings, and there is a quite positive also reaction by the male soldiers, and this is a kind of new synergy which is being evolved, and I think the level of participation of civil societies also has increased considerably. So when we see that stakes are so high, peace and security are not abstract, but quite existential considerations, then things also start to change. I see that we have exhausted our time, so I will not make any official conclusions, but I want to thank our panelists for incredible generosity of sharing your experience, your research, your role models in this regard. And from Latvian side, I want to stress that this is an important subject for Latvia. We support it in the country, we support it outside of our borders, in NATO, in the European Union, in the UN. Latvia aspires for the first time the seat at the UN highest stable Security Council with elections in June 2025. And if elected, we certainly will continue to advocate for WPS in New York and across the globe. I thank you, and I wish everyone successful continuation of the Riga Conference. Thank you very much.
My name is Julian Lindley French, and I have the honour to attend the 2023 Riga Conference. This conference, quite simply, is the jewel in the crown of European security conferences. On the front line of freedom and at the cutting edge of technology, this year will be no different as Europe faces more threats than at any time since the end of World War II. Free Europe, defending it. That is our mission. That is the mission of this conference, which I highly commend to you. I'll see you in Riga. Thanks very much.
Dear friends and organizers of the Rīga Conference, today, defense industries from all across the alliance has been gathered together in the first International Defense Industries Forum in Kiev. And our Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Stoltenberg, just said encouraging words that basically our courage is not enough to stop the drones, and our patriotism and heroism can stop the missiles. I believe that Rīga Conference is one of the strongest event and most wanted event of the year will gather together both decision makers, opinion leaders, industry, create network of trust to do more, do things to build capability for our defense forces. Let's meet in Riga. Let's share ideas. Let's make our Europe strong again. Slava Ukraine!
Hi, I'm Binet Kleine, and I started in the defense sector over 2 decades ago, first as a communication officer in the Latvian Armed Forces and then in the ministry. Later I joined the staff of NATO in the Western Balkans, and now, since a few years, I coordinate its public diplomacy effort in Ukraine. NATO's Women, Peace and Security agenda is a special interest of mine. So, at the Riga Conference, I'll join the panel on Women in Combat. I will especially focus on the preconditions and enabling factors needed to ensure women's full and effective service in the armed forces.
welcome to the second session of today's. I'm privileged to run the second session on women, peace and security, and how to break the barriers and have more women in combat. I'm absolutely happy that so much effort has been put to female empowerment in this conference, and we will try, together with our distinguished panelists, also put some more ideas on how to break those barriers using their vast experience. So. We only have 60 minutes to discuss questions that would probably take us days, years to really have them discussed in details. But I'm hopeful that this discussion will inspire you for further work and for more inclusion, more integrity of women into the security arena. So with no further ado, let me introduce you to Lieutenant General Francis Allen, a senior officer serving at the Royal Canadian Air Force, the Vice Chief of Defense Staff of Canada. Welcome, Colonel Ludmila Kulczycka, to my left, Security Service of Ukraine. Happy to have you here. Ms. Vinita Klein, Head of the NATO Information and Documentation Center. And last but not least, Ambassador Sharon Rappaport-Palgi, the Israel's ambassador to Latvia. We were supposed to be joined by a high-ranking representative of Israel military, but the duty calls. So I'm very pleased that, Ambassador, you have found time to join us and to bring us a little more to what's happening in Israel now, and we will be happy to hear that. I'm Magda Jakubowska. I'm the Vice President of Respublika Foundation that is a mother organization for analytical and strategic platform Visegrad Insight. You may know us from the campaign that I waged a few years ago, which is called Women Are NATO. A kind of partner campaign towards We Are NATO, so to bring more women, more attention to women in security. As I mentioned, we have only 60 minutes, so please ask your questions at the Slido. I'll see them here. You can also raise hands, and we will leave some space for Q&A at the end of the session. But let me proceed with the discussion. I wanted to ask first and foremost on the state of play in Ukraine, how much women are engaged, because that's very practical to share what's the female role in the battlefield now.
First of all, I want to thank for participation in this conference, and also I appreciate. I want to thank Latvia and other countries and other people. I would say whole civilized and democratic world, whole peaceful world for support for Ukraine. That is the most valuable thing that we can get from outside. Material thing, and also something in what we see on the streets of Riga, for example, Ukrainian flags. It's we know that this war, Russia against Ukraine, Russia against whole the world, it's a war not only for territory, it's war for our minds. That is the first. And what about our state and what about state of play about women in Ukrainian army and Ukrainian security and other defense forces? As you know, we have many military formations, not only army, but and also we had 2 waves of women coming into our army. It was 9 years ago, and it was last year. I can't say it was gender policy, really. It was only our willing. We feel the same. Women and men, we were forced to go and to take our weapon in our arms and to fight for our country. And now we have much more than 25% of women in our military forces, different forces, because in some formation we have more, in some a little smaller. But and also it's quite high because our women, we are not only on tanks or only with rifles in our hands. You know, this war is a war of drones, of communication, of information. So women and men are in the same conditions, really. But previously we had some good things. It's equal education for men and women. And also when I pretended at my appointment, there were no difference for women and men. The demands were the same. So I would say that equality is the core. Possibilities, equality, education, all the things they helped us to feel free. And if young girl want to go military, she can. It was just with me. It was just with my friends in military, in my organization. As you know, I'm from security service. We are at the same position. We have all the same possibilities, so we can use it. And also, as a woman, as a woman, we can use our soft skills. And it's good idea. And we have good chances. So that's about women in our country and in our military.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Also from the battlefield, I wanted to ask you, Ambassador, about the role of women that women play now in the situation Israel is now on.
Well, thank you very much. And I also wanted to take the floor and thank our Latvian allies for standing by Israel and so many countries who support Israel in this very difficult time. As you know, we just experienced a horrible massacre in Israel, a war launched by Hamas terror organization, really using ISIS methods, mainly against civilians. And within this horrible situation, I find it extremely inspiring to see the role of women. I want to share with you a story of Or Ben Yehuda. Or is a colonel in the infantry unit. This is an infantry unit that was established in 2000 for men and women combat together. They also have their own only female tank unit. It's only manned by female. This unit was alerted on the 7th of October when there were missiles fired at Israel and more than 1,500 terrorists and mob from Gaza infiltrating Israeli communities. She took only 12 people from her force. She deployed other around the border, and they went to one of the posts called Sufa. When they were there, they realized this is nothing they ever encountered before. As she was the highest-ranking woman, highest-ranking officer, not only woman, in the scene, she managed a 14 hours shooting battle with more than 50 terrorists. They were 12. She was also herself, of course, engaged in battle, killing terrorists. Later on, there was a helicopter trying to assist them. She was managing the scene, telling them exactly where to shoot. Afterwards, an equivalent of the, let's say, naval sea how do you call it, naval sea? Maritime, the commander unit joined in. She was instructing them exactly what to do. They were fighting for 14 hours and they actually saved a whole community. Not only them, but the tanks that I just explained, that there are only women teams in these tanks, they were protecting 4 communities. They were shooting whatever they had, and when they had nothing else to shoot, they were just ramming with their tanks and trying to run over terrorists. And these are really heroic acts of women, and I think if ever anyone had a doubt about the contribution of women fighting in war, I think there should be no doubt anymore. I was also in the Israeli army. I see the contribution. We have compulsory military service for many, many years. 86% of the positions in army are open to women. Of course, in reality, we find there are many challenges that maybe we can talk about later, but I think women's role is invaluable.
Wonderful, thank you. General, how is it organized in Canada?
Well, in Canada, since 1989, all occupations have been open for women to participate in. And I would say since, I think it's around 2001, when finally submarines, we had first women on submarines. That was probably the first time that we really had all occupations that were open. But we do only have 17% women in our military, 17%. We have a goal of 25, but it is challenging to reach that. And I would say that for the in the military, the majority of our women are focused in about 11 main occupations and not evenly spread across all occupations, even though they are open. And so for us, because we wish to make the military a career and a choice and a service to your country that is something that is appealing to everyone and appealing to women, we need to make sure that we are communicating about the benefits and the values and the experience that can be had across all of these occupations and not just in the traditional ones. But to do that, you've got to be able to explain the role, explain the functions, and make sure that people feel they're going to be welcome in those environments.
Right. Yeah, we already mentioned the question of equal education and yes. Thank you. From the perspective of NATO, because you represent now NATO, and but you also have been working with many different international organizations. How would you see it? How important it is that women were equally represented also in the security arena?
Thank you for the question. And it's first of all, it's very nice to be back to my homeland. So because I was born in Latvia, in Riga. So and also just a short story to understand how I fit into this distinguished panel. Actually, in late 90s, when I just graduated from university, I joined a Latvian armed force. I joined as a press officer at that time. And that was the summer, September, when Latvia for the first time organized an international military exercise. And since I had joined the armed force and was also part of the exercise, and of my small size, I went to a tailor and they made for me a field uniform tailored for me. And that's why it's, and since then I understand how important it is for women that field uniform or equipment, that body armor, that all these things fit, that they don't restrict your movements, that you can completely fulfill your functions and your duties, and that it's tailored for you and you feel comfortable in that. And since then I also as a person who likes to write and a person who has worked in public relations domain, and now dealing also with public diplomacy and working and leading a NATO Information Documentation Center in Ukraine, for me personally it's very important to make space for women and to create space that they can raise their voice and they can express themselves. And speaking figuratively, that women is a visible battalion. We know about the movement in Ukraine, Invisible Battalion, also established by Maria Berlinska, but it's important that women are visible. And also now being part of NATO Information Documentation Center, we engage with Ukrainian military and defense and security sector. And we also advocate and give space for women to advocate, and especially when it comes to policies. And women, peace and security agenda is on top. And from my side, I can say that Ukraine does pay lots of attention to the implementation of women, peace and security agenda, and that is on Ukraine's one of the Ukraine's top priorities.
Thank you. I'm sorry, but we will have to talk about the challenges women face, and why is it important to kind of try to sit down like in here and overcome those? So, General, would you start maybe?
Certainly. I think it is important to talk about the challenges because we haven't. So when we opened up occupations for women within our military, and I'm sure in all militaries across the board, it was about how can we make women fit into the organization, as opposed to how do we create an organization in which people fit and which address supporting them, but in a way that allow them to carry out the mission, to carry out the objectives that we have to do going forward. And so it is trying to flip that switch between how do we make women fit into the organization to how do we actually adjust the organization to allow for the diversity of people and skills that we need within the military. We seem to be able to live and grasp quite clearly that for us in Canada, there are 5 domains in warfare: airspace, naval, sea, and cyber. And we all seem to be able to recognize that operationally, each of these environments contribute differently to the operational output that you want to have. Each of them have their benefits. Each of them can contribute towards that. And we've accepted that operationally. We have to be in the same thing with respect to our people and say, all sorts of people with different backgrounds, different skill sets can contribute positively to the organization and to the work environments. And so we need to make sure that the organization, which was built for a very homogeneous group of individuals, is adaptable and can take into consideration the needs of those communities.
Thank you, very important. And how is it in the battlefield? What challenges women face? These are often very severe situations. Would you, Ambassador, tell us a little more?
Well, I can say that in the current war in Israel, we saw the very high price that women, girls, and children pay in the act of war. So I'd just like to describe the situation so we can understand what happened when those terrorists entered the communities and also the outposts. You know, these outposts, they have the women soldiers who do the lookouts. It's mainly women soldiers. They were all killed. All of them were killed. But it's not only the soldiers, it's also the civilians. When they entered into communities, they targeted everyone who was there. Everyone, families, children, infants. They burnt people alive. Whole families were executed. People were tortured. There are clear evidence of people tortured. And of course, many were kidnapped into the Gaza Strip. 203 we managed to identify so far. About half of them are women and children. And I think you all saw, and it's evident on social media, and also by medical reports and testimonies, including the videos that the terrorists themselves put online. There were cases of rape. There were cases of naked bodies loaded into trucks, women paraded as trophies in the Gaza Strip. This is a very heavy price that women and girls pay. But I would also like to say that, to me, personally, it made clear that if we think that by not putting women in the front line as combat soldiers, we're protecting them, it's clear that nobody is protected. In times of war, nobody is protected. Not the female soldiers and not the civilians. And there are specific UN resolutions addressing these issues. There's Resolution 1820 that relates to sexual violence as act of war, as human crime. And there's also Resolution 1325 that relates to gender-based violence as something that should be specifically addressed, and women and girls should be protected. And I think this is a very complicated issue that we need to think about.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing this. You can see you all shaking. This year and a half of this experience has been very much for Ukraine.
Unfortunately, in Ukraine, we have the same problems. We are talking that we also see those sexual crimes as crimes against humanity. It's not against our country; it's against whole the world, against humanity. So, and I wanted to. It's the one side of the coin. As you know, many Ukrainian people now are forcibly removed to Russia, and we can't return them all. We are trying, we are working hard on that, and also we need help to get this work together, because it's who will be the next? Whose children will be kidnapped the next? We were the first, then Israel get those terrorist attack, and our children are not safe. So I want to tell my personal story. It's story of last year, because when full-scale invasion began, I was at warfare. I was whole year on battlefields. I was okay, but my son, he was evacuated to other country, because I couldn't be at my position if I feel he is in danger. It's the most the worst thing that I could imagine for me, except of tortures, of course. And after he returned, after half a year, and I saw him at the first time, and one day, exactly it was at the one night, he said, "Mom, do you know that before bedtime I was never thinking of you?" I said, "Why? You forget me?" He said, "No. If I will think about you, I can't sleep, because I just have feeling that they kill you. I am afraid you are dead. My father is dead, and all the day I always did all my best. I did all my studies. Only you be alive." That was the thoughts of my son. He's just a child, but his childhood is full of afraid, full of fear. That is why I again and again said about those children who are in Russia. They live in hostile language. Russian language is not Ukrainian language, you know. If we talk different languages, but native is native. They live in hostile environment. All they feel, it's a fear. Fear and to feel afraid, everything. So that's also the challenge. Maybe it's a common challenge for men and women. I know my husband and many other men, they are afraid of their children the same. But also we have this feeling as mother, it's our nature to be to have such strong feeling about our children. So we are fighting for them, not only for us. That was my worst challenge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, what can be done? But maybe not challenges like that, because the terrorists are terrorists, but how can we prepare maybe some regulations, maybe some practical educational aspects? How can we prepare women, but also societies, that to be kind of more about security, more about to protect women also on the post, but also as mothers or as just women as such. Maybe from the NATO perspective, maybe some campaigns that would help, or.
I think it's important to speak and to raise a voice and be brave. One more thing, I used to work in the Western Balkans, in Kosovo, more than 4 years, and then I was advising Ministry for Kosovo Security Force. And there were women also serving in Kosovo Security Force, but again, I wanted to help them be more visible. And then we also thought of how to do that. And then I came up with an idea, so let's write about these women. And also it was important to show that women in Kosovo Security Force, they come from various, they have of various ethnic backgrounds, so they have of various age, so, and that they come from cities, towns, and from the countryside. And we prepared a short booklet, brochure, where they were telling their personal stories, how they joined Kosovo Security Force. Some of them also fought, were part of a liberation movement when there was a conflict between Serbia and Kosovo. And it was also important to show that that Kosovo Security Force is an inclusive force. That was important. And we made this brochure, booklet, and then we also invited at the time NATO's Secretary General, Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security, to come to Kosovo, so, and also to present this material. And I think for me it was very rewarding when at that time Special Representative for WPS said, now we can declare that Kosovo Security Force indeed has implemented the WPS agenda. Of course, there is still, and there was still much to do. So, but by these small steps, we show and we create this space. And it's important also in Ukraine's case, as also our colleague already mentioned, 25% of the whole force are women. And it's important that we speak about that. And just, I'm also proud of the fact that we, around Ukraine's Independence Day in August, we released a documentary supported by NATO Public Diplomacy Division. And the title of the documentary is War is, and in the caveats, not women's business. And in this documentary, we are showing women who are doing all kinds of jobs, because Ukraine also, if I'm not mistaken, 2018 opened all combat positions to women. And through personal stories, and for me personally, it's always important to show this personal touch, personal attitude, and personal stories, that women in Ukrainian women, they do amazing work, and they are equal, and they serve and they contribute to country's freedom, independence, with their skills, with their knowledge, with their experience, and with their competence. And I think this factor is very important for all armies. Thanks.
Thank you. I wanted to touch upon Canada, because you are always a leader in equality and in bringing diversity. What are your tools in
So in response a little bit to the question that you just asked about, so what do we need to do? I think we actually just have to think about what is the action across all of the planes of societal engagement on this. So politically, what do we need to do with respect to calling out the atrocity that exists and the inappropriateness, the issues associated with gender-based violence, and that it has no place in our societies, and what are the consequences? How do we try to prevent it? How do we try to deal with it when it happens? And how do we hold people accountable for it when it takes place? And that is important. And so the UN resolutions are important because it starts to set an international tone. That, of course, unfortunately, it doesn't mean that it doesn't occur, because it does. And so then what do we do about it? If we then take it to an institutional level, what do we do as an institution, as practitioners of warfare, to think about the impact of warfare on women and children in societies that we're at, and to think about how in our objectives and in the actions that we are going to undertake as militaries, how do we need to deliberately think about the consequences of war on the societies in which we may be called upon to actually act. And going forward, at the operational and tactical level, the implementation, I think, of gender advisors into operations, which is about considering the impacts around your planning, and how are you thinking about how what your plans may be will impact the society in which you live or in which you're operating, and how do you need to take that into account in advance and afterwards, because sometimes you're suddenly coming in after. There's been some really difficult times that have taken place. And so having this thought and having this engagement across the institution in an operational environment, and then as an organization, how do we want to promote the organization as being one in which women feel that, and any diverse community feels that they have a place and have a voice and will have the opportunity to serve. And that means thinking about what are the barriers that exist to service, and how do we try to support and knock down those barriers that we all face in our lives at any given point in time, whether it be with aging parents, young children, family obligations, educational aspirations that anybody has. How do we ensure that we're creating policies and environments in which we can address that not everybody is the same, not everybody has the same needs, and how can we support them to stay and serve in their organizations rather than feel that they must choose between the things that pull us into different directions and service to their country. And so thinking about how you work across all of these planes, I think, is the challenge, because nobody's got this. No one's written the textbook on any of this. All of us are learning our way forward, and I think the fabulous part is that we're learning from each other and seeing what works with each other and what is challenging, and how do we want to try to implement that within our own environments.
Absolutely. We will share best practices as well in a second. Ambassador.
Yes, also to say that I believe that the visibility of women in the Army, just like we have here amazing women, having this panel is also very important in itself, but the visibility. So in Israel, because we were kind of born into this notion that each and every one of us will join the Army, we are very much used to having women soldiers on the streets. We see women with their weapons. We see everybody going through basic training. So the burden, it's very important that it is equally taken upon in society. Plus also women have very important jobs as educators, also at home with their kids. When their children see that their mother is in the Army, when they explain to them what they did, the children grow up with this notion that, yes, I can also do this. A girl looks at her mother or her sister and says, okay, I will join the Army. And there are Army traditions, like my sister did basic training for boys, and I said, I will also be, and you have to develop this in society, this awareness and these traditions of of taking part, of defending your country, I believe it's extremely important.
Thank you. Would you add to that as well?
Also, I would also add some, also my experience, and again my personal story about the last year and about this year. Last year, my unit, which I headed, it was mixed. I have mixed staff. I have men and women under my command, and it was last year. It was the most powerful thing I saw all my service, because we are so motivated. We were so eager to win that we did anything. We did wonderful things, and. And also my girls, they were so good as men were. So I'm really proud of them. And also this year we used those experience and our previous experience from 2014 to have trainings. We used on the trainings we have not only mixed teams, also our instructors were mixed. And the results were very positive, because we have the common language, because we have much more coherent units when women and men are together with all those, with all their stuff. And so for us now it's only task to move on, to go on, and don't lose our speed. That's. Thank you.
Thank you. We already have a few questions in the Slido, so I'll put two together. With an increasing number of women serving in combat, have physical training standards have been modified? How does changes reflect the needs of the battlefield? And what measures are being implemented to ensure that female soldiers have access to appropriate facilities, equipment, healthcare tailored to their needs? How does that look in Canada?
So for us, I would say our requirements for standards for entry and really are focused not on what men can do and what women can do, but what does the job require. And so our selection standards, our entry standards are really about what the job needs, not about what men can do and what women can do. There are obviously sometimes for some occupations, strength requirements, but it doesn't. It's the requirement to fulfill the task, not to like this standard for women and this standard for men going forward. And so I think that focusing on what is the outcome that you need and then setting those as standards is an important way forward. I'd also say that in the way that we take a look at the policies we make, the equipment we procure, we have what we call gender-based analysis plus, which is really taking a look across the board at how do these seats, these harnesses, these plates, these the leg distance that may be between the chair and the floor, how are they going to accommodate the range of body types and the range of body shapes as opposed to one preconceived, which is not true for men either. Men are not all the same shape either, but there is certainly, I think, some scale when you bring women into the occasion. So thinking about all of these things in advance, we don't have any capital projects for acquisitions that come forward that don't require an analysis. You must take a look and say, are there gender-based factors here that we should be thinking about as we set requirements? And so starting to incorporate this into how you do, I would call, the business of defense, and not necessarily the operations of defense. That's an important piece too.
Right, obviously. So how does that look in Ukraine?
So if we are talking about physical training, we have different standards for women and men, really, except for some units, some special forces units. But other standards are different for the gendered. But and concerning the uniform and bulletproof vests, that we have women size though. And also last year I asked if I can get XS bulletproof vest. no chance. Yeah, it was no chance last year, but now I have it. And not only me, because only this year we have business which helped us to make this uniform, women uniform, with all those legs, shoulders, and other things which are quite different from men's. Unfortunately, we did it after full-scale invasion, but we are lucky that we have it.
Yeah, better late than never.
So,
thank you. How does it look in Israel? What's the entrance test?
Well, of course, there are special units that will require different tests and criteria for men and women. But I would say we also need to think about it, I think, differently, because there's a certain standard, let's say, for combat units, but do we really need for every combat unit? Are they actually designated to, I don't know, in-depth incursions where they have to carry a lot of equipment? Do they really need to be 180 and weigh 80 kilos to do that? Not necessarily. And though we have these unified standards, we really have to think, okay, maybe in this unit, because otherwise you exclude women automatically. And in certain units, it is not necessary. So like the units I was describing earlier. So we have to give that some thought. Other than that, I really support that we choose the right person to the right job without any, gender
bias.
Yeah, it's not really bad. Yeah, but you really need to have people who are qualified. The other things that we see in Israel, that in some units, it's also a matter of demand and supply. So the most elite units, there are many, many people who are competing to get in. And then the criteria automatically is risen to unbelievable standards that many women cannot reach. But it doesn't mean that this is the actual level that is needed. So also, we have to take all this into consideration. Thank you.
Absolutely. So how important it is to kind of have those standards, promote the job in this sense? How do you see it? Maybe from the communication perspective, because
first of all, I will go back to what we already discussed. So I have also analyzed NATO member countries. So and indeed, those criteria or standards are also they are different, depending on the country. So one thing I'm proud of as a Latvian is that, for example, in Latvian armed forces there were never like ceilings or military roles which were closed, for women. So all have been always opened. So, and also the fact that 16% of the whole force in Latvian armed force are women. So this is this thing. So and what is important to keep into mind that there can be various criteria, but also we need to take into account. As we already discussed, what is the role, what is the job? So, and that criteria are adjusted for that particular job. And I think it's fair that combat roles are opened for women, and if even one woman fits for that role, so why women should be excluded? So because she can contribute also to the defense of the country, of a country she comes from, belongs to. This is thing, and I think that. When we speak about very particular things about combat uniform for women, I know that when Russia launched brutal war on Ukraine, then many women also responded and they wanted to be mobilized. They want to mobilization centers and said, okay, I want to serve my country, I want to defend my country. But then the thing was that women needed also combat uniforms which would fit. And then there were a couple of non-governmental organizations who started fundraising, and one of them, and I know, I know a person who started this movement or social action on women now. So they were doing fundraising, and they were tailoring and making uniforms for women. So, and what was smart that was done also in close cooperation with a Ukrainian Minister of Defense. So, and because the fact that the Minister of Defense was behind it, so it was also endorsed. So that made this very nice match, which Ukraine is very famous of, that volunteers help also government structures, government institutions. And there is this very nice combination how society or civil society also contributes and supports and help government institutions.
Absolutely. So, can you share some specific best practices from your respective experiences in countries that you that can be as examples for the others?
And best practices in what types of areas? In your respective experience, so best practice in a sense where we can advance, we can grow the roles and participation of women in military in your case. So I think it is really just this across the board thinking about the diversity of people who will want to serve, the diversity of people who are serving, and how we can best support that. When you were speaking about the equipment, I was reflecting on some of the equipment donations that we've made to Ukraine. You know, the ACSV vehicles, we've made sure that they've had the harnesses, because some of the harnesses that existed inside weren't very supportive for women's bodies, and so they designed a new harness system that would be more supportive for smaller bodies inside the vehicle to provide greater security and stability going forward. Equipment and defensive equipment for smaller sizes as well, because it is less prevalent that it exists. And so I think in everything that we do, from the design of our standards, and sometimes we're lazy in our standards, right? We think that the way to test whether or not I can carry a colleague and drag them from the battlefield to safety, we just come up with a test that says this is what you have to do, and you're going to do it in this way. I'll give you an example. We have requirements that we have to be able to, every year in our fitness tests, be able to lift certain amounts and run at certain distances, go up and down, do shuttle relay races. But we would falsely say, and you must do it in this way. You can't use your knee. You can't. Whereas, why would we not allow people to use their body types and the advantages that or the disadvantages that they have to be able to accomplish the task? And it's about focusing on the task. And so I think thinking all of the time about what is the outcome that we're looking for? How do I assess whether or not people are capable of doing that outcome, and how do I support them in executing that outcome, institutionally, equipment, everything. Those are the best practices, but it is a challenge for all of us, and it's a massive undertaking. But I think it's what we need to do and learn from each other as we do it.
What about the kind of social aspect of that? Because this, I mean, in many countries, female presence in such a job as military is, as combat is not either not respected or not found normal. How would you try to explain that this is normal, and how we should advance that? Is it only education? Is it getting rid of the typical traditional role that women have in societies?
Well, I think the challenge that we see is multiple phases. So it is attracting people and explaining what the opportunities are in the very first instance, so that people will see themselves as somebody who could be in that job and somebody who could do that. And so there is an element of attracting and explaining to get people in. And then there is, when we have people in the military and serving, how do we better support them so that they can continue to serve despite all of the challenges that may come up in life. Going through, how do we create that policy? How do we support them from a training and equipment perspective? So all of those pieces, I think, have to be part of the solution space moving forward. So it's not just one thing, it's people throughout their career, people throughout their lives of service. And maybe there always will come a point where, people make choices and move on to new opportunities. But how do we support people in the very difficult things that we ask people to do in the military, whether you are at war or whether you are training to defend your country? It is a difficult job that we ask people in the military to do.
It is. Yes, and I wanted to add that as my colleague said about women in army, when everybody saw those women in uniform and those women as generals, colonels at the other points, and that they do the great job, then young girl will think, if I feel that I want to be military, I can do the same. So it's very motivating for other people. All those brochures, booklets, they open women world in military. It's a very important thing also, because the most valuable people are the most valuable. Men or women, both of them. Doesn't matter.
But you, as a mother,
what?
How much you think there could be improvements for mother in the military service?
Improvements for mothers in the militaries. It's I would say it's some common things. When I feel that my child is in safety, that I have kindergarten and food for him, that will be quite enough. Good school, all those things that are quite common in our ordinary life. So I can say that military service is so strange. It's only other type of activity. Also, in our country, our state, it needs this activity, because, especially now, because we are in warfare. It was not our choice. We were forced to fight against enemy. But previously, until 2014, we also have the same kindergartens, schools, and other things. So I would say we only have to go on to proceed this movement.
Absolutely. Thank you. Ambassador, how does that look?
I just want to say that the army is the mirror of society. You know, when you look at the army, you see the society. And the more you have different groups, different minorities, and we're here talking about women and security, but gender issue is much wider than just women. Mm-hmm. Today you have in the army other communities who are represented also from the LGBTQ communities, and they're also there. And the more inclusive army we will have with people with different skills and different abilities, our armies will be much more stronger and much more professional also in dealing and in the creativity that the army can produce. It would be a huge benefit for all. And we definitely need more breaking, women, not only women, but breaking ceilings, also in the Israeli army.
Absolutely. Vignetta, would you add to that?
Yeah, I would like to add, I think it's very important that women in the military, that it's a whole of government like policy, that it's advocated at the government level. It's important that policies are in place for women's recruitment, and very important for retention. It's important that also, regardless gender, but all those who serve country and serve in the military, that they have package and social package, that also, because retention is a very important factor, that after a first contract, people don't leave, but they stay and they continue their service. And And this synergy between civil society and government and military, it's what makes society strong. And I fully agree with the ambassadors that the military is a mirror, and it mirrors the whole society, and the military should mirror that all people of all kinds of skills, because it's a teamwork, military is a teamwork, and we each contribute with our strengths and our understanding and also our perspective. And the last thing I do like, also Irene Fellin, she usually stresses that that women also bring in a different perspective, and different approach, and also when women serve in the military, it means that the whole force gets only stronger.
Could I add something to that, if I could? And I agree 100% with what you say about the military needing to be a mirror of society. I think the reality that we've seen, though, is that often it's a lagging to the changes that's happened in society early, and we have to work to change the perspective and the culture inside the military to ensure that it continues to reflect how society is advancing around us, because militaries have traditionally been very homogeneous, male dominated environments, which to make it open to a diverse community, you must put effort into. And so I think it's work, and you need to be able to continuously be committed to that work to make that change. And that's why it's important that we have events like this and we talk about it and we share best practices so that we can continue to make sure that our militaries are evolving to be able to reflect our societies and to be able to allow diverse communities to be able to serve.
Yeah. Thank you so much. We came to an end. Our time is up, but I think it's a great sum up, and I'm happy that we gathered here, that we can share those practices, we can share our ideas, and get to know, to work together and do the work. It's a long-term process. We're already, many of us are on a good track, but I'm hopeful for the next steps. Thank you very much. I think ladies deserve an applause for the insights.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Julian Lindley French, and I have the honour to attend the 2023 Riga Conference. This conference, quite simply, is the jewel in the crown of European security conferences. On the front line of freedom and at the cutting edge of technology, this year will be no different as Europe faces more threats than at any time since the end of World War II. Free Europe, defending it. That is our mission. That is the mission of this conference, which I highly commend to you. I'll see you in Riga. Thanks very much.
Dear friends and organizers of the Rīga Conference, today, defense industries from all across the alliance has been gathered together in the first International Defense Industries Forum in Kiev. And our Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Stoltenberg, just said encouraging words that basically our courage is not enough to stop the drones, and our patriotism and heroism can stop the missiles. I believe that Rīga Conference is one of the strongest event and most wanted event of the year will gather together both decision makers, opinion leaders, industry, create network of trust to do more, to do things to build capability for our defense forces. Let's meet in Riga. Let's share ideas. Let's make our Europe strong again. Slava Ukraine!
Hi, I'm Vineta Kleine, and I started in the defense sector over 2 decades ago, first as a communication officer in the Latvian Armed Forces and then in the ministry. Later I joined the staff of NATO in the Western Balkans, and now, since a few years, I coordinate its public diplomacy effort in Ukraine. NATO's Women, Peace and Security agenda is a special interest of mine. So, at the Rīga Conference, I'll join the panel on Women in Combat. I will especially focus on the preconditions and enabling factors needed to ensure women's full and effective service in the armed forces.
The Riga Conference is one-of-a-kind forum in the region to discuss security issues that affect our transatlantic community. As NATO Secretary General Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security, my roles and responsibilities include promoting women's leadership in security matters on a daily basis. I'm therefore pleased to see that the role of women has been raised to the center stage at this year's Riga Conference. I look forward to take part in the special event on women's leadership in turbulent times. See you in Riga.
Green, affordable energy, independence and security. Can you reach all those goals at once? Europe is facing a lot of challenges today. CO2 emissions, war in Ukraine, dependence on the fossil fuels. We need to solve all these issues at once. Our next generations will not forgive us if we are hesitating and not acting today. Latvenergo is one of the leading green energy producers in Europe already. However, our ambitions are much higher. We want to reduce our fossil dependence and also build new renewable energy to reduce our dependence on the imported energy. This will increase our security and also make green energy affordable for our society. We are ready to reach all these three goals altogether, but we need to be brave and act today.
My name is Julian Lindley French, and I have the honour to attend the 2023 Riga Conference. This conference, quite simply, is the jewel in the crown of European security conferences. On the front line of freedom and at the cutting edge of technology, this year will be no different as Europe faces more threats than at any time since the end of World War II. Free Europe, defending it. That is our mission. That is the mission of this conference, which I highly commend to you. I'll see you in Riga. Thanks very much.
Dear friends and organizers of the Rīga Conference, today, defense industries from all across the alliance has been gathered together in the first International Defense Industries Forum in Kiev. And our Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Stoltenberg, just said encouraging words that basically our courage is not enough to stop the drones, and our patriotism and heroism can't stop the missiles. I believe that Rīga Conference is one of the strongest event and most wanted event of the year will gather together both decision makers, opinion leaders, industry, create network of trust to do more, do things to build capability for our defense forces. Let's meet in Riga. Let's share ideas. Let's make our Europe strong again. Slava Ukraine!
Hi, I'm Vineta Kleine, and I started in the defense sector over 2 decades ago, first as a communication officer in the Latvian Armed Forces and then in the ministry. Later I joined the staff of NATO in the Western Balkans, and now, since a few years, I coordinate its public diplomacy effort in Ukraine. NATO's Women, Peace and Security agenda is a special interest of mine. So, at the Rīga Conference, I'll join the panel on Women in Combat. I will especially focus on the preconditions and enabling factors needed to ensure women's full and effective service in the armed forces.
The Riga Conference is one of a kind forum in the region to discuss security issues that affect our transatlantic community. As NATO Secretary General Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security, my roles and responsibilities include promoting women's leadership in security matters on a daily basis. I'm therefore pleased to see that the role of women has been raised to the center stage at this year's Riga Conference. I look forward to take part in the special event on women's leadership in turbulent times. See you in Riga.
Green, affordable energy, independence and security. Can you reach all those goals at once? Europe is facing a lot of challenges today. CO2 emissions, war in Ukraine, dependence on the fossil fuels. We need to solve all these issues at once. Our next generations will not forgive us if we are hesitating and not acting today. Latvenergo is one of the leading green energy producers in Europe already. However, our ambitions are much higher. We want to reduce our fossil dependence and also build new renewable energy to reduce our dependence on the imported energy. This will increase our security and also make green energy affordable for our society. We are ready to reach all these three goals altogether, but we need to be brave and act today.
My name is Julian Lindley French, and I have the honour to attend the 2023 Riga Conference. This conference, quite simply, is the jewel in the crown of European security conferences. On the front line of freedom and at the cutting edge of technology, this year will be no different as Europe faces more threats than at any time since the end of World War II. Free Europe, defending it. That is our mission. That is the mission of this conference, which I highly commend to you. I'll see you in Riga. Thanks very much.
Dear friends and organizers of the Rīga Conference, today, defense industries from all across the alliance has been gathered together in the first International Defense Industries Forum in Kiev. And our Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Stoltenberg, just said encouraging words that basically our courage is not enough to stop the drones, and our patriotism and heroism can't stop the missiles. I believe that Rīga Conference is one of the strongest event and most wanted event of the year will gather together both decision makers, opinion leaders, industry, create network of trust to do more, do things to build capability for our defense forces. Let's meet in Riga. Let's share ideas. Let's make our Europe strong again. Slava Ukraine!
Hi, I'm Vinette Kleine, and I started in the defense sector over 2 decades ago, first as a communication officer in the Latvian Armed Forces and then in the ministry. Later I joined the staff of NATO in the Western Balkans, and now, since a few years, I coordinate its public diplomacy effort in Ukraine. NATO's Women, Peace and Security agenda is a special interest of mine. So, at the Riga Conference, I'll join the panel on Women in Combat. I will especially focus on the preconditions and enabling factors needed to ensure women's full and effective service in the armed forces.
The Riga Conference is one of a kind forum in the region to discuss security issues that affect our transatlantic community. As NATO Secretary General Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security, my roles and responsibilities include promoting women's leadership in security matters on a daily basis. I'm therefore pleased to see that the role of women has been raised to the center stage at this year's Riga Conference. I look forward to take part in the special event on women's leadership in turbulent times. See you in Riga.
Green, affordable energy, independence and security. Can you reach all those goals at once? Europe is facing a lot of challenges today. CO2 emissions, war in Ukraine, dependence on the fossil fuels. We need to solve all these issues at once. Our next generations will not forgive us if we are hesitating and not acting today. Latvenergo is one of the leading green energy producers in Europe already. However, our ambitions are much higher. We want to reduce our fossil dependence and also build new renewable energy to reduce our dependence on the imported energy. This will increase our security and also make green energy affordable for our society. We are ready to reach all these three goals altogether, but we need to be brave and act today.
My name is Julian Lindley French, and I have the honour to attend the 2023 Riga Conference. This conference, quite simply, is the jewel in the crown of European security conferences. On the front line of freedom and at the cutting edge of technology, this year will be no different as Europe faces more threats than at any time since the end of World War II. Free Europe, defending it. That is our mission. That is the mission of this conference, which I highly commend to you. I'll see you in Riga. Thanks very much.
Dear friends and organizers of the Rīga Conference, today, defense industries from all across the alliance has been gathered together in the first International Defense Industries Forum in Kiev. And our Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Stoltenberg, just said encouraging words that basically our courage is not enough to stop the drones, and our patriotism and heroism can't stop the missiles. I believe that Rīga Conference is one of the strongest event and most wanted event of the year will gather together both decision makers, opinion leaders, industry, create network of trust to do more, do things to build capability for our defense forces. Let's meet in Riga. Let's share ideas. Let's make our Europe strong again. Slava Ukraine!
Hi, I'm Binet Kleine, and I started in the defense sector over 2 decades ago, first as a communication officer in the Latvian Armed Forces and then in the ministry. Later I joined the staff of NATO in the Western Balkans, and now, since a few years, I coordinate its public diplomacy effort in Ukraine. NATO's Women, Peace and Security agenda is a special interest of mine. So, at the Riga Conference, I'll join the panel on Women in Combat. I will especially focus on the preconditions and enabling factors needed to ensure women's full and effective service in the armed forces.
The Riga Conference is one-of-a-kind forum in the region to discuss security issues that affect our transatlantic community. As NATO Secretary General Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security, my roles and responsibilities include promoting women's leadership in security matters on a daily basis. I'm therefore pleased to see that the role of women has been raised to the center stage at this year's Riga Conference. I look forward to take part in the special event on women's leadership in turbulent times. See you in Riga.
Green, affordable energy, independence and security. Can you reach all those goals at once? Europe is facing a lot of challenges today. CO2 emissions, war in Ukraine, dependence on the fossil fuels. We need to solve all these issues at once. Our next generations will not forgive us if we are hesitating and not acting today. Latvenergo is one of the leading green energy producers in Europe already. However, our ambitions are much higher. We want to reduce our fossil dependence and also build new renewable energy to reduce our dependence on the imported energy. This will increase our security and also make green energy affordable for our society. We are ready to reach all these three goals altogether, but we need to be brave and act today.
My name is Julian Lindley French, and I have the honour to attend the 2023 Riga Conference. This conference, quite simply, is the jewel in the crown of European security conferences. On the front line of freedom and at the cutting edge of technology, this year will be no different as Europe faces more threats than at any time since the end of World War II. Free Europe, defending it. That is our mission. That is the mission of this conference, which I highly commend to you. I'll see you in Riga. Thanks very much.
Dear friends and organizers of the Rīga Conference, today, defense industries from all across the alliance has been gathered together in the first International Defense Industries Forum in Kiev. And our Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Stoltenberg, just said encouraging words that basically our courage is not enough to stop the drones, and our patriotism and heroism can't stop the missiles. I believe that Rīga Conference is one of the strongest event and most wanted event of the year will gather together both decision makers, opinion leaders, industry, create network of trust to do more, to do things to build capability for our defense forces. Let's meet in Riga. Let's share ideas. Let's make our Europe strong again. Slava Ukraine!
Hi, I'm Vineta Kleine, and I started in the defense sector over 2 decades ago, first as a communication officer in the Latvian Armed Forces and then in the ministry. Later I joined the staff of NATO in the Western Balkans, and now, since a few years, I coordinate its public diplomacy effort in Ukraine. NATO's Women, Peace and Security agenda is a special interest of mine. So, at the Rīga Conference, I'll join the panel on Women in Combat. I will especially focus on the preconditions and enabling factors needed to ensure women's full and effective service in the armed forces.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, friends of the Riga Conference, friends of the network of Galaxy, as we framed the Riga Conference this year. This is the 18th edition of the Riga Conference. You cannot find too many countries which could sustain security conference for so many years. It started in 2006 with NATO summit in Riga. And the Riga Conference always addressed security issues from different perspectives, and this year as well. International security landscape these days is filled with crises, conflicts, and wars. And international security landscape is not secure at all. It means we will have a lot what to discuss. And international society is requesting in those very complicated times very timely and decisive decisions. But as we all know, decisions need effects, analysis, ideas, discussions, exchange of views. And this is particularly important when lives of individuals are at stake. The Riga Conference is exactly the platform where such ideas, which are needed for policymakers, which are needed for think tank community, academics, and also wider society, are developed, are offered, and are provided for better decisions to be taken with regard to security issues. And those decisions will be taken in Riga, in Brussels, in Washington, and many other capitals of transatlantic community. On behalf of all organizers of the conference, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Defense, Latvian Transatlantic Organization, I welcome you all to Riga and to the Riga Conference. And now it's my great honor and pleasure to give floor to President of the Republic of Latvia, Edgars Rinkēvičs, for the opening speech. Please, President, floor is yours.
Well, dear friends, Professor Ozoliņa, Foreign Minister, Excellencies, it's frankly a bit strange to change the role because I used to close this conference normally on Saturday afternoon. Now, with the new job comes also the new responsibility, and I'm supposed to formally open Riga Conference with an opening speech. But first of all, let me thank Lato Foreign Ministry, Defense Ministry, volunteers, all those who have supported and contributed and who are going also to support and contribute to this conference. As Jeanette Ozoliņa just said, the first time we met was in 2006. It was a conference that was part of NATO summit. The agenda of NATO summit and the conference was what we are going to do about Afghanistan, what we are going to do about NATO's responsibilities. There was a very famous saying, if NATO doesn't go out of area, then it goes out of responsibility. Now, 17 years later, NATO has pretty much of the old responsibilities and a lot of job to do and also a lot of new challenges to tackle. I think that if we talk about the current situation, I would probably be very blunt and I would say that the world is a mess, Europe is a mess, the Middle East is a mess, everything is a mess. And it is very difficult to find a way out of this challenging situation. We also believe, we also understand that the coming year is going to be very challenging. It's going to be very challenging for Israel, it's going to be very challenging for Ukraine, it's going to be very challenging for Europe as a whole, and of course we have a lot of things to watch when it comes also to electoral processes. At the same time, I do believe that so far we have surprised ourselves because we have been able to keep our unity, we have been able to keep our support for Ukraine. We have been able to work out solutions as NATO, as the European Union, for many different and many difficult challenges. To that end, frankly, it would be very difficult to compete with President of the United States, Joe Biden, and his very powerful speech last night to not only the American nation, but I believe also to the whole world. And I very much welcome the commitment that the United States have made both to Ukraine, to Israel, but also to the transatlantic alliance, also to the Baltic states that have been very specifically mentioned. And I think that this shows that even in a very dark period of time, there is always a glimmer of hope, and we very much trust our American and Canadian allies, we very much trust our British allies, we very much trust our European allies and partners. I think that as we speak today, it is very important to outline that we stand in solidarity with Israel in its fight against terrorism, in its fight against Hamas terrorist organizations, and also we underline that we all understand that Hamas is not Palestinians, that Hamas does not represent Palestinians. We definitely want to see that Palestinian Authority, Palestine as such, condemns terrorism, works out the solutions how to stop the brutal spread of this disease. But we also underline that it is important that international humanitarian law, even under those very challenging times, is being observed by all. I also believe that we do need to understand that we must tackle two challenges at a time. And we all understand that Ukraine must win the Russian Federation. We also understand that Israel must win international and Hamas-type terrorism. We also see that there is a clear link between Russia and Iran. We see that Iran is sending drones, sending a lot of equipment to Russia, helping to fight against Ukraine. We see also the social media, the jubilation that we have seen by many Russian propagandists over the terrorist attacks against Israel. To some extent, I would say that this is now very important that we unite our efforts tackling this very, very challenging situation. There is also some good news. I do believe that what we are seeing, NATO is getting stronger, the European Union is getting stronger. We all are raising our defense expenditures. This country is committed to reach the defense expenditures to the level of 3% of GDP in coming years. We also see that we need to address issues that are related to defense capabilities, to defense industrial capabilities. There are going to be very interesting discussions. I very much welcome that former Prime Minister and current Foreign Minister, who is much better Foreign Minister than the previous one, and also the Commissioner Breton is here, and they are going to shed some thoughts on this very important topic. I think that what we are seeing at this point, the deployment of brigade-size Allied forces in the Baltic states, the increased attention to the resilience in the domain of cyber space against disinformation, that understanding that we need to tackle the new challenges like the artificial intelligence, especially the use of artificial intelligence, again trying to meddle into political processes, the need to develop legal framework in this respect. Also the fact that Latvia as the presidency of the Council of Europe is also attaching particular importance to the working group that is currently tasked to work out the kind of framework convention in this regard, the Council of Europe Framework Convention. Those are very, very important things that one needs to outline. But at the same time, we still need to understand what we need to do next. First, full and continuous support for Ukraine, be it military support, political support, and to that end, I do believe that by the end of this year, also the European Union needs to send a clear signal to both Ukraine and Moldova by starting accession talks with Ukraine and Moldova when it comes to their EU candidate status. We also need to acknowledge and we also need to work out a very clear strategic path for Ukraine to become NATO member state. Because we all understand we can talk about assurances and guarantees, but the only strong guarantee as we see is the full-fledged membership into NATO. When and how, this is of course is something where this conference, many experts, politicians are going to talk a lot. But I think that we need also to acknowledge that if we want to have long-lasting peace in Europe, then we also need to address the membership of Ukraine into EU and NATO and membership of Moldova into EU. Also, we need to tackle some of hybrid warfare challenges. We are still waiting for the results of the investigation of what has happened in the Baltic Sea, the so-called Baltic Connector. We need to understand that we need to protect critical infrastructure. If we see that there is a state party responsible for the damaging of the critical infrastructure, then we also need to address this at NATO level, maybe actually also considering closing the shipping in the Baltic Sea for the Russian ships if Russia is found guilty. But I just want to underline that we have to also get full results of the investigation. We here in Latvia, like our neighbors in Lithuania, like our good friends and partners in Poland, are seeing that migration is being used as the hybrid weapon. We also believe that we need to address not only the physical security of border with Belarus, with Russia, but we also need to address political and legal protection of the border. So I do believe that there are many challenges. But as probably at one point nobody could expect those brutal attacks in Israel, we also need to be forthcoming and to understand that there are also some regions in Europe that if they are not addressed, then they can present some challenge also for the European Union and NATO in the future. And here I'm talking about the Western Balkans. I do believe that Western Balkans is something where we could say that the European Union still fails its commitment. We still need to have much bolder strategy there. So plenty of issues to discuss. I'm very happy to see many old friends here in this room. I wish you a really successful conference. I very much hope that in a year to come, some of those very challenging circumstances will somehow be addressed. And to all of us, I can only wish to be bold, be prepared, and stay strong. Thank you.
Greetings. I'm David Andelman. I'm a columnist for CNN Opinion and creator of Substack's Andelman Unleashed, and it's a great privilege to help set the tone for this year's most remarkable Riga Global Conference. Of course, I'm not alone. I have some extraordinary help in the form of our host nation's foreign minister and past prime minister, Krišjānis Kariņš. And the European Union's Commissioner for Internal Markets, Thierry Breton. In terms of a tone, I've been especially compelled for years as I've traveled the world, but ever more pressingly in recent days, by the issue of a fundamental morality of relations between countries. What measures might have effectively protected democratic order And when and under what circumstances could such an order ever envision being suspended or breached? Russia, of course, has largely suspended any moral order in its pursuit of war in Ukraine, while Ukraine itself might be putting itself in just a similar position by demanding and pursuing full reclamation of Crimea. Equally now, in the Middle East, there's a similar question, which seems to be raised in recent days by President Biden, Chancellor Scholz, Prime Minister Sunak, on their visits to the region, urging restraint by Israel in its reprisals for the atrocities of some Hamas terrorists. Closer to home, the EU, particularly Commissioner Breton, seem to have suggested in recent weeks that Elon Musk's X, Mark Zuckerberg's Meta, and TikTok's Shou Ziqiu have suspended such morality, and the EU is preparing to enforce their return to just these standards. With that prelude, Minister Karins and Commissioner Breton will each speak for a few minutes, and then we can all chat. Mr. Foreign Minister.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here. Your Excellency, there's so many excellent people here. I guess you can never go wrong starting out that way. But I was listening to what our President was saying and the introductory remarks here. The way I would frame it is that the current world order and democracy as such is under pressure, to not say under attack. And really, I think what is at stake, and it's actually quite serious, is will the world order of rules-based world order prevail, or will we end up with, power-based, the rule of thuggery? Whoever has the biggest muscles or the biggest weapons, they just do what they want. And when we look around the world, the difficulty is that we have lots of conflicts and ever more conflicts ongoing. So we have Russia's war in Ukraine, more than 600 days, very brutal and very black and white. One country breaching a sovereign neighbor's border with the intent to take over territory. Good old-fashioned imperialism. But it's happening almost right on our doorstep where we're speaking. Then we have the Armenia-Azerbaijan conflict, which had a flare-up. We have in the Sahel, Mali moving east, Niger, some others around there. Of course, we have the long-standing Hamas-Israel, which is now an outright war. Hamas against the State of Israel, with, of course, the associated Palestinian civilians who happen to live in Gaza, which Hamas controls, which makes the situation very difficult. Then we have hybrid activity, especially we notice in this part of the world. More than 2 years, Belarusian government attempts to organize third-party nationals' illegal crossing of the European borders, external borders, so Latvia, Lithuania, Poland. We have recently the gas line breach and also a data cable between Finland and Estonia. In the 3 Baltic states, at different times, becoming in the past few weeks, are massive threats to schools. Hundreds and hundreds. In Latvia, more than 400 schools simultaneously got an email, saying there's a bomb threat, and the same kind of attacks have occurred in our Baltic neighbors. And all of these things end up to be, as the president's, how did you say it? It's a mess. But the question is, how do we deal with it? On top of when we see that of the, say, non-democratic countries, you see ever-increasing relations and sort of interaction between countries such as North Korea, Iran, Russia. Okay, maybe I'm not ready to put the word China as the next country, but the question does arise, sort of what is China's role in this? Which way will China decide? Will it come down on the rules-based Or will China not be supporting this system? I think that's still hopefully an open question. But what to do about this? Well, the first thing that we have to do is strengthen our military capabilities, our combined capabilities through strengthening NATO. The good news is it's happening. So in my own country, if you look at just if you take away investments, it's 2.3% of GDP. This year it could go up to 2.8. If you look at weapons purchases, we will be hitting 3% in about 4 years. So we're clearly on our way. Our Baltic neighbors are the same. Poland is the same. And more NATO members are finally investing this 2%. We also see the NATO EFP in Latvia, the framework nation, Canada, and others really stepping up with investment, with equipment, and with personnel. Then we have Finland already joined, Sweden en route to join, and very important that we keep Ukraine also as the goal that they must, when this war and the hostilities end, they must come into NATO in order for us to have a lasting peace. Strengthening of the eastern flank. Now we have air patrols in the Baltics. Now NATO is increasing sea patrols to guard the undersea assets that we all have. All of this combined is what we have to do. But the threat is that it's not only militarily that we have to work. We have to work with countries such as India, which is it's the world's largest democracy, to work with India to bring them, shall we say, ever closer into the democratic alliance, I suppose you could call that. And I think there's a big challenge on how we interact with China, which seems to have its own policy and its own ideas of world order, but is probably also in certain ways self-interested in preserving a rules-based system when we need to encourage that as long as it is possible. And I would like to say that times are challenging. They're not impossible, but it means all of us in responsible positions. It means basically everyone in this conference. We have a hell of an important and big job to do, to keep our head, to keep our cool, and to work together. That's the most important thing. When democracies work together, we will prevail. Thank you.
Dear President Rinkevich, dear Minister Karinc, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I'm extremely happy, President, to be here in Latvia again for this conference. Very happy to be here because, first and foremost, I would like to thank you, to thank Latvia, actual government, previous government, for everything you have done, supporting Ukraine. You have done tremendous, huge effort. And by doing so, of course, like any 27 member states, we supported what was needed to help Ukrainian authorities to fight back this unjustified aggression. But also, what you have done here is also beyond Latvia's own interest. It is also to support the global European security. And again, for all of this, you know probably better than anyone what means the threat that Russia represents. I wanted to say thank you. I wanted also to say, before maybe entering more into details, that all the more important things that we have to cope with in the world, as you have described, Mr. President, dear Minister, we have now seen that a lot of new security challenges have emerged at the EU level. And this is something really new for us, I should say, in Europe. Look at what happened and how we had to react over the past 2, 3, 4 years. Energy security, following the necessity to get rid of the Russian gas dependency. And we know that every time we have a dependency with Russia, he will use it potentially as a weapon. And we have been able to do this. It was not something for granted, but we did it. Critical infrastructure security, we just spoke a few minutes about it, such as undersea cables or energy pipes. That's also something extremely important that we have to take care of all together. Health security after the pandemic, where Europe emerged as the vaccine producer, especially in mRNA vaccines of the world. And we know that we had not exactly the same approach than our American friends. We didn't close our borders. We worked together. We vaccinated all our fellow citizens, and we offered also the capacity to 112 countries, partners, allies, and everyone who needed it. Economic security, where there is an imperative need to reduce our critical dependencies, and notably, by the way, on critical technologies, and also, which is extremely important, to enhance our supply chain. So new geopolitics of supply chain. And finally, societal security with the necessity, and you mentioned it, to stop hate speech, anti-Semitic and terrorist content, and all other illegal content on the platforms, which are playing, as we know, such a role in our lives and our democracies. On all these elements, I should say that, because we had to react, first we react all together, the 27, without any discrepancies. New platform regulation, and we see these days how important it is. We are the first continent on the planet to do this, of the free world. Economic security strategy, risk assessment on 10 critical technologies, and not to mention our collective work with member states to reduce our energy dependencies and increase the security of our critical infrastructure. So all these elements are what I will call the basis of, let's say, the emergence of Europe as a power. A Europe which is not anymore only a single market. And of course, I will be happy to discuss this later on together with you. But as an introduction of the Riga Conference, focusing much more, of course, of defense per se, I would like to focus on the European defense cooperation with a very single message. It is time that as Europe, we increase our defense readiness as a strong guarantee of our collective security. And let me be straightforward. This is not at all contradictory with NATO. On the contrary, a stronger Europe in defense is a stronger NATO. Because in Europe we are NATO. So the stronger we are, the stronger NATO will be. And we know how important NATO is for the collective security of all the allies. And we are determined to play our role here. But as the President of Czechia mentioned last week, or a few weeks ago, not last week, 2 weeks ago, I think, it is essential also to decrease our over-dependencies on the capacity of our allies, for example, the US, building, again, a very strong European pillar in NATO. And for this, of course, we need what? More investment together. Let me be straightforward. We are almost all of us, we are members of NATO. And as member of NATO, we have to spend 2% of our GDP in defense. It was not the case in the past. It was maybe a period of so-called dividend of peace, and unfortunately, I said that, we didn't do enough in Europe. We were not at 2%, believe me. It was more, 1% than 2%. And I made the calculation, if we had spent altogether what we had to spend, the 2%, we will have invested 1.3 trillion more in defense since the past 20 years. And of course, this is missing now. So we need to catch up. But the good news, if I may say so, at least for defense, is that everyone now committed to reach the 2%. By the way, I would like to congratulate Latvia government, Mr. President, already at 2.2, 2.3%, and as you say, Minister, going up to 3% by 2027. When we will be, all of us, the sooner will be the best. At 2%, it will mean an additional spending of 140 billion euro per year in defense. Of course, we have to be ready for that. We have to be ready for that because the key subject now is that our industry will be also ready for joint cooperation, interoperability, and everything that we need to do together. And this is my second point that I wanted to share with you. First, on defense industry. And we take, of course, as you know, defense is a prerogative of member states. This is how we run our democracy here in Europe. I say sometimes, which is true, I mean, Europe is a big democracy. We are a big democracy. We put our governance system based on our history. We have our parliament, we have our council. Our council, Mr. President, it's a little bit like the US Senate. This is the two co-legislators. We are a big democracy of 450 million inhabitants, 1.5 bigger than the United States. So that's a big democracy. But in our democracy, member states have the prerogative of their own defense capabilities and choices. Same thing, by the way, for health, same thing for energy. But we have demonstrated that for health and for energy, when we put our effort together, we can win. But by the way, same thing for defense. Same thing for defense, and we started with the European Defense Fund, which is a very important tool that we have put in place at the beginning of the mandate, and that we run with my services, in order to support upfront project and R&D, let's say, in a critical project in defense. We already invested 3 billion upfront, together, of course, with member states and defense industry, with more than 100 projects, very important in anything. You can speak tanks, frigates, cyber, hypersonic missiles, everything. We do it. By the way, we can do everything in Europe in technology, in defense technology. Yeah. The problem is that now we need to be ready, and I will come back in a few minutes on this. And 700 companies are working, including a lot in Latvia, on this R&D upfront project for defense. But of course, the subject now is to be ready. You know, very often I hear when I'm going into member states, Commissioner, look, we have so good product, we have the best product in defense, but look, these countries, they didn't buy my product. I say, oh, yes, but why? But I don't know why, because it's the best. But when will you be ready? But in 4 years. Okay. But there is a war on our continent. And readiness concept is something that the defense industry must adapt itself to, because this is the new reality we are coping with. And this is why, in order to, to help to change the mindset of our defense industry, we decided, because we are in an urgent need after the very strong support that we bring to Ukraine, to refill our stocks and also to continue to support Ukraine, especially in ammunition, but not only. And in order to do this, we committed a very large number of ammunitions. We committed also to increase our industrial base. We decided to help also defense industry to increase its capacity to fulfill our new requirements while producing much more than 1 million, for example, shells, 155 or missiles a year. And we have now this new ASAP program where we will be able to put money up front to support the industry. We launched the call for tender 2 days ago. We will have this ready. And I'm very convinced that we'll be able to increase drastically and very quickly our capacity to produce much more ammunition, what is needed again, to continue to support Ukraine as long as it takes, and also to support our own member states in this endeavor. Of course, on a much broader scale, what is extremely important is that we need now to be ready to increase drastically our capacity in any kind of defense industry. This is why we have decided to work on a new, let's say, defense industry strategy that was announced a few days ago. We will convene all member states, stakeholders within the next few months, working on this new sort of white paper, to see what we need to do to increase our capacity to produce more, and also to change a little bit the mindset of the defense industry, which was in the past more focused on the ability to answer without respect, sometime of time, sometime also of budget, and now to be ready to accept the challenge to deliver, even when you don't have a contract, just because we may have a need. And changing this mindset, we need, of course, to invest upfront, or let's say to share the risk with the defense industry upfront. And this is what we want to work on now with member states within the next 4 months, and to be ready to propose a new European Defense Investment Program. We call it EDIP, and the right financing to do this. So, ladies and gentlemen, if Europe is serious, is becoming a true geopolitical actor, it must progressively work towards more European defense cooperation. As I said, we are able to produce everything in Europe. Now we have to be able to deliver everything on time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen. It's the most enlightening and interesting and moving messages. But I'd like to talk right now about what's happening today, very immediately. Last night, President Biden gave one of his most important foreign policy speeches. In fact, it was the first such speech he had given from the Oval Office himself. He described America as a beacon to the world. So my question is a very simple one. Is America still that beacon? Foreign Minister, would you like to start?
Is this a yes-no answer, or? U.S. democracy is from 1776. That's 247 years. Continual democracy. It's not the oldest democracy. We had Rome, we had Athens. We don't know about the Sumerians. Maybe they did it too. But it's the longest continual democracy. And it's founded, I mean, you can turn it a number of ways, but it has 3 basic principles. Freedom, individual freedom, democracy, and the rule of law. And insofar as these 3 principles have been upheld in the US for 247 years and have helped to inspire growth of democracy, certainly throughout Europe, and I would say broader in the world, that yes, the ideals of US democracy are still a very clear beacon to the world, but that beacon is starting to dim in some ways. I'm not saying the US is starting to dim, but the drive for those values, because they are being challenged. But certainly, I think democracy is alive and well, and I think many of us in this room follow US democracy, and it's certainly not uninteresting at this time. But without these basic values, you are back to the law of the jungle. Who is biggest, who is strongest, and individuals, their rights don't matter.
But that democracy has to work. In other words, it has to function. It has to find a way of, for instance, the president announced $100 billion of aid to, to the Middle East, to Israel, particularly Ukraine, and in support of the democracy, shall we say, in Asia. Yet Congress is totally dysfunctional at this point. There seems to be no way of getting past all of that. How concerned are you that, in fact, this democracy, the democratic system, the principle may be very much intact, but the implementation may not be?
I would say if you look back over the past 247 years of U.S. history, they've had a few wrinkles here and there. It's not always been smooth sailing. So right now there are a few wrinkles. But if you look at Congress and you look at individual congressmen's views, whether Republicans or Democrats, there is an overwhelming majority in support of Ukraine, an overwhelming majority of support for Israel. And there's a small handful of congressmen who currently have a little bit of ability within one party to influence maybe far beyond their mathematical number. I would say I wouldn't write off U.S. democracy quite yet. I think they'll figure it out.
Now, Mr. Breton, following up on that, of course, I wrote a column last week suggesting that the West, particularly the United States arms industries and so on, may be stretched very thin in terms of their ability to basically subsidize two different wars and prepare for a third at the same time. What do you see as that reality?
Well, first, I think that your question is very relevant because, of course, we have said that. The President said it, you said it, I said it. Things are changing very fast around ourselves. And we realized that, of course, we need to take care ourselves more and more of our own security. Of course, we have alliances. Of course, we are a very strong partner on NATO and will continue to be that important. But it's very true. Your remarks are very true. We are all observing. I mean, we don't forget what happened with Capitol Hill. We are observing, yes, I don't say dysfunction in the US democracy, but it's not working the way it used to be when I was living in the United States. I lived for many, many years. It's true. It is a fact. So, of course, for us, we hope, because it is so important, that the US democracy will continue to be what it is. But, of course, it's true also that when we see, and I agree with you, hopefully the support will continue for Ukraine, but still, the signals which are sent are not good. It means what? It means that, by the way, we all know that President Obama already said that Europe had to take care of their own defense. I remember many discussions we had with President Trump, which were very, very clear on what he will do and not do in supporting Europe. So that's the reality we have to cope with, and this is why we need, and by the way, it's a strong request also from our American friends to increase our own defense readiness. Now, you're right with what happened now, this terrible terrorist attack and the consequences, terrible consequences from Hamas in Israel. It's true that now we are not only speaking on the terrible situation that Putin has created in Ukraine, with the consequences for us, let's be honest. And it's true that now we have many fronts to deal with. By the way, behind all these fronts, Putin plays probably a role. We are not naive. But still, we have to cope with this. Again, that's a reason why we will need to increase rapidly and drastically our capacity to be a much stronger partner for our allies.
Which raises the question, you know, I was in Paris when President Trump paid his first visit to Mr. Macron, 7 years ago now. And the week before that visit, Mr. Macron announced his first suggestion that there should be a European army of its own, mainly because of the challenges to NATO that President Trump was raising. There are similar challenges today. is it time to, again, raise that question of a real European army?
Stronger and closer European cooperation within the NATO framework is a good direction to go to. I think the discussion, we've gone through all of this, is it Europe or is it NATO? I think everyone is quite clear that when we speak about strengthening Europe, we're not speaking as opposed to NATO, but a stronger, more united Europe would be a stronger pillar and a boost to NATO. So insofar as these can be non-contradictory, I think this is a direction to work towards. We see it on a low level, say, cooperation between NATO countries in military purchases. So we do this quite well now with our northern neighbors. We're also working now with our southern neighbor. This is all we have to learn. Militaries are very conservative, you know, and it's very nation-based. But when we pool these efforts, we can be stronger. And I think the discussion, how it started out as being a contradiction, I don't know anyone who speaks in terms of this contradiction. Also with President Macron himself, he has long ago stated quite clearly he does not intend this as opposed to, but as a strengthening of.
Maybe if I add something on this, to be maybe a little bit more precise. European army, no. I mean, it's today a dream, because we have, again, as I said, member states, their own defense capacities, and I think it will continue this way. And we need to find a way to work more closely, including, of course, within our NATO alliance. But, there is a big but. We have now, for the first time ever, established our strategic compass. In other words, the 27 member states, we have now a global vision, it has been done a year ago, on what we should do collectively in defense. And I encourage you to read the strategic compass. He said many things, but he said three things which are very important that I would like to elaborate 1 minute, if you allow me. First, in terms of contested areas, we need to act together. What are contested areas? Of course, cyber, of course, space, of course, air, and of course, maritime. That's the contested areas. And in these contested areas, like cyber, space, not one single country can do it. And we start to increase our capacities here. This is what we have decided, to have a common infrastructure and then to operate it jointly, like we do already for defense, for example, with our constellations like Galileo for positioning, using also for military applications. We know we have the governance to do it. Let's do it. So we are in the process to do it now with cyber, with a global cyber shield. We do it now in space with our new constellation, IRIS², which will be able to be the backbone to have the control from space to space and operated at a European level. We need to do it, of course, also for maritime, including to protect what happened under the sea, and of course for a more global and coordinated air dome. So this is areas where we know we have the know-how, the willingness, and the budget now to build joint infrastructure, European infrastructure, and to operate it jointly.
We had a question from the audience, actually, which has just disappeared from the screen here, but I'll summarize it if I can. The question really is, are you both concerned that the attention of the world is being drawn away from Ukraine to the Middle East, to Israel and Hamas? There was a marvelous cartoon on the front page of Le Monde yesterday. You may have seen it, Monsieur Breton, that shows Zelensky at a podium saying, and a whole lot of the world press has suddenly been changed over towards looking at the Middle East, saying, "I'm not finished here yet." So are you concerned that the world has suddenly decided that they have been finished here yet, and that that may in fact impact the ability of the West to muster the resources needed to continue to confront Russia?
If we look at the political level, it's not influenced, neither European, as we heard yesterday, U.S. government commitment to continuing support of Ukraine. But the media does have a role in influencing public opinion, and if we lose public opinion support, that could be challenging. Today on my way over, I took a look through a number of international media outlets, BBC, CNN, Tagesschau, Le Monde, Reuters and Wall Street Journal, and the only one that on the front page had anything to do with Ukraine was Le Monde. And it was the first article, and the article was about Putin is using the distraction of Israel and Hamas to his own ends. And all the other headlines were all about what's happening in Gaza, what's happening in Israel. Will Israel make the ground attack? Will it not? All sorts of analysis. So the attention is there, yes. The political support for Ukraine is completely unchanged. But I think it's important, and this is what I'm always reminding, is that as Hamas had this brutal attack and still attacks on the sovereign state of Israel, it does not mean that the Russian war in Ukraine is going down. It's any less. If anything, during that time, Russia did attempt a certain counter offensive, which Ukraine was able to stop. But the attacks are continuing, also attacks on civilian infrastructure. So if the media is not directly drawing attention in the past 2 weeks, it's chances like this and politicians such as myself which will continue to speak about the need. And it doesn't mean it's one or the other, but you can easily support both. But the important thing is to maintain also public opinion, to realize that the threat, it's not something just far away. This is a threat for all of Europe, and that is the threat of Russia.
Well, you mentioned Xi Jinping, and we have just a couple of minutes left. I'd like to get into China just for a moment. Both of you gentlemen are deeply concerned with China, a profound challenge in terms of economy and trade. Xi Jinping likes to say that he can be a mediator to the world, shall we say, and he's hoping that he can play that role. I'm somewhat skeptical about his ability to undertake that effort, but at any rate, do you think that the current way the EU is dealing with China is adequate to the challenge at this point? You first, and then Monsieur Breton, please.
Well, in the EU, we don't have a united China policy. This is something that recently, as a prime minister, now as a foreign minister, we're not all on the same page yet because our level of engagement with China is different. Some member states are very heavily invested and their export markets are very dependent upon Chinese purchases. Other member states less. But the good news is we are speaking about this and we're looking for a way to formulate. I think the closest thing to a formulation that we have is that at the same time China is a partner, adversary, and a potential threat, all at the same time in different ways. That's a clever way of saying I think we're not quite there, but we will be.
Would you agree with that, Mr.
Well,
very briefly.
Very briefly, but I want to say one thing on the previous question, that you didn't ask my answer, and one thing for this one. For the previous one, you are absolutely right. By the way, I wanted to remind the audience that we in Europe now are spending more money than the US to support Ukraine, and we will continue to do this. And by the way, it's true also that it has been difficult for the Congress to support the last package. We know why. If we see the thing, I'm very cautious with my wording, being more optimistic for the next package. I understand it's $100 billion that the president announced. He said that he missed the first package for Ukraine. He will mix everything, including the support to Israel, in a more global package. So hopefully he will have the chance to do it finally. But my point now for China, this is what I just wanted to say. For China, of course, as you said, the minister said, we are both a systemic rival. It was what we have decided to be. It was not this commission, but the previous commission, the Juncker Commission. And we are also a commercial partner. That's what we are in Europe. And what we are doing now, step by step, is defining what it means to be a systemic rival. We are not naive. We are very careful in our dependencies. We have selected critical technologies. where we don't want to go too far, by the way, also with our allies, the US. And for the rest, we are, of course, very cautious on the level playing field, including in trade. As you know, we have launched an investigation today on the electric car industry. But of course, we are also commercial partners, and we are dealing with this dual aspect, and I think more and more clearly.
Okay, one final question. What if we have a second round of Donald Trump?
Well,
you're asking. Well, then certainly politics would not be boring for a number of years. But look, from Latvia's point of view, in spite of everything that Trump often said, and he says a lot of things, during his 4 years, U.S. military presence in the Baltics increased. U.S. support for our country during that time militarily from the U.S. increased. So, we all have opinions, especially as politicians. I suppose we have opinions about politics, but the important thing is what is the actual actions. And how U.S. policy will pan out is unclear, but I would say I'm a cautious optimist. I think that at the end of the day, the U.S. also will realize, regardless of what party you come from, that they have a self-interest in maintaining the world order that they have helped to create since the Second World War. And it's that self-interest that ultimately should push any politician to think hard and fast about what kind of changes you'd want to make.
Donald Trump?
I remember the first meeting we had with Ursula von der Leyen with Donald Trump when he said that he will get rid of NATO, that he will not do anything to support Europe, and so on. So we lived with this, and you know what was the decision and the reaction? Let's increase our own capacity to monitor ourselves, our own destiny, and be a stronger and stronger ally for our friends. One example, we have been able to put in place the first global worldwide regulation on digital platforms. It has been quite a journey, believe me, but it's up and running now. If it could help others, here also, like for example, our US friends, will be happy to do it.
Well, I think our global conference, Riga Global Conference, is well launched, and I want to thank our two gentlemen here for performing that task so brilliantly, and thank all of you for being so patient and listening to us.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Julian Lindley French, and I have the honour to attend the 2023 Riga Conference. This conference, quite simply, is the jewel in the crown of European security conferences. On the front line of freedom and at the cutting edge of technology, this year will be no different as Europe faces more threats than at any time since the end of World War II. Free Europe, defending it, that is our mission. That is the mission of this conference, which I highly commend to you. I'll see you in Riga. Thanks very much.
Dear friends and organizers of the Rīga Conference, today, defense industries from all across the alliance has been gathered together in the first International Defense Industries Forum in Kiev. And our Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Stoltenberg, just said encouraging words that basically our courage is not enough to stop the drones, and our patriotism and heroism can stop the missiles. I believe that Rīga Conference is one of the strongest event and most wanted event of the year will gather together both decision makers, opinion leaders, industry, create network of trust to do more, to do things to build capability for our defense forces. Let's meet in Riga. Let's share ideas. Let's make our Europe strong again. Slava Ukraine!
Hi, I'm Vinette Kleine, and I started in the defense sector over 2 decades ago, first as a communication officer in the Latvian Armed Forces and then in the ministry. Later I joined the staff of NATO in the Western Balkans, and now, since a few years, I coordinate its public diplomacy effort in Ukraine. NATO's Women, Peace and Security agenda is a special interest of mine. So, at the Riga Conference, I'll join the panel on Women in Combat. I will especially focus on the preconditions and enabling factors needed to ensure women's full and effective service in the armed forces.
The Riga Conference is one-of-a-kind forum in the region to discuss security issues that affect our transatlantic community. As NATO Secretary General Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security, my roles and responsibilities include promoting women's leadership in security matters on a daily basis. I'm therefore pleased to see that the role of women has been raised to the center stage at this year's Riga Conference. I look forward to take part in the special event on women's leadership in turbulent times. See you in Riga.
Green, affordable energy, independence and security. Can you reach all those goals at once? Europe is facing a lot of challenges today. CO2 emissions, war in Ukraine, dependence on the fossil fuels. We need to solve all these issues at once. Our next generations will not forgive us if we are hesitating and not acting today. Latvenergo is one of the leading green energy producers in Europe already. However, our ambitions are much higher. We want to reduce our fossil dependence and also build new renewable energy to reduce our dependence on the imported energy. This will increase our security and also make green energy affordable for our society. We are ready to reach all these three goals altogether, but we need to be brave and act today.
My name is Julian Lindley French, and I have the honour to attend the 2023 Riga Conference. This conference, quite simply, is the jewel in the crown of European security conferences. On the front line of freedom, at the cutting edge of technology, this year will be no different as Europe faces more threats than any time since the end of World War II. Free Europe, defending it. That is our mission. That is the mission of this conference, which I highly...
So only 48 minutes left.
Yeah. So I don't know whether we have any way of getting in touch with this missing person.
Yes.
I think we have to wait.
What they did, 47?
Yeah, I think we're going to cheat a little bit. Ladies. Okay, hi, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats.
Stand up.
Stand there.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take a seat. We're going to start the next panel in a few seconds. Thank you very much. Okay. So, welcome back to this next panel, this next discussion on the future of European security in a geopolitically contested world. I think a very appropriate discussion as the security landscape all around Europe is changing very rapidly. I think for many years already Europeans are talking about an ambitious foreign and security policy. I remember, for instance, already in 2003 how High Representative Javier Solana was talking about a ring of well-governed states in Eastern Europe, but also in the Mediterranean. And today, also the words of Ursula von der Leyen that is aiming for a geopolitical commission. So we definitely don't have a lack of ambitions and goals in that respect. But what we do observe today, nevertheless, is that there is a multiplication of crises around Europe. And perhaps by times, Europe is definitely struggling to address these challenges. And I think it doesn't only materialize in external crises, think for instance about the war in Ukraine, But these external threats also come to live inside the European Union sometimes. I mean, just think about the murder of 2 Swedish citizens earlier this week in Brussels by the Islamist extremists. There again, there's a clear geopolitical link to the events in the Middle East. So I think some of the questions that we want to try to answer today on this panel is about taking stock of Europe as a geopolitical actor, success stories, things that we could do better. The role of Europe also in a world where Pax Americana is perhaps increasingly being challenged. How does Europe deal with powerful autocracies? Russia, China, Iran. These countries benefit from Western globalization, but at the same time they also try to dismantle our liberal democratic world order. And also, for sure, how does Europe push back on these autocracies that pursue regional hegemony? Russia's war in Ukraine, China threatening Taiwan, and Iran's nuclear policy and support for terrorist proxies. So that, in a nutshell, is what we want to talk about today. Fortunately, I don't have to answer these difficult questions myself. I'm being joined by an exquisite panel of experts and practitioners. On my very right side, Sławomir Debski from the Polish Institute of International Affairs. We have Ian Bond from the Center for European Reform. We had Alvaro Imbernon from the Spanish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, European Union and Cooperation of Spain. And we're also being joined online, welcome as well, Alexandre Escorcia from the Ministry of Armed Forces of France.
Can you hear me? Hello, can
we
you
hear you very well, we see you as well. So welcome in Riga as well, even though online, but we see and hear you very well. Welcome. So we have a limited time for this session, about 60 minutes, so we'll get straight to the point. And Alexandre, let me perhaps start with you, since you're with us online. So earlier today we heard the president of Latvia saying that, basically when we look all around Europe, it's a mess. And it's probably a little bit of a different picture that we had when we talk about the geopolitical commission, about a ring of well-governed states. I mean, is Europe at this point well equipped to deal with all these systemic shocks? Sometimes we just hear that Europe is increasingly becoming a passive bystander.
Thank you very much, Bruno, and I want to thank the Rīga Conference for allowing me to be here. Unfortunately, not physically present, and I hope that will be for next time. But in any case, coming to you via VTC, and thank you for organizing this very important forum. I got some of the Breton discussion and with the minister, and I was very interested in what they had to say, and what I think it shows is also how much of these issues we need to be discussing together in such fora as the Riga Conference. Listen, there's no two ways about it. Our strategic environment and context has, of course, clearly deteriorating almost by the day. What we see are crises that are accumulating without canceling each other. And I think President Biden put it very aptly yesterday in his speech, if I may, when he emphasized that we are at an inflection point. And that this is where we need the kind of unity that this administration, the Biden administration, has indeed been showing. To us, what this means, and when you indeed combine this, when you reread some of the heady rhetoric from 10, 15 years ago, you could be forgiven for a smile, if not a smirk. Of course, we see that the Ring of Friends has unfortunately become a ring of fire, and that we are surrounded from the European continent perspective by increasing instability in a 360-degree perspective, as they say at NATO, but which is the perspective that our competitors, Russia and China particularly, adopt daily. And that we are in this volatile strategic environment where in the end, and there I also concur with the current US administration, what is at stake is the future of our systems of our democracy, democratic systems as such. So I think the next few weeks and months will be crucial, not least because in a way, vis-à-vis the US political calendar, which counts, obviously, we will be on borrowed time fairly soon, even in a very favorable scenario. So the next few months, to me, as I look at them, will be crucial to demonstrate whether we together, and Europe particularly, can be a positive factor in creating and providing security. I think we will have an interesting sequence, both commemorative with the Liberation 80, as our American friends call it, so the commemoration of the 80th anniversary of liberation of Europe, but also obviously the Washington summit that we are very much looking forward to. And in this regard, I think we can, from a French perspective, also sign up to the mantra that it's about being stronger together and not stronger apart. But of course, this togetherness and this together needs to be more than the sum of its parts. And that's where what we say about Europeans being able to pull their own weight is very important, and including as we talk about acquiring capabilities in common or being able to develop a European defense and industrial technology base. I would have very quickly three recipes for that, or three parameters that I think are very important if we want Europe to pull its weight alongside, I repeat, the Transatlantic Alliance and the United States of America and Canada. Let's not forget Canada. The first one is obviously build on the existing. I don't think we are seeking now, or I don't think we have time, frankly, for an institutional big bang. The second one is to be inclusive, and in that regard, we in France are doing everything we can, I think I can say, to promote formats in which, for example, our British friends are represented and have a voice at the table. It's the case, for example, of the European Intervention Initiative. We had a meeting this week, which was very productive. So we're not in the theological realm here, we're in the practical realm, and having everyone around the table, including our British friends, is crucially important in this respect. And the third one is obviously to work together and to keep our unity, because the cost of this unity in this very strategic environment is actually rising, and rising to a way that we cannot afford this cost. So I think as we look forward to the sequence that will take us to the Washington summit, but also to the various European sequence, what we are looking at from a French perspective is a European offer to be able to give the Biden administration to be able to for them to bolster the claim that Europeans are stepping up and shouldering their share of the burden. That is crucially important as you look at all our strategic environment, be it direction south, east, 360 degrees.
Thank you very much, Alexandre, for these remarks. And in the meantime, also welcome to Joanneke Belfort from the EEAS. Thank you for joining us in Riga. I'll get back to you a little bit later. But first, maybe to you. Alexandre was talking about unity, and your government just hosted, I think 2 weeks ago, a informal meeting of head of states in Granada, in the beautiful Alhambra. So do you actually sensed back then this unity among Europeans in terms of threat perception? I mean, we all agree that we need support for Ukraine. We all agree we need to support for Palestine. But sometimes we do feel that sense of dissent. So what was the outcome actually of that meeting? Because I understood Granada was about priorities for a strong, dynamic power in Europe, right?
Exactly. So let me start. Thank you, the organization, the Rīga Conference, and LATO for the invitation. and let me also start from the beginning of Granada. As you know, Spain last year was hosting a NATO summit, and it was approved. We was adopted the NATO strategic concept. And this year, this semester, we are the presidency of the Council of the EU. And one of the things that we have been focusing more is on this paradox that the European Union is a project, you could say, that is based on the idea of openness, interdependence, but the global trends that long-term trends that we are seeing is that we are going for a world of more geopolitical competition, more economic fragmentation, US-China rivalry, and this is not the world that the EU was made for. So one of our ideas as the NATO strategic concept was a way of adapting NATO to the current challenges for NATO, what we have been trying with Granada is to adapt this EU to the current challenges for the world of today. And in this, the program of the Spanish presidency of the Council of the EU, it has 4 priorities. The first one is open strategic autonomy. The second is green transition. The third is social Europe, and the fourth, it is an overall priority that is unity, and is to maintain unity in the face of the current challenges that we are facing right now as a union, and to try to push for a more common strategic space for the EU, combining those challenges looking to the east and those challenges looking to the south at the same time, both together. And for doing that, what we have been doing this semester is coordinating a report that has been published and presented by our President Sanchez 1 month ago. It's called Resilient EU 2030. It was drafted by the Spanish presidency together with the other 26 member states. And the idea of this document is to try to map the vulnerabilities and dependencies of the EU for trying to reduce that, how to develop more capabilities, and how to cooperate with third parties in order of, with third parties, third states, third organizations. The idea is how to cooperate with others in order to be more strategic. Because for Spain, open strategic autonomy is more about being strategic than being autonomous, and we really believe in openness. So I'm going to finish in a few minutes. The point is, this document is also based on energy security, economic security, critical infrastructure, security, etc. It was the base for the discussion on Granada. As you know, Granada was 2 summits. One summit is for the European political community, and the other is on the informal European Council. In the case of the informal European Council, it was approved the Granada Declaration, including some of those ideas to adapt the EU to this new world. And this is like the first stone also for the new strategic agenda of the Council, that this is something that we are discussing at the level of the Council. Plus, and this is the other thing that was included in the Granada Declaration, its enlargement was one of the main debates. And as you read the Granada Declaration, in the statement is that the enlargement is a geostrategic investment in peace, security, stability, and prosperity. So the idea is that for the very first time, the Council has approved that, and also mentioned that there's 2 sides of the coin. We need to approve, to take action and reforms on both sides. From one side is the EU should be prepared for enlargement, fit for enlargement in terms of institutions, decision-making, policies, budget, etc. And at the same time, those enlargement countries that they want to access the EU, they have also to start the reforms in order to be able to pass the 35 chapters of the acquis communautaire, etc. So the point is the 2 sides of the coin is they have to do reform, but we also have to reform ourselves as EU institutions, and this is also included in the Granada Declaration. The main idea is that if we want to be drivers, not passengers, of our geopolitical fortune, we need to take action. And maybe this is not the world that we like as Europeans. Our DNA was a more open world based on multilateral institutions or rule-based order. But if today the world is not more similar to the EU has to adapt, but also protecting our values and our way of doing things. And this is a little bit what we have been trying to do the Spanish presidency. As you know, there's going to be another 2 European Councils this semester, especially a very important one on December, in which maybe we are going to have some news on enlargement. And as we have been focusing very much also on Ukraine and to maintain unity towards the Russian aggression towards Ukraine. And President Sanchez started the 1st of July the semester of the presidency in Kyiv for the very first time. In the Gymnich, that is the informal foreign affairs minister in Toledo. We started with Kuleba, that is the foreign affairs minister of Ukraine. The European External Action Service hosts a foreign affairs council for the first time in Ukraine, also in Kyiv. And as you know, Zelensky went also to Grenada. So we have in contact with Ukrainian authorities, and our main idea is also to maintain unity in the European action.
Thank you. No, that's good to hear all the outline of what was discussed in Grenada. Joanna Cabalford, I'm turning to you in Brussels. So we just hear our colleague here saying, well, we live in a world that was not really made for Europe, a world that the Europeans don't really like too much. We need to change. We need to map our vulnerabilities. But I mean, Europeans were always from Venus, Americans from Mars. There's a time that we Europeans also moved to Mars, perhaps. We've been investing a lot in a set of resilience measures. But is that really enough just to be resilient, or do we also need other tools to really be that geopolitical actor?
Thank you very much, and thank you. Sorry for being a bit late connecting. I had other time schedules in my agenda, but I'm very glad to be here and to be here virtually. I would have loved to be in Riga, but I had engagement yesterday to discuss with the EU security policy directors about the multiple crises that we're facing right now. You're right, and I think what we can sketch a world that is a world of raw power politics, if I may use that word, because it's new, it's complex, it's multi-layered. We see the crisis multiplying. It's a messy multipolarity, and that's on all levels. We're not engaged also in the kinetic war, but we have also a battle of narratives. We have cyber warfare. We are in a battle of offers with China, and we have terrorist attack of Hamas now. And so in that sense, what we need now is to balance and strengthen alliances. And that's, I think, a continuous call for the EU, and specifically, and if I may take it from my responsibilities, to strengthen its role in security and defense. But from the outset, we've been saying not alone, because partners in that sense are more important than ever. And we've seen, of course, with Russia's war of aggression, that we've been very united. And I heard Alexandra also emphasizing the importance of being united. Let me just very quickly say a few things about what we've been doing since then in the security and defense field. We've been providing support packages to Ukraine with military equipment to over 5.6 billion through the European Peace Facility. But if you count all the member states, EU member states have been doing bilaterally, we can now say that we have more than 25 billion of donations and transfers of military equipment to Ukraine by member states. Military training at large scale. We have a UMAM Ukraine military training mission. And this has been really a successful military training mission, both based in Germany and in Poland. We're looking to all varieties of training, and maybe even expanding to internal security forces and F-16 training. And then the third thing I want to mention is the providing ammunition. We have an ammunition initiative for Ukraine also, with supported by 2 billion euro from that same European Peace Facility. And we are working to deliver 1 million rounds of artillery ammunition. And that's just a few examples of the demonstration that we as an EU are becoming a more capable security and defense provider. But as you rightfully said, it's broader, and I heard the mentioning of Alvaro also about the open strategic autonomy. It's not only that we need to look at this defense, but we've seen a lot of needs also to look at our dependencies and look at technologically dependencies. So what do we do there? And what we need to take as the EU is take strategic responsibility. And that means looking at the various threats that we are facing. We had our threat assessment from the first time from the EU side, but we have to broaden our resilience. And in that sense, it's the Resilient EU 2030 was mentioned, but I think this is something we have to look more carefully, not only to cyber, but also to space and all the hybrid threats that we are facing, but also the protection of critical infrastructure. And unfortunately, we've seen this recently already with the gas pipeline and telecom. There is a lot to do. Let me end with saying unity, we need to work with partners, but very much also see it through our strategic partnership from the EU with NATO. Because there we have a real advantage to look together to what we do with all those threats that we're facing. And that's not only the EU, but that's NATO in the same boat. And so we need to reinforce that partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those remarks. And we will come back to you also to the speakers online as we get questions from the audience. So please stay with us for a little longer. Don't go out. Slavomir, back to you perhaps as well. So we were talking about this issue of how Europe needs to push back on these autocracies that seek regional hegemony.
We cannot hear you very well. I'm sorry. Must be some kind of sound problem, and I think it's the same for you, Anneke.
Better now? Okay. We'll get back to you. I'm sure the team here will... Okay, great. So about how Europe should push back on these autocracies that seek regional hegemony. I mean, one of the obvious powers we're talking about here is Russia still, which is a huge issue for Europe as well. So Poland has been very instrumental also in taking the lead on pushing back on Russia. So how do you see the situation with Russia, the war in Ukraine? I mean, what's the plan here for the next year, for instance?
Well, thank you very much for, first of all, for having me here. It's always a pleasure to speak at this stage of Rīga Conference. So what's the role of Russian-Ukrainian war? Well, it is undoubtedly a systemic change war. I mean, the war which actually has a potential to influence the way how we live and the way how we think and the system, international system, we are strengthening. At least we have been strengthening at least since 1989. So. And the question is how Europe is responding to this challenge. Well, let me start from taking a phrase from the title of this panel about Europe as a geopolitical actor. Is Europe a geopolitical actor? Actor is, yes, we can agree with that. Europe is able to play at the world stage, Europe or European Union is able to attract attention of the audience or interact with other actors. But is Europe a geopolitical power? Is Europe capable to project force, at least to its immediate neighborhood? And the answer is no. So that's one of the ways how we can approach to your question you addressed to me about the importance of Ukraine. Europe is relevant in this matter. Europe is capable to provide financial aid. Europe is capable to generate military support, supply, and help Ukrainians to maintain the war effort. Yes, Europe is capable to do that. But these capabilities are being produced by common market. And the common market is the source of the strength of Europe. Why Europe is not a geopolitical power? Because it is this, this common market, the source of European strength, was developed and and strengthened under security umbrella of another European power located outside of the continent. So we developed our well-being thanks to United States and the protection of United States. United States are absolutely essential for keeping Europe at peace. And we see now in Ukraine that without the leadership of United States, Europe would probably not be able to help Ukrainians to defend themselves. Europe is unable to defend itself. We are still relying on American presence. We are still relying on American deterrence. This factor exposed Europe at high risk. What Russia and China are publicly saying is that they are not satisfied with the world order that Europe and the United States want to defend. So they are challenging us. And they also signal that they are willing to cooperate or even coordinate their actions in order to change the world system we'd like to defend. So is Europe doing enough to prepare itself to this kind of new geopolitical challenge? My answer is no. We are moving very slowly, and we are running out of time. Thank you.
Let me go back to you then, Ian. I mean, what Slavomir just said, I have this picture in mind where now we have a conflict in the Middle East. Immediately the United States is sending 2 aircraft carriers. We in Europe would not be able to do such thing like that. So, as Slavomir also said, if you want to be a geopolitical actor, you also need power, you need to project force. So the United States will probably be more and more stretched, dealing with Russia, dealing with China, the Middle East. Are we Europeans well equipped to step in and fill this, perhaps some voids where the United States or NATO would need Europeans to step up?
Well, we're certainly needed. Are we ready? No, we're not ready. I mean, perhaps the first thing I want to do is to say, who do we mean by Europe? A lot of what we've heard from Monsieur Breton, to some extent from Alexandre and others, it's Europe and the EU are viewed as exactly coterminous. I mean, I wish that was so, but actually it isn't. And for the time being, at least, the UK is still one of Europe's major defence powers. And I think one of the things that the EU has to do is to find a way to cooperate more closely with countries which are not members of the EU, but which are like-minded on many issues. I admit that I'm a slight skeptic when it comes to the geopolitical EU, because it seems to me that one of the great strengths of the EU is its normative power, the power of its values. And there's always a risk when you start talking about geopolitics that you lose sight of the values and you start thinking strictly in terms of realpolitik. There's quite enough realpolitik around in Europe, thanks to Russia in particular, but not exclusively. And I think one of the big successes that the EU has had over the decades is to project its values and to use the projection of its values as a way to secure its own space. And that's why when I'm thinking about, what does the EU need to do to project secure or to protect and promote security in Europe, enlargement is actually pretty near the top of my list. And we've rather lost confidence in the process of enlargement, but sitting here in one of the countries that has benefited, I hope Latvians in the audience would agree, has benefited from being included within the ambit of the EU and NATO. I think we need to regain our confidence in those as instruments of our ability to produce security.
I know I have a lot of follow-up questions, but I also want to look to you, the audience, to see if you have pressing comments or questions to ask the panel. We have roughly 20 minutes left. While you think about that, I'll get back to Paris for a moment, to Alexandre. You would like to come in?
Confusingly, I'm in Brussels as well today.
Oh, you're in Brussels too.
As you can maybe see behind me, at our permanent representation to the EU. Nonetheless, I wanted to correct something that Ian just said, because I pointedly said that we needed to keep the UK in. It's actually, and it's not a doctrinal point, it's because it's what we do day in, day out. And I mentioned the European Intervention Initiative as precisely a format that includes the UK that we met this week, and where the UK was extremely engaged. So I think we need to both reinforce from a French perspective. The EU, also NATO, by the way, in which we are engaged with thousands of personnel by now on the eastern flank, and the European construct outside of the EU that includes the United Kingdom, because we have an extremely strong defense cooperation with them, not least in Estonia, but also everywhere else.
Thank you for that. Also, our digital viewers can ask questions, so maybe I'll pick some from there as well. One question we have here: how should Europe engage with the immediate neighborhoods in the Eastern Europe and Western Balkans in the light of rising geopolitical tensions? Let me just take this question for our panelists. There's also a question about climate security, how this will basically affect our geopolitical strategy. I'll have the panelists here take note. Another question that we have from the audience here is soft power, if this still can help us to foster peace and security globally. So perhaps let me get back to the panel on this. Joanneke, you are still with us, I think, in Brussels?
Yes.
Actually, the issue of soft power was an interesting one. I mean, yes. I remember a decade ago, soft power was the key phrase for Europe, but is this still really relevant in today's, messy multipolarism?
No, and I think what I usually want to call soft power is the integrated approach. And that's not always easy, because if you look, for example, now in the situation in Sahel, we not like to look at that situation that we need to use all our different EU instruments and bilateral programs, development cooperation, to have a real good strategy to help population and protect the population over there. But that's being said as well, we have those instruments, but it's not always being used or being appreciated or being set to a good to get to the right solution for the time. So currently we're in a very, like I said already, in a very difficult, complex world. Doesn't mean that we have to look at all those instruments at the same way. So not only I mentioned the very defense instruments, but if you look at Ukraine, we have a civilian mission there, and we've been setting up civilian missions, for example, now recently in Moldova, and that gets me to the question of the Eastern neighborhood. I think it's very important. Of course, we need to keep on supporting Ukraine, but especially now also in these times to look at the situation, unfortunately, what has been happening between Armenia and Azerbaijan. We have a Foreign Affairs Council meeting next week with the Central Asian countries, but also the Western Balkans, as you have rightly said. Unfortunately, there as well, we see tensions between Kosovo and Serbia, but as a EU, we've been supporting those countries, and enlargement has been said is an instrument. And I think it's really, like Ian said, we need to use that instrument. And I think we are looking at it with a fresh look. Doesn't mean that it's easy, because it's not easy and it will take time, but it's one of those elements, if you talk about real promoting and projecting values and stability, indeed, that is important. And I want to make, if I make one remark also about climate security, I want to say climate security and defense, we had a joint communication coming out. I think that's one of those areas where we need to use our soft power instruments, but also look at the getting our defense industries also looking at the more carbon-free footprint and looking what we can do together to adapt and mitigate the consequences of climate change.
Thank you very much. Over to you, perhaps, if you have some thoughts on that.
So, only two very fast comments. I apologize for coming back to the priorities of the Spanish presidency, but they're very much related with those questions. One on EU unity, and then this is the idea of constructing this common strategic space together with our allies, not only with the only 27 member states, but with NATO and many of our allies. And the idea is that we have not to confront East and South. In the case of Spain, we have invested very much in the eastern flank, and as you know, we have a strong presence here in Latvia under NATO. And then the idea is that we have to construct this common strategic culture that in which countries in the South will look to the threats and challenges that came from the East, but the other way around, those in the East, they have to also to look to the challenges that came from the South. And then to construct this common strategic culture together with allies is one of the priorities of the Spanish presidency. It's quite important for us and very much related with those questions. And the second is another, and very fast, is another of our priorities is green transition. And as you know, this presidency is going to be the last one that we are going to have the 6 months for before the European elections. And our idea is to close as much as dossiers that they are open under the EU legislative process, and especially in the case of Fit for 55. For example, the Council arrived to a common position on the reform of the electricity market. But the point is, green transition is key to reduce our dependency on energy from outside, and this is not only about an ecological, that is also important, but also about our security. Thank you.
I get back to you, gentlemen. I'll just take another question from the audience in the meantime. I don't know if there's microphones. Yes, there are.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Tengiz Praladze, European Center for International Political Economy. First of all, thank you to our outstanding speakers. My question is, as we are talking about geopolitics, geopolitics requires sustainability and continuity of politics. Next year, EU has elections, so soon we will have new parliament and new commission. So in that terms, do you see any challenges for sustainability of EU politics? Thank you.
Okay, I'll take this question. I have another question there on the row, the lady with an orange jacket. Or just there, the third row on the front.
Oh my God.
There. Maybe hand over the microphone, exactly. Teamwork.
Thank you so much. My name is Antonia Pup and I work for the Romanian Parliament. And my question is regarding, since you were mentioning the European reform and the need for us to have swifter decisions for a more consistent European security framework, I was wondering to see your opinion regarding the very hot topic, I would say, that is brought by the Western European partners regarding the modification of the European treaties in the sense of having no more vetoes, no more consensus when it comes to those sensitive topics in the European Union conversation. Do you think that it's a good decision, or on the contrary, since I think there is a serious concern when it comes to the fact that populists can bank on the fact that they don't have a veto anymore and argue that the European Union is taking decisions without consensus and against their national interest? Thank you.
Thank you. I hope we all take notes. I'll have one more question there with the gentleman that already has a microphone. Good to see you.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
This is Shota Guineria from the Baltic Defense College. And my question goes back to the question of vulnerabilities. It has been mentioned a couple of times here. And I think that how we gotten here in the first place is because we have given initiative to the Russian Federation on the conflicts in Europe and given them the ability to manipulate with the so-called gray zones, you know, starting from Transnistria, Karabakh, Abkhazia, Tskhinvali region, and then it grew into the annexation of Crimea and war in eastern Ukraine. So where we are now is that there are two possibilities. Either Russia will win, or they will, in any other, if they are not defeated in Ukraine, in any other scenario, they will be allowed to keep some sort of that gray zones to come back with more problems. So my question is there any ability or the appetite in the European Union to engage in this real issues of strategic importance and be a stakeholder there in defense and security and deal with that gray zones and conflicts? Thank you.
Okay, let me also add one question from the online audience. There was, perhaps this will be also one for you, Slavomir. It's about how the new government in Warsaw impacts the EU ability to deal with the challenges that we have discussed today. So I think we've heard some comments, some questions. I propose that we go back to the panel for a series of answers, and then by then I think our time will be over. So Slavomir, let me perhaps start with you, if you have some remarks, comments on the questions that were asked.
BTC Land cannot hear you, Rīga.
Chilling green. We have to bear in mind that we have very short time to prepare ourselves to coordinated action of China and Russia. We may not have here American troops. We may not have in Europe American air power. And Russia is looking for exactly this kind of opportunity. Soft power would not stop Russian tanks, ladies and gentlemen. We need hard power. What Russian-Ukraine war teaches us is mass matter, not the precision weapons. Precision weapons would not give us an advantage over the Russians. Russians has always restored to the big numbers. That's the source of their strength. They have always invaded neighbors using mass, and they are going to do it again. So what Europe should do is not to talk about strategies for future, but we need strategies now. We need to first generate forces, then focus on ammunition production. Another lesson from Ukraine. Ammunition stocks do matter in the war. And we have to boost our military industry, because it's also a crucial asset if you want to prevail and you want to keep Europe at peace. Our division labor between the United States and Europe will be in the future following. Europeans should be responsible for conventional deterrence against Russia. We should be able to deter Russia conventionally, and we have to be able to defend ourselves in conventional domain. Americans always will be here with their strategic posture and the strategic deterrence, but without them on the ground, European peace will be and can be challenged. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for those final thoughts. Ian.
Well, I agree with more or less every word that Sławomir has said. I think actually one of the biggest risks in Europe is that we give too much power to our finance ministers. I've said once or twice in recent months that I think the finance ministers of Europe are a bigger threat to our ability to defend ourselves than anything the Russians can do. 2% is not enough. The UK is barely spending 2% now, and the trajectory is not in a good direction. You're doing much better. Latvia is doing much better. But we need to take this side of things seriously. Please don't mistake the comments that I made earlier about the importance of enlargement and so on as meaning that I don't take the defence side of things seriously. I think it's enormously serious. And whether I think there's a big war coming or not, I think it's extremely important that Europe should be able to do more for its own defence, because I also worry about some of the developments in the US domestic political scene, and I'm not sure whether we can assume that forever the US will bear the burden that it's been bearing for the last 7 decades.
30 seconds.
Well, just a footnote. Russia's defense budget for next year is 6% of GDP. And we are talking about reaching 1.5 across the Europe. Russians are getting ready for a war against us. We should not ignore that.
Let me perhaps also turn to our speakers online. I hope you were able to hear the questions of the audience. Could you also address some of the other questions that were asked? That would be great. Alexandre, over to you perhaps first.
Thank you so much. No, a lot of questions, and both in the answers, I can agree with a lot of what was said. Let me hit some top waves. To Slavomir's response and to the questions there, I agree with almost everything he said, except the division of labor point, as not surprisingly from a French perspective, we do still believe in the independent nuclear deterrent provided by the United Kingdom and France as independent centers of decision, at least for France. And therefore, that component is very much strategic and is very much a contribution to European security in our view. And by the way, we consider that nuclear deterrence has worked, including in connection with what we see on our eastern flank. The other point is about enlargement. I think what you will hear increasingly from France, President Macron in Lobsec and others, is definitely a Zeitenwende à la française as regards enlargement. And I think one of my colleagues was there in Riga to get into detail on that. That is to say, perception that this is a strategic policy, and that it's not about when or whether, but it's about how you do it and how you make an enlarged EU fit for purpose precisely in the framework and the context that was said also by the Romanian colleague. And by the way, our position on Ukraine path towards NATO proceeds from the same strategic analysis. On hybrid, I think this is one of the prime examples, not to steal Joanneke's thunder, but on which the EU has been doing a lot, NATO has been doing a lot, and there needs to be stronger NATO-EU cooperation. There's been impressive work on the EES side with the task forces. And NATO also is wrapping its head around these issues, and precisely because it's hybrid seeks to go around traditional deterrence through lower spectrum means or things of that nature. This is a prime area for NATO-EU cooperation and one that we will very much continue to push. And lastly, on budget, yes, absolutely. I do recall when a former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff in the US said that one of the biggest threats to US national security was the budgetary perspective a few years back. That's of course not the case anymore in the US, even though. But for us, certainly it's something that we take very seriously. This is why we adopted a military programming law that enshrines a level of spending of 413 billion euros out to 2030. And when you take the trajectory of French defense spending from 2017 to 2030, it will have been a doubling of the spending. Of course, the question is what for? And that's where the projects come in, and including what we want to do with some of our European partners, including with Germany, in the air and land domains to make sure that we get some more bang for the buck. But I'm absolutely with Ian Bond. And I think that even for France, even with the impressive figures that I just quoted, it's going to be a big challenge, implementation and sustainability.
Thank you very much for these final ideas and thoughts. Joanneke, perhaps also from you in Brussels, a few final thoughts about the external action of the European Union.
Well, thank you. And if I can just also add that I could agree very much with all the previous speakers. Alexandra mentioned the hybrid part. I think that's the one where we need to be more united and look what we can do together, more in a coordinated fashion, and it will become more and more important, especially indeed if we try to look and look carefully to all our vulnerabilities. Let me also make a remark on defense spending. This is our time, indeed. We need to, Slawomir mentioned the ammunition production. We've set out our three-track approach to actually get one part of the ammunition, the 155, especially also focused to get it for Ukraine. But this is a model we need to do more, because we keep on saying that we need a strong EU defense, but as long as all individual member states don't put at first the cooperation that they can do in this field, it will still remain a fragmented EU defense. And in that sense, we need to do more on joint procurement, but also on joint development, on getting using the instruments that we have already in place, the EU Defence Fund, and beef it up and really use instruments like permanent structured cooperation to really get all the member states work together. Because I'm not using the word strategic autonomy, but we need to at least be more strategic responsible as an EU, and because there is a need to take up this and to also work on ramping up our defense industry and what we need to do to defend ourselves. So let me just say one word about the question about the voting and the decision making. Yes, this is something we need to keep on discussing how we can make it work quicker. If this means also for everything quality majority voting, no, I'm not saying that, but you can see a gradual approach to that. You can see maybe for certain issues that we can take a decision first with the unanimity and then have different member states pick it up, for example, on the decision making on missions or maybe on sanctions. So there are various ways that we can look where we can streamline our decision making. Thank you.
Thank you very much again. So unfortunately, this is the end of our panel. I regret there is no more time for conversation, but I do congratulate all of you, speakers and audience, for the ideas and thoughts that you did raise. What I take from this conversation is that Europe has to change for a new world, and that we need to do so in a united way. So with these thoughts, thank you very much again to our panelists for joining, and we will see all of you on the next panel.
My name is Julian Lindley French, and I have the honour to attend the 2023 Riga Conference. This conference, quite simply, is the jewel in the crown of European security conferences. On the front line of freedom and at the cutting edge of technology, this year will be no different as Europe faces more threats than at any time since the end of World War II. Free Europe, defending it. That is our mission. That is the mission of this conference, which I highly commend to you. I'll see you in Riga. Thanks very much.
Dear friends and organizers of the Rīga Conference, today, defense industries from all across the alliance has been gathered together in the first International Defense Industries Forum in Kiev. And our Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Stoltenberg, just said encouraging words that basically our courage is not enough to stop the drones, and our patriotism and heroism can't stop the missiles. I believe that Rīga Conference is one of the strongest event and most wanted event of the year will gather together both decision makers, opinion leaders, industry, create network of trust to do more, do things to build capability for our defense forces. Let's meet in Riga. Let's share ideas. Let's make our Europe strong again. Slava Ukraine.
Hi, I'm Vinette Kleine, and I started in the defense sector over 2 decades ago, first as a communication officer in the Latvian Armed Forces and then in the ministry. Later I joined the staff of NATO in the Western Balkans, and now, since a few years, I coordinate its public diplomacy effort in Ukraine. NATO's Women, Peace and Security agenda is a special interest of mine. So, at the Rīga Conference, I'll join the panel on Women in Combat. I will especially focus on the preconditions and enabling factors needed to ensure women's full and effective service in the armed forces.
The Riga Conference is one of a kind forum in the region to discuss security issues that affect our transatlantic community. As NATO Secretary General Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security, my roles and responsibilities include promoting women's leadership in security matters on a daily basis. I'm therefore pleased to see that the role of women has been raised to the center stage at this year's Riga Conference. I look forward to take part in the special event on women's leadership in turbulent times. See you in Riga.
Green, affordable energy, independence and security. Can you reach all those goals at once? Europe is facing a lot of challenges today. CO2 emissions, war in Ukraine, dependence on the fossil fuels. We need to solve all these issues at once. Our next generations will not forgive us if we are hesitating and not acting today. Latvenergo is one of the leading green energy producers in Europe already. However, our ambitions are much higher. We want to reduce our fossil dependence and also build new renewable energy to reduce our dependence on the imported energy. This will increase our security and also make green energy affordable for our society. We are ready to reach all these three goals altogether, but we need to be brave and act today.
My name is Julian Lindley French, and I have the honour to attend the 2023 Riga Conference. This conference, quite simply, is the jewel in the crown of European security conferences. On the front line of freedom, and at the cutting edge of technology, this year will be no different as Europe faces more threats than at any time since the end of World War II. Free Europe, defending it. That is our mission. That is the mission of this conference, which I highly commend to you. I'll see you in Riga. Thanks very much.
Dear friends and organizers of the Rīga Conference, today, defense industries from all across the alliance has been gathered together in the first International Defense Industries Forum in Kiev. And our Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Stoltenberg, just said encouraging words that basically our courage is not enough to stop the drones.
People,
and
otherwise you have to scream over them. Okay. I think people are slowly filling in. Can do a favor for the organizers and keep more or less to time. Excellent. So, welcome back to an afternoon session. We'll touch on more of the themes that we heard just before. There's more security, there's more defense, but this is our deep dive into NATO and every inch or every centimeter of protection for the eastern flank in particular. Today, I have a panel of 4 people for you. And I'll introduce myself. I'm Kristine Berg. I'm a managing director for GMF's Geostrategy North, so the German Marshall Fund in Washington, D.C. The panelists we have for you today, 2 in person and 2 online, are sitting or former defense ministers. We have the host for us today, Minister of Defense Andris Spruds from Latvia, and a very close northern neighbor, Minister Hanno Pevkur, Minister of Defense of Estonia. Online, we are joined by 2 former ministers of defense from close allies, very committed to the Baltic region in particular. We have on your left, former Minister of Defense Matej Tonin from Slovenia, current Member of Parliament. And to his right, we have former UK Minister of Defense Ben Wallace, also serving still in the same capacity as Matej. So we will start a bit looking at where we are today on defense and on protecting every inch and every centimeter. We're here sitting in Riga, in many ways in the very heart of the eastern flank. And the promises, political commitments to protect every inch and every centimeter matter very much right here, where the concerns that where those centimeters that might need to be defended lie could be Latvian centimeters or Estonian centimeters. But this isn't simply a worry here in Riga. In President Biden's address last night, we heard the names of the Baltic states as well as Poland mentioned. And I'm going to quote from President Biden's speech. In his push to get funding for Ukraine from the American people, President Biden said, So if we don't stop Putin's appetite for power and control in Ukraine, he won't limit himself just to Ukraine. Putin's already threatened to, quote, remind Poland that their Western land was a gift from Russia. One of his advisors, a former president of Russia, has called Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania Russia's Baltic provinces. These are all NATO allies. So the question of every inch and every centimeter and what could threaten those inches and centimeters in the future is incredibly important here. And a lot has been done. Step one, political promises. From the very beginning, we've heard about inches and centimeters. I'm glad that it is both. And in Vilnius last summer, the NATO allies adopted new territorial defense plans, regional defense plans, which are much more robust than ever before. But my question is, and a question for the sitting and former ministers, what are steps 3, 4, 5? What does this actually look like? And to kick us off, I'll turn to our host, to Minister Sproats, to tell us what do you think of what has been done so far? Are these plans, are the preparations, is the armament that we have thus far enough based on what we see in Ukraine?
Christina, first of all, thank you so much for kind introduction as well. And I guess on the behalf of Ministry of Defense and on behalf of organizers, of course, I am very happy also to welcome everyone in Riga and Rīga Conference, so the annual one. And I see so many familiar faces, so of course I'm very happy to be part of this community of distinguished participants and also speakers. Now, coming back to your question, I mean, what we achieved and what we should still do, let's put it in the context. Of course, what we have seen, it's Russia's aggression since 2014, and of course 2022 was fundamental game changer. For some, Zeitenwende, existential threat, an absolutely existential threat, which remains and which should be addressed. So there is no time, space, there is no inch for complacency. And what we have seen in the Madrid summit and what we have seen in Vilnius summit, I think really it is a generational adaptation. It is a success in terms of thinking how we address those existential threats in our neighborhood and how we move forward. Achieving the regional plans, new NATO defense model, the strategic concept with exactly incorporated ideas that we defend every inch of our territory. It is very important and, of course, very also a considerable step forward. Additionally, membership of NATO for Sweden and Finland. Yes, Sweden is still waiting, but we are sure that it will be soon, and Sweden will be soon a NATO member. So that's why, absolutely, I think those decisions, especially on regional plans, are extremely important. Also, additional commitments at 2%, it is a commitment to be fulfilled. But at the very end, we of course come to the implementation stage. The plans are good, the plans are important, but plans are always, in a sense, being changed by reality. But planning is indispensable, and I think in this regard, again, it has been a very important step forward. But if we speak about the plans, of course, force availability, force integration, reinforcement, enablement, these all things are which should be kept in mind and which should be implemented. On a larger scale, we still come back to the wider political will and willingness to invest also financially. 2%. If you look back in 1980s, then average and NATO contribution to military expenses were around 4% and more than 4%. In 1985, end of 1980s, out of 16 countries, 14 countries committed themselves with more than 2%. At the moment, we see 11 countries out of 31 countries. So that's why, again, political investment, financial investment, if we want to fulfill those plans, it's not just about the plans. It's not just about force availability and force projection, but actually it's about also quite a considerable political decisions to invest, to move forward, to adapt also with military industry. So it's a wider ecosystem which should be actually implemented. But we are on the right track.
I like the optimism, but there's a lot to do. The median defense spending, as you say, is right. It is lacking about 1.82%, rather than 2%, which is the goal that needs to be met. But I want to turn to Minister Pevko to talk a bit about the practicality. We talk a lot about, broadly deterrence and defense by denial, protecting every inch, centimeter, and so forth. How does that work? What is the role for the national defense services? Where does NATO step in? Is NATO there from the first centimeter for the defense? How do you defend with NATO as NATO?
Well, welcome to everybody, and it's actually very, very good to be back here in Riga, and good to see Benny. Considering that you have a storm somewhere there in Scotland, that it's good that you are online. And somehow I feel that, that it's sometimes when I go to the schools, then the first rows are always empty because nobody wants to sit there. So everybody is behind. So, but it's okay, I can see you. When we talk about practicality, then to be honest, we are NATO. We are all together NATO. So there is no split between the country's own defense forces and NATO's defense forces. So this is why we have to be very clear that it doesn't matter, is it British troops in Estonia, Canadian troops here in Latvia, we are all together. And the defense plan, I don't split Estonian defense plan and NATO's regional plan. For me, this is one plan. And this one plan means that, we have to kick, or not even kick Russians out, but we cannot let them in, because every centimeter we give away is very difficult to take back. We see that in Ukraine at the moment, and this is why my clear understanding is that of course Estonian forces, together with Brits, France, and US troops, we start from the first moment on, but there are so many details. First, early warning. So when you don't have the early warning, nobody will be ready, and we saw that just now in Israel. Secondly, enablers. Thirdly, of course, all these routes, logistical routes. But what also Andrei said, what is very important at the moment, that where we stand at, and this standing point at the moment is the restart for NATO. Because yes, I fully agree that when we had 4% in 80s, and now from 91 after the collapse of Soviet Union till today, basically 1%. So then let's make a very quick calculation. It's rough calculation, it's not correct, I know that, but just to have the understanding. Lacking 2%, let's say Estonia is going to 3%. I'm not talking about the 4%, which was, but let's say from 1% to 3%. So we are lacking each year 2%. So only GDP of European Union is around 20 trillion euros. So 20 trillion, multiply that, so 30 years, multiply that to 2%, so we will get a huge number. So we will get let's say 2 trillion, so 200 million per year. So multiply that to 30 years, we see that it's around 6 trillions, what we're lacking at the moment, or even more. So this is the reality, that we don't have enough, or we have not spent enough money in last 30 years. So this is the first standing point. That means that now is the restart, but we also have to acknowledge that we don't have much time for this restart, because Russia is ready to rebuild its army rather sooner than later. Maybe it's 2 years, maybe it's 3 years, doesn't matter. For us, we know that there is no time. So let's use this momentum now. Let's try to take this restart or reset of NATO. We have the regional plans, but the regional plans, yes, have to be also filled with the forces, because every force which is not given to NATO force means that we are risking the lives of our soldiers. So this is the reality. Not that, because when Slovenia has forces or UK has forces, and we all commit to the force model and in these force sourcing conferences, and we can say that, yes, all these plans which have been foreseen by SACEUR, that these are implementable, executable, and also filled with forces, then we can say that yes, we will spare our own soldiers' lives. But we start from the first meter on. There is no doubt about that.
That is good, but it's all about the money. And I think we just hear the billions and trillions and percents being thrown around, but that is, it is critical. But for those who contribute, Slovenia is a big contributor to the EFP here, the Enhanced Forward Presence in Latvia. So Slovenia is deeply invested. How does that read in Slovenia? Is this something that is a point of pride? How does Slovenia see itself part of this every centimeter and every inch?
So, technical details. So, distinguished guests, good afternoon. It's very good to see you. So, right now, the weather in Ljubljana, it's nice and warm. I'm absolutely sure that the Slovenian soldiers are missing nice and warm weather. But while speaking with them, they are happy. They are happy that they are in Latvia because they show solidarity. And when we had a discussion in the parliament why we should send our troops far away in the north, in the Latvia, it was especially for many Slovenians difficult to understand why we should send our soldiers there because, you know, we simply don't have anything with the Eastern Europe, or example, with the border between NATO countries and Russia. But I think that overall, the message, even in Slovenia, is clear that it is super important that our soldiers are there in Latvia to show solidarity with all our allies. That's absolutely clear, and I'm proud that this is not questionable anymore now. So nobody is asking why are our soldiers still there. People understand, soldiers understand why are there. But I wanted to underline something else as well. I was listening to the current ministers, and of course, NATO is a great alliance. I'm one of the most vocal supporters here in Slovenia, but I have to focus on the European branch of NATO alliance. And we have to be very clear and exact that Europe alone cannot survive a large-scale attack without our allies from the United States. And that's what really worries me. In a way, this is the greatest irresponsibility of European politics, is that we are building reliance completely on American politicians as well as on American taxpayers. That's why we have to simply do more on our own to invest in our defense capabilities, because this is the best investment in peace. I have to be, in a way, honest. Slovenia is not very good with the defense spending, so that's why we have a lot of work to do still back home. And many politicians understand how difficult sometimes it is to convince voters, citizens, that we have to spend more for defense. But I think that people can clearly see what's going on in Ukraine and right now in Israel as well, that this is simply a necessary thing to provide peace.
Thank you. But the need to get to the 2% becomes ever faster. If we look ahead, really not even that many months, there's the Washington summit, the next one, in Washington, D.C. next summer. And if there's a place where the 2% question is incredibly important and perhaps overly simplistic, but definitely on the minds of a perhaps rabid far-right media landscape, it's Washington, D.C. So when Slovenia shows up in Washington, D.C. next summer, will you be prepared for the 2% conversation? What are you going to say to how you get there? And is that something that you're concerned about or ready for?
It would be a tough meeting. I know it was very uncomfortable whenever we had the meetings with our NATO allies or within the NATO headquarters to explain them why our defense spending is so low. Why are we simply prolonging or transferring our burden to, for example, Latvian taxpayers, British taxpayers, or, for example, American taxpayers. We had a hard time, when I became a minister, I started with 1% of GDP for defense spending. It was really low. We started to invest more. We passed special bills which allow us to invest or spend more for the defense, and the percentage is rising and is going up. And in realistical, let's say, environment, I think that we will reach 2% way beyond 2024, which is in a way unacceptable for me, but that's a reality. And that's why I think that we should talk more about defense spending, especially those countries who spend at least 2% GDP for defense should encourage countries like Slovenia to speed up.
Yes, we wish you lots of luck on that. The UK has been speeding up in all sorts of ways. And so, Mr. Wallace, your country's contribution to the enhanced forward presence and leadership of that in Estonia, the legacy, the significant commitment that the UK has made to the Baltic region, really over a century or more through the JEF and other things, is very well known and respected here. That is, how do you feel about selling that to the British people? How do you feel that this every centimeter, including the Baltic centimeters, how can that be sold? Is that sold well across the UK?
Britain is always a sort of naturally expeditionary and also always open to our allies. We back in 1939, we went to war with Nazi Germany to defend Poland. We supported Ukraine last year, not because there was some clever calculation about who we thought would win or lose, but because it's the right thing to do. And we have a very strong affinity with not only the Baltics, but obviously with Poland, one of our oldest allies, 150 years. So the British public, there's always the small voice of people who say, why aren't we all spending our money at home? But ultimately, we see support for Ukraine at 72%. We have some of the highest support in the whole of Europe. And that allows the United Kingdom to play its role in defending Europe. Because the security of Europe is also the security of Britain. And we've always known that. And I think that's, for us, a fairly straightforward problem. I don't see in any of the political landscape, whether it's my party or the Labour Party or the Scottish National Party even now, who've now embraced NATO, being or feeling that there's a sort of choice to be made. I think we feel it is, it's all in, wherever that may be. And we try and equip and fund our armed forces to have that ability. But I think, as both Hannah said and was said at the beginning, that the challenge now on the NATO regional plans is to deliver, right? It is to, first of all, play catch up. We've all been exposed since the invasion of Ukraine this last year, but also 2014, with our own weapon stocks and our inadequate stocks, really, and we need to catch up, and that's what we're spending our money on. We also need to start delivering by actually allocating the forces to the plan, but not in a sort of paper manner. It was interesting, before Ukraine, NATO sort of moved at a snail's pace. It would have a plan, people would allocate forces, but you had plenty of years to sort of reach the force level you'd promised to NATO. It was quite a slow thing. It wasn't, there was a lot of hollowness on the table, I think, at the beginning of some of these cycles. So I think, the real challenge is to show Putin that we're serious, that we are up-arming and we are equipping, and then actually exercise together. The lesson of Ukraine is the forces on the ground have to demonstrate that not only can they sort of interoperate together, but they can actually, in reality, combine their arms to deliver. And what we see is Russia isn't very good at that. We see Ukraine struggle to take that on board at larger formation scale. They can do it at sort of company level. And when you ask our armies, when did we last exercise at division or corps level as a full corps across Europe, in the way I did when I served in West Germany as a young officer, I think you'll find it's been decades since we've actually put in the field a corps. And the reason I think that is because everyone knows we don't really have the enablers we should. So I think this phase is now about delivery, coupled with the growing political pressure that needs to be put on countries to spend 2%. You know, it is, you know, there are some pretty big countries in Europe who I don't think will maintain 2% in the long run. And I think there will be a number of pledges that won't be made either or matched by even 2030. And I think I already see the language among some of the biggest countries in Europe that's sort of backpedaling on their commitments. And it will be interesting to see if they really are prepared to sustain a 2% budget.
I'm also curious about whether the outcome of next November's US election will change the rate of backpedaling or not, because I think that will potentially keep the 2% question very much front and center. But in terms of the UK and what the UK needs to serve the role that it could play, wants to play in NATO, what is one thing? Is it exercising more robustly? Is it financing? Or is it humans who want to do it? What is the single most important thing for UK to be ready to defend every centimeter, every inch alongside its allies?
Well, I think first and foremost, it is to continue its commitments in place. Forward presence matters. And, you know, we are delighted and very much enjoy being part of the Estonian, you know, with our battle group out there and our ability to grow it to a brigade, but also the ability to have forces in Poland, which we do as well, and have forces able to be delivered wherever we need to in the sort of NATO region. And I think that enabling, investing in enablers and lessons from Ukraine, better electronic warfare, signals intelligence, all of that is really important. Some of the £27 billion extra that I got as Defence Secretary are now being invested, and we'll see, you know, the Boxer fleet being rolled out. So the Army and the Air Force and Navy are on the right track in the United Kingdom. But, you know, here's the other sort of issue that no one really talks about is we could all pledge a lot of money tomorrow, but defence spending takes time. You know, we have to build up our manufacturing, we have to increase the supply lines. You know, all of us on this call have been involved in supplying Ukraine and often frustrated that even when we had the money, our factories weren't able to increase the rate of production. So we have to make sure industry is investing, and that takes time as well. And that's one of the races that is going to be on. Russia, how long will it take Russia to properly rearm versus how long will it take NATO and all those pledges to actually start arriving in factories and in our armed forces to deliver us a match fit, as we'd say, a match fit armed forces. And I think that's the most important thing. And then the last bit, I think, is building on our resilience. It's no coincidence that the Nordic states and Poland and are the ones who have the best reserves. They are the ones who look what we've just seen in Israel. You know, one of the best deterrents is mobilization. How quickly can you mobilize your reserves? The further east you go, the better they all are, whether that is Norway, Finland, Estonia, Latvia. The speed that you can get your reserves out compared to sort of Western Europe, Britain, France and Germany is remarkable, and that's a deterrent in itself. So we have to work on that.
Absolutely. Quickly back here, besides money, for both of you, what is the one thing that would really help that every inch of land? Money, of course, pays for everything, but can we go beyond that to one level more of granularity? What is that extra piece you'd like to see as quickly as possible? And yes.
Of course, money is still important, because if you merge those couple of very indispensable things, one is, of course, regional plans. Regional plans, to some extent, top-down approach. You need also bottom-up approach. Basically, you need to start also to have tactical plans as well, and boots on the ground. then, of course, you need to have all the capabilities which are important to enforce and to enable those also forces to be efficient and actually to have a more proactive deterrence and defense as well. And these are big capabilities. These are very financially intensive capabilities. So that's why, of course, the financial part is absolutely, it's very difficult to take out of the picture. Plus, there is military defense industry. So basically, we speak about defense readiness, defense industry readiness. So these things are absolutely combined in one wider, you can say, chain, which provides us a stable and secure environment.
Is it better than it was, or are we not there yet?
We are moving in the right direction, as previously we discussed, but of course, there are a couple of things to be done. Boots on the ground. Yes, very good, but I mean, we are still moving to the brigade size, boots on the ground battle group. It will take some time. It will take some time from all sides involved, including from the host nations, including from our nations as well. I see as the Minister of Latvia that, of course, we need to provide all infrastructure. So there is a lot still to do as a homework here in Latvia. Additionally to this, I think very important part is, and I would even call it as a litmus test, this is about air defenses. We are, together with Estonian colleagues, Estonian friends, together with Germany, moving towards, say, air defense systems, medium-range defense systems. But there is still a gap in the timeline. So here again, if we discuss the regional planning, the rotational air defense systems or components are extremely important. And it is not just about the Baltic region. It is about a NATO territory. It's about a NATO alliance. It's about efficiently protecting NATO alliance. So that's why also the political leadership is on a couple of grounds, on a couple of accounts. Of course, finances, but also to make decisions that some of those equipment should be moved to defend not just external border of NATO, but alliance as a whole.
Okay, your answer.
Yes, well, of course, there is no one thing, but if
you start with one thing, right?
If I have to say something, then I would say that you have to be better than your opponent. And then I applaud here to Latvians, basketball and hockey. So, so you showed that you can be better than the big ones. So, and then this is the same principle also in military, that you have to be better than your enemy or the opponent, which means better training, joint exercises, and when we take the Baltics, so joint exercises also on the Baltic level, because this is one war theater. So it's not enough only to have exercises in Estonia, only in Latvia, only in Lithuania. So we are doing that together with the allies. Now we have to merge all these exercises, all these forces, what we have already here, Slovenians, Brits, Canadians, and make one, and start to make one big exercise each year. So this is, just exercises. Then joint procurements. You have to procure things together. We are doing that in air defense, also vehicles, basically also HIMARS. So we are doing that, and this is the only way forward. The standardization. We cannot have so many weapon systems. We have in NATO standards in place, but still we have the situation where the different weapon systems cannot use the same size ammunition. So you would take 155, it's different for Caesar and FH-70. So you cannot use them. So this is a problem. So interoperability, interchangeability, more joint trainings, better trainings, and joint procurements. But I can continue probably for hours to what to do.
That is already so much more than the one question
but this is one list.
Asked. There's a list and there is one thing, but I think we do need all of them, and they all start with money and coming here, right? So you could boil everything down to pay up, buy stuff, and come here, right?
The common thing is you have to be better than your opponent. So
yes, well, we should be very motivated to that
this is one thing.
Already. We had a question from the floor, which I want to take. Do we have microphones around? But if we...
Do we have
maybe before, as we set that up, there's a real question to one of you, if you will take it. Well, maybe to Ben Wallace for that. Do you think that Israel will make it harder to protect every inch of NATO? the conflict in Israel? Is this a trade-off?
No, I think it'll reinforce the messages that most defence ministers at this conference have been saying to their own treasuries and their own prime ministers for quite a long time, which is the world is going to be more unstable and more insecure, and you just need to get used to that, and you're going to have to spend more on your defence to keep us safe. And I think, there's a tendency, in government to trade off, health and education and defence and policing. And there's been for some time, a sort of tendency to just wish it all away. I think what Israel has demonstrated to us is what a lot of us in defence have always known, that there's quite a lot of bad people out there trying to attack our values and our allies. And whether that is at home on our Eastern Front, the Russian government, or whether that is, extremism and terrorism hasn't gone away. And I think that all really Israel has done is helped, I'm afraid. I wouldn't wish those circumstances weren't there, but make the case that, this long period of peace that suited people to take for granted isn't really real. It has been a temporary time, and all the time we should have been investing in our defence. So I don't think it's a choice, not an either or. It shows the power of why you need good reserves and resilience, and it also shows how allies, by deploying, can use deterrence. And I think what you see in Israel is what a lot of these naval deployments are about. They're not really about Israel, they're about warning Iran to stay out and not magnify the conflict.
Okay. In the front row, Ed Lucas. Introduce yourself, though, to the rest of the universe.
Edward Lucas. A quick question for Ben and a general question for the panel. Ben, does the Finland and Swedish membership of NATO make the Joint Expeditionary Force more important or less important? That's just for you. And then more generally, I'd be interested in everybody's thoughts on resilience and deterrence of grey zone aggression, because it seems to me that you've got, with the defence plans, the outline of what you need to do for the military defence, with huge problems of implementation, which you've touched on. I'm not sure that we've really got the resilience under control as a regional issue. This is something that most countries do as a national thing. So in terms of getting a regional threat assessment, integrating our resilience on a regional basis, what do the Estonian and Latvian defence ministers see as the potential for that?
Ben, Mr. Wallace, for you first.
Look, I don't think it's a more or less, Edward. I think the great thing about the JEF is it is a foundation that allows these nations now to plug into NATO. If you remember, when we founded it, there were two countries not in NATO, obviously Sweden and Finland, and that is going to change. I think it's a key element, is how I would say. It is now a well-practiced platform of both ministers and military leadership that will allow us to further, I think, exploit that sort of foundation as they come into NATO. Now, it's entirely subject to NATO. We've all been NATO countries and subject to Sakur and his plans. But I think it actually cements JEF as a really useful and important organization that will help deliver those challenges I mentioned earlier, such as better interoperability, better exercising together. And I think it's a really important platform.
Thank you, and to you guys.
If you allow me, I will address actually both of the questions a bit, also what you addressed to Ben regarding JEF. So when we talk about resilience and deterrence, so then one of the main messages for your enemy is that don't even think. So this is the core of deterrence, that don't think about, because we are stronger, we are united, and we have definitely more forces to kick you out or not let you in. So that brings me to that and also to the first question, that what that means from the first centimeter on. That means that when we take the different layers, of course our national forces. So this is why you have in NATO treaty also Article 3, which is that first and foremost you have to do yourself. So this is what we are doing here in this neighborhood. And we start from the first meter on, from the second on, actually days before. And then when we have some troubles inside of NATO, because we have 32 soon, and we have to find a consensus in NAC, so we have still many countries maybe who are not so ready to go immediately to Article 5. So then we have JEF. So this is the second. So the first layer is our own defense together with the EFP battalions and then all that. The second layer is JEF, and then the third layer is NATO as an alliance. So this gives us this deterrence, this resilience, what we need. And of course, but it all starts from our own forces, what we have to prepare. This is why we are putting 3%, 3.2 next year and ongoing. And this is why we increased the reservists, the conscription service to 4,000 yearly. This is why we did in last 40 days extra retraining for 10,000 men to increase territorial defense from 10,000 men to 20,000 men. This is all what we do. We send a message that don't even think.
Just to follow up as well, what Hanno was saying, that of course resilience has been one of the catchphrases and objectives of alliance and also the nation states for quite some time. And it seems exactly what Ed was asking as well, that it seems there is a regional dimension to it as well. Illegal migration, cyber attacks and cyber security. 3 Baltic countries actually absorbed 1/3 of attacks from outside, and it seems from one territory it came. So in the last year, in 2022. So basically, of course, we are also facing those cyber attacks continuously. And last but not least, protection of critical infrastructure. So in this regard, there is quite an agenda also on regional level to strengthen resilience, which is sub-conventional, sub-kinetic. And here I think there are instruments. Of course, it's a permanently learning, permanently ongoing process of mutually coordinating things and also trying to find the solutions. But I think that, of course, first of all, the Finnish and Swedish membership, extremely important, indispensable for regional security in all terms, also in resilience building. But then additionally, there are those formats like JEF, Northern Group, NB8 as well. I think there are quite a number of those formats which should be and could be utilized and taken advantage of. But at the same time, of course, the problem is that sometimes we're facing new problems, new agenda, new issues, and we always have to adapt and adjust, like it is now with the protection of civilian critical infrastructure. Again, so it means that the coordination among the nations, coordination among the intrastate institutions, but I would also add coordination among the public and private is extremely important. So this resilience building is quite a wide agenda, but regional dimension absolutely becomes even more important now under those circumstances what we have experienced in the last weeks and the last months.
But how do we get to the how, right? So how do we increase regional resilience? How do we get to that long list of things that need to happen? Is it carrot? What kind of carrots would be important for the publics, for the other member states? Or is it more sticks? Because sticks could be coming, but we have sticks on the outside too. Maybe sticks aren't enough. How do we get to the place where society understands that they benefit from being part of this and that they cannot afford not to?
Well, we know what we do in Estonia, at least, and we can share this experience also to Slovenia and how to increase to 3% defense budget and how to increase the resilience. So we've done that already for many years. That we have the wide approach to defense. So and this means that one thing is that our voluntary defense league consists also from the combatants, women organization and youth organization. So all in all 30,000 people. So and what we do that we are not, when we take also the budgeting, then we are not looking only on that okay, we are spending on defense 3%, but we are looking also for civilian defense. We're looking what we started from this year, compulsory educational system or in educational system we have compulsory military lessons. So this is the wide approach, and this is when you go from globe level 360 approach to the very, like, one village level, then in this village, everybody has to know what they do during the crisis. Where they go, who will be evacuating them, should they have at least 10 days supply at their home of food, of water, of heating. So this is the wide approach to defense, and this is what we do in Estonia.
May I add something?
Yes, please do.
Of course.
Yes, we'll have.
I addressed you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to underline, of course, that this different narrative in a country. If you have Russia as a neighbor, or you are surrounded with the NATO allies like Slovenia, but still doesn't change anything. I think that deterrence works until your adversaries believe that they cannot defeat you. And I think that Putin attacked Ukraine because he was convinced that Europe is so divided, so unable to accept decision that he will succeed. But luckily, until now, he was wrong. But we have to be honest and put things in a broader context and say it openly that Europe, it's a pity, but Europe is becoming irrelevant on the major geostrategic and security questions. And I'm absolutely sure if we want to be a global player, not just player, we need at least three things. One is a strong economy, second is diplomacy, and third, a strong military which can implement political decisions. And right now, we have problems almost everywhere. With the economy, you can see that it's a buzzword right now in the European Union, the green transformation, green transition. But if we check in the context that we provide 10% of greenhouse emissions, if we close down the whole economy, if we stop all the cars, we cannot save the world. So we have to be cautious how we will develop in the future our economy. Second thing, it's really a tragedy what has happened, for example, with our diplomatic approach. So when Israel was attacked by the terrorists, we had one commissioner who said, okay, we will stop the funding towards the Gaza Strip. Then we had another commissioner who said, no, we are continuing with the humanitarian support. And we had the president of a commission, she fully supported Israel. And then we had a high representative who said that she's not speaking in our name. So we have a lot of things to do that deterrence will work. And definitely Slovenia will do our part. And I'm happy that we are heading in the right direction.
And we want you to keep heading in that direction. And I wish we all had the enviable geography that you had. To be alpine and surrounded with friends would be beautiful. Minister Sproats.
Yes, I'm just coming back still to the traditional issue of financing and financial part. And of course, in my previous life, in my previous capacity as a political scientist, so one of the main tasks for me was to assess and evaluate what the politicians do and why they are doing it. So of course, and one of the major tasks of the politician is to be elected and re-elected. And at least one of them to implement, of course, the vision, but still to implement the vision, you need to also to be part of the political process. And of course, and I see here, in a unified approach among the transatlantic members, so there is a diversity among the members. In some of the nation states, in some of the member states, advocate more than 2%, you have some risks actually to be not elected. In the Baltic countries, it's vice versa. If you don't advocate 2%, you might not be elected. So, of course, Baltic countries in this regard, this threat perception, absolutely, which also motivates to invest politically, financially, and also in terms of the societal involvement. So I think this threat perception is extremely important in this regard, unified threat perception. That's why I was also at the beginning referring to the 1980s. There was a Cold War. There was a clear enemy. There was a clear opponent who was aggressive, who had to be constrained and contained. So pretty much we are in a similar situation right now. And that's why, of course, on a level of alliance, on a regional level, the threat perception, the common threat perception building is a very important task. how also political leadership convinces societies.
Absolutely, which is the task for all alliance members to have more of that commonality. We had a question in the back. Yes, standing up. Thank you.
Hi, Krisha, Riga Graduate School of Law. I have a question regarding recent events with the pipeline between Finland and Estonia. Yesterday and today, President Rinkiewicz raised an idea that if it proves that it was Russia, we should block their access to the Baltic Sea. I would like to hear the panel's view on it, and maybe Mr. Wallace, as the UK has one of the biggest navies in Europe, is that even doable, and how would it look?
Well, I think, first of all, I'm delighted that one of the ships that I commissioned when I was Secretary of State has now effectively gone into service with the Royal Navy, RFA Proteus, whose specific job will be to counter the Russian RERP program and to make sure that the knowledge of our cables and our allies' cables and pipelines are protected and surveyed. And if I was the Secretary of State Defence, her first task would be over towards Sweden, Estonia and Finland, I think, where I think sending some reassurance and indeed some survey would be important. Look, I think if Russia was behind this, and remember they have the RERP program, they have a specific program for threatening our infrastructure under the sea. If it was them, then I think, evidence would be laid before, no doubt, NATO, and I think people would take a decision that way. How you respond, I think there would be a range of options. I'm not sure a blockade of the Baltic Sea of Russia necessarily would elicit either the right protection that we would require, but or indeed the right response from Russia. I think there are many other ways to respond to Russia if they have deliberately done this. In a sense, I think I would examine them in a slower time rather than a quick question in a conference, to be brutally honest.
Thank you. But for the Estonians, what do you feel about this neighborly suggestion?
Well, one thing is that presidents are always right, so that we cannot. But this is at the moment for you, of course, not for me. First, well, my understanding is clear that our actions have to be appropriate and proportional. So, first. Secondly, we see what was the decision of the SACEUR yesterday, that there is a response to that regarding the reconnaissance and some vessels and also mine hunters. So we have to be very careful in that sense that to point the finger too early, and we have to be clear in that when we point the finger, then this finger is also pointing in the right direction. So in that sense, of course, we have the tools if necessary, and we have the possibilities if necessary, but we also have to respect the international maritime law. So when we go into that debate, then we have to open the international maritime law. And because today, yes, there might be a vessel coming from Suez Canal to St. Petersburg without any inspection. So when the international community is ready to open this, what we do on the sea in international waters, then we can come back to that.
Minister Spruds, do you have a different answer? I guess that we have...
Isn't it the time is out?
18 seconds?
Now is the time to say that good question. Next, please.
Of course, I would be surprised if there would not be this question. And even though I think that if I dare risk to reinterpret President what he said that there are several alternatives. And of course, there is one alternative also to discuss what we can exactly do, and this would be one of the potential alternatives. But anyhow, of course, it is important, first of all, to be efficient on the protection of our critical infrastructure. And second one as well is important to be credible. Because, of course, if we really realize that there is some other state actor behind the incident, the credibility is an extremely important part. We cannot just ignore it. That's why I would still underline that, conceptually, that we have to speak and we have to act from the position of strength. And what NATO is doing right now, I think it's absolutely the right direction. Sending the surveillance, sending the mine hunters, sending basically the presence. But of course, this is one step. If really we have the information that more activity should be coordinated exactly in that direction. So any such step should be done and addressed by step which once more underlines both credibility and efficiency and also strengths of NATO in the region.
Thank you. We are out of time, and it's appropriate that we are started with talking about land and air, but we must also talk about the sea, because any divisibility of both the areas or any peace is likely impossible. Thank you for providing insights. Thank you for the efforts of all of our allies to bring together and make sure that we can do what we need to do to protect every centimeter, every inch, and to address the new challenges on critical infrastructure as well. That means we're also out at sea. Thank you so much, and hope to see you soon.
Thank you.
My name is Julian Lindley French, and I have the honour to attend the 2023 Riga Conference. This conference, quite simply, is the jewel in the crown of European security conferences. On the front line of freedom and at the cutting edge of technology, this year will be no different as Europe faces more threats than at any time since the end of World War II. Free Europe, defending it. That is our mission. That is the mission of this conference, which I highly commend to you. I'll see you in Riga. Thanks very much.
Dear friends and organizers of the Rīga Conference, today, defense industries from all across the alliance has been gathered together in the first International Defense Industries Forum in Kiev. And our Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Stoltenberg, just said encouraging words that basically our courage is not enough to stop the drones, and our patriotism and heroism can't stop the missiles. I believe that Rīga Conference is one of the strongest event and most wanted event of the year will gather together both decision makers, opinion leaders, industry, create network of trust to do more, do things to build capability for our defense forces. Let's meet in Riga. Let's share ideas. Let's make our Europe strong again. Slava Ukraine!
Hi, I'm Vineta Kleine, and I started in the defense sector over 2 decades ago, first as a communication officer in the Latvian Armed Forces and then in the ministry. Later I joined the staff of NATO in the Western Balkans, and now, since a few years, I coordinate its public diplomacy effort in Ukraine. NATO's Women, Peace and Security agenda is a special interest of mine. So, at the Rīga Conference, I'll join the panel on Women in Combat. I will especially focus on the preconditions and enabling factors needed to ensure women's full and effective service in the armed forces.
The Riga Conference is one of a kind forum in the region to discuss security issues that affect our transatlantic community. As NATO Secretary General Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security, my roles and responsibilities include promoting women's leadership in security matters on a daily basis. I'm therefore pleased to see that the role of women has been raised to the center stage at this year's Riga Conference. I look forward to take part in the special event on women's leadership in turbulent times. See you in Riga.
Green, affordable energy, independence and security. Can you reach all those goals at once? Europe is facing a lot of challenges today. CO2 emissions, war in Ukraine, dependence on the fossil fuels. We need to solve all these issues at once. Our next generations will not forgive us if we are hesitating and not acting today. Latvenergo is one of the leading green energy producers in Europe already. However, our ambitions are much higher. We want to reduce our fossil dependence and also build new renewable energy to reduce our dependence on the imported energy. This will increase our security and also make green energy affordable for our society. We are ready to reach all these three goals altogether, but we need to be brave and act today.
My name is Julian Lindley French, and I have the honour to attend the 2023 Riga Conference. This conference, quite simply, is the jewel in the crown of European security conferences. On the front line of freedom and at the cutting edge of technology, this year will be no different as Europe faces more threats than at any time since the end of World War II. Free Europe, defending it. That is our mission. That is the mission of this conference, which I highly commend to you. I'll see you in Riga. Thanks very much.
Dear friends and organizers of the Rīga Conference, today, defense industries from all across the alliance has been gathered together in the first International Defense Industries Forum in Kiev. And our Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Stoltenberg, just said encouraging words that basically our courage is not enough to stop the drones, and our patriotism and heroism can't stop the missiles. I believe that Riga Conference is one of the strongest event and most wanted event of the year will gather together both decision makers, opinion leaders, industry, create network of trust to do more, do things to build capability for our defense forces. Let's meet in Riga. Let's share ideas. Let's make our Europe strong again. Slava Ukraine!
Hi, I'm Vinette Kleine, and I started in the defense sector over 2 decades ago, first as a communication officer in the Latvian Armed Forces and then in the ministry. Later I joined the staff of NATO in the Western Balkans, and now, since a few years, I coordinate its public diplomacy effort in Ukraine. NATO's Women, Peace and Security agenda is a special interest of mine. So, at the Riga Conference, I'll join the panel on Women in Combat. I will especially focus on the preconditions and enabling factors needed to ensure women's full and effective service in the armed forces.
The Riga Conference is one of a kind forum in the region to discuss security issues that affect our transatlantic community. As NATO Secretary General Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security, my roles and responsibilities include promoting women's leadership in security matters on a daily basis. I'm therefore pleased to see that the role of women has been raised to the center stage at this year's Riga Conference. I look forward to take part in the special event on women's leadership in turbulent times. See you in Riga.
Green, affordable energy, independence and security. Can you reach all those goals at once? Europe is facing a lot of challenges today. CO2 emissions, war in Ukraine, dependence on the fossil fuels. We need to solve all these issues at once. Our next generations will not forgive us if we are hesitating and not acting today. Latvenergo is one of the leading green energy producers in Europe already. However, our ambitions are much higher. We want to reduce our fossil dependence and also build new renewable energy to reduce our dependence on the imported energy. This will increase our security and also make green energy affordable for our society. We are ready to reach all these three goals altogether, but we need to be brave and act today.
My name is Julian Lindley French, and I have the honour to attend the 2023 Riga Conference. This conference, quite simply, is the jewel in the crown of European security conferences. On the front line of freedom and at the cutting edge of technology, this year will be no different as Europe faces more threats than at any time since the end of World War II. Free Europe, defending it, that is our mission. That is the mission of this conference, which I highly commend to you. I'll see you in Riga. Thanks very much.
Dear friends and organizers of the Rīga Conference, today, defense industries from all across the alliance has been gathered together in the first International Defense Industries Forum in Kiev. And our Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Stoltenberg, just said encouraging words that basically our courage is not enough to stop the drones, and our patriotism and heroism can't stop the missiles. I believe that Rīga Conference is one of the strongest event and most wanted event of the year will gather together both decision makers, opinion leaders, industry, create network of trust to do more, do things to build capability for our defense forces. Let's meet in Riga. Let's share ideas. Let's make our Europe strong again. Slava Ukraine!
Hi, I'm Vineta Kleine, and I started in the defense sector over 2 decades ago. First as a communication officer in the Latvian Armed Forces and then in the ministry. Later I joined the staff of NATO in the Western Balkans, and now, since a few years, I coordinate its public diplomacy effort in Ukraine. NATO's Women, Peace and Security agenda is a special interest of mine. So, at the Riga Conference, I'll join the panel on Women in Combat. I will especially focus on the preconditions and enabling factors needed to ensure women's full and effective service in the armed forces.
Please sit yourself down. Thank you very much. I suggest you speak from your seats if that's okay. Yeah. Right. Good evening. Very nice to see you all. Those of you not sitting, sit. Those of you sitting, well disciplined. Good to see you here on time. And welcome to this particular session, which is entitled Madrid, Vilnius, Washington, Milestones for NATO's Generational Change. My name is Julian Lindley French, and it's an honor to act as moderator for this panel. Now, I posed to my team two questions. The first question is, did Vilnius deliver on Madrid? And the second question, which we'll probably have at the end, is what is the single most important takeaway that you would want from the Washington summit next year? The single thing that Washington must agree on the 75th anniversary of the foundation of our alliance. Now, I have a fantastic team to discuss these issues. David Kattler is Assistant Secretary General for Intel and Security at NATO HQ. David, that means that David will say nothing. But that's all right, David. Don't worry about it. My old friend Anna Wieslander, Director for Northern Europe at the Atlantic Council. Jeremy Shapiro. Jeremy, good afternoon, sir. Over at the European Council for Foreign Relations. Jeremy, as the rest know, you have 5 minutes. And at 4 minutes, I'll give you a warning to shut up. All right, good, very good. And we have Roderick Kieswetter. Roderick is a former colonel in the German Armed Forces and a member of the German Parliament. And last but most definitely not least, His Excellency Borut Pahor. Is it Pahor? Pahor. Thank you, sir. Former president of Slovenia between 2012 and 2022. So, we'll get through the initial statements. I do want to get you involved. So do have some questions ready. Keep them short. No counter speeches, because I'll kill you if you do. Just so you understand that. Very good. Right. Without further ado, David, sir, the floor is yours.
Okay. So, yeah, I attended both the Madrid and the Vilnius summits, and I think both were great. And I think if I parallel the everlasting television series, The Office, the only question is, was it the greatest summit ever or just a great summit? But look, I joined NATO in 2019, so Vilnius was my fourth. And I really do think that the direction of political travel has been very clear, and the results of each summit have both been impressive and very useful. And I'll drill in on a few things now to give you some points. I think for many reasons, and not least of which, it was made very clear that NATO will stand by Ukraine for as long as it takes. And we went beyond the political statement to provide some very tangible deliverables that leaders agreed. First, they announced very substantial military support intended to enable Ukraine to prevail and remain free and sovereign. Allies also invited President Zelensky to attend. He did. And then leaders agreed to further increase NATO's package for Ukraine, to make that a multi-year effort, so to have it be demonstrably more sustainable than it would be if it were certainly agreed on a shorter, more interim basis. A good focus on increasing interoperability. And keep in mind that the package that was agreed at the summit is separate from, yet complementary to, the packages that many allies themselves have individually approved and then provided assistance to Ukraine with and through. All NATO allies are clear that Ukraine's future is in NATO and that Ukraine's place is within the Euro-Atlantic family. And I think that in itself is also one of the key political outcomes of the summit. The main focus we have collectively is to ensure that Ukraine prevails and then achieves a just and durable peace. Now, some of the technical specifics. The defense investment pledge, I think, really is significant because you were in 2023 looking at a pledge that was agreed in 2014 in Wales with the idea that you had a 10-year period to get to 2%, which could, I think, have been taken by some that 2% was a ceiling. and was a goal that could be reached over that period of time, where maybe you had less urgency to get there. But certainly between the Madrid and Vilnius summits, it became very clear that 2% must be the floor. And you heard that, even in just the last panel, take the comments from the Estonian defense minister, that they'll go from 3% to 3.2% next year in their budget. And that's because when allied leaders had this discussion, they also realized that there are some expenditures, some costs that must be borne by nations and allies as a whole for catch-up, for remedy of shortcomings, for additional capabilities development that is envisioned by the new family of plans. And I think that's why you will see more and more allies not just reach the 2%, but exceed the 2% target. Leaders also agreed to ensure that within that plus 2%, that they will invest at least 20% of their national defense budgets in research and development and in major equipment acquisition. And that's important also, because then you get teeth and not just tail and overhead in that. Clearly that matters today. So I think that all adds up to a real and tangible difference when you look at defense acquisition and the finances. You also saw expanded membership with Finland and soon Sweden to join the alliance as allies. That reaffirmation of Ukraine I've already covered, but also an agreement not to require a member action plan for Ukraine to join the alliance. The addition of Finland and Sweden are good for NATO. It's good certainly for those two nations, but it also fundamentally changes Baltic Sea security. And that also, I think, is a major issue for the alliance as we look to the future. Sweden, as an invitee, has a full seat at the table. They are in every NATO meeting. They are increasingly integrated into the NATO decision-making processes and into the relevant NATO bodies and panels. And that also yields great benefit as they contribute their expertise, knowledge, and experience. So I think the thing I'd summarize here is that what I took from Vilnius is that leaders recognize that you can't take security for granted, and that we have to have that collective and individual security in order to ensure our prosperity. I mean, this NATO alliance protects more than 1 billion citizens between our 31 and soon to be 32 allies. So it's a huge responsibility and a huge task for the alliance. And that's why I say the first thing I took was that leaders recognize that and have stepped up in their agreements.
1 minute, please,
David. NATO has enabled Europe and North Atlantic peace now for about 75 years. Huge accomplishment. But today is about as dangerous as any time since World War II. So the final thing I took was that leaders recognize it's even more important to stand together. And you have seen the solidarity even since before the war. But what I would point to, the thing I'm the most proud of, is that it's not just solidarity in word, but it's been solidarity in deed. And the deeds really have mattered, both for Ukraine in the war and also for the collective security as we turn to the future.
Thank you, David. Cannot take security for granted. We stand together, word and deed are now NATO's mantra. Anna.
Thank you, Julian, and thank you to Rīga Conference. It's lovely to be back here in Riga. And I would like to start with a quote. It goes like this. Right now, there are changes of the likes we have not seen in 100 years, and we are the ones driving them together. Who said this? Well, one would hope it would perhaps be President Biden talking to, the EU, von der Leyen, Michel, and Borrell, but it was not. It was Xi Jinping talking to Putin in March this year. And this is the starting point in all my thinking now, is that not since the 1930s, I believe, we have seen a threat to the global order at the level where we are right now. And security in Northern Europe is directly affected by this. And therefore, I would like to add even more a sense of urgency to the results of the Vilnius summit in two dimensions. Basically, one is deterrence and the other one is resilience. And a lot of wise things have been said already at this conference, a great start, I think, with this afternoon panels. I would like to add a few things to an already pretty long list. I think it's very urgent that Sweden becomes a full member of NATO. I know there are a lot of support for this in the alliance. And when Sweden joins NATO, I would like Sweden to actually send a battle group here to Latvia, preferably a battalion size, aiming at a brigade size when we can, but I think this would be an important contribution. to get those brigades in place here, because the enhanced forward presence matters, as I think Wallis put it. I would also like to see an enhanced forward presence in Finland, and that is not because Finland could not hold the border to Russia. I know we have been confident about that in Sweden for a long time, but the whole of the eastern flank, from the Arctic to the Black Sea, should have the same kind of confusing and complexing logic to Russia. And I think, therefore, that NATO should have perhaps US presence there, Sweden when we become a member, and so on, a few other troops. The defense industrial base has been so much pointed at. We need to go into some kind of more wartime production and rate. We are in a very urgent situation here. Readiness of troops have been mentioned. I will not address it. I would like to say a little bit about resilience. I think it has been pointed out, but it is an integrated part of deterrence. It's so extremely important. And NATO has a resilience pledge and so on. That is good, but still I worry that resilience goes into national silos too much, to a greater extent. If we look at the defense side, NATO has a defense planning process. And I would like to see a NATO resilience planning process where we actually look across borders, connect the dots. We have seen now in the Baltic Sea the connecting pipeline between two allies, Estonia and Finland, between invitee Sweden and Estonia. You know, these goes across, and we need to look at it in a more regional and overall perspective. That's a major point where I would like to see more action. And for us, I think the shift in a decade, 2014, or almost a decade now until 2023, we are already becoming first responders here. It's not like in 2014 when we looked at the US and they had to come and then we reacted a little bit. Now the troops are here, you know, lots of countries are here and we are changing the logic already. And this we need to make even stronger Europe. On the Washington summit, should we leave that for
leave that to the end?
To the end, yes. Yeah. Okay, I will leave a cliffhanger then. I would just like to say that I think there are some things there that need to be on the table, or it could rather almost be cancelled. Yes, I'll come back to it.
Thank you, Anna. Very disciplined and to the point. I'm fascinated by this idea of wartime production establishment. Before World War II, the British established a shadow factory plan where civilian industry was geared to rapidly uptake arms production in the event of war and proved very effective. Perhaps we need to look at history to see what our next steps are. Jeremy, please, 5 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Great. Thanks, and thanks for having me online. I really regret that I couldn't be there in Riga, but I really appreciate the opportunity to address you in this way. Look, I didn't go to the Madrid and Vilnius summits, so I can't precisely talk in the way that David did about what was accomplished there. But I think maybe I can offer a perspective from someone who doesn't get invited to those summits, although keep in mind I would like to be invited. And I think it might be worth sort of stepping back a little bit and thinking about the Washington perspective on NATO and Europe. It's quite interesting to think about where the Biden administration started in its foreign policy. It was very, very focused, wanted to be very focused in a way that American administrations are rarely so prioritized on China. And they had a specific and stated idea of reducing U.S. commitments and time spent on the Middle East, but also Europe. Obviously, their foreign policy has changed even in the last couple of weeks in that regard. And now there are wars that the United States and the Biden administration are not exactly participating in, but very involved in both Europe and the Middle East. And, you know, in the first instance, we can clearly understand why this is true, because it was events, dear boy, events that intervened, as they so often do, But maybe more fundamentally, there is the point that Joe Biden is president of the United States, and it mattered that Joe Biden was president of the United States, and that even though his national security team had worked out a very sort of disciplined, prioritized idea of what U.S. foreign policy would be, and that it would be much more focused on Asia. Joe Biden is a committed transatlanticist, and he was really intent on upholding and even strengthening the U.S. commitment to NATO and to the allies in the context of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And that, I think that made all the difference. And I think I agree with David that the Biden administration has done quite a bit in this regard, an extraordinary amount in this regard, and will be committed to Ukraine and the Ukraine war as long as it takes. But of course, there won't always be a Biden administration. There may not be one in a little over a year, and there certainly won't be one in a little over 5 years. And the Ukraine war could well last that long. So it's worth thinking about why the Biden administration came into office with the policy that it did. In the first instance, this was about the threat that China poses, and it is a consensus in the United States across both parties that China is what the Pentagon calls the sizing threat. It is the peer competitor. It is a peer competitor unlike any the U.S. has ever faced, and it is going to take an incredible concentration of national resources and focus to be able to deal with that over a very long term. Secondly, there is the domestic trends in the United States, which are becoming a lot more focused on U.S. problems and a lot less focused abroad. That's very clearly symbolized by Donald Trump's America First slogan, but also, frankly, a lot of trends. Okay.
1 minute.
Also, a lot of. Gotcha. Yeah. Also, a lot of trends you see in the Democratic Party. So that is not gone, I think. And Donald Trump is not going to have the same policy to the Ukraine war if he becomes president, and a future Democrat might not. So I think that what that means for the Washington summit, I won't be as much of a cliffhanger as Anna. I'm very interested to hear what she's going to say. Is that really Europe needs to be stepping up into the alliance. If they want a permanent commitment to Ukraine, the United States can't provide that. And they need to be thinking in the Washington summit about how NATO can become a European alliance rather than an American alliance.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. I mean, what I heard as a European is, with the best will in the world, Europe, you need to recognize that Biden won't always be there. It could be shorter, it could be longer, and that China is where the American focus is. That's an interesting challenge to Europeans. Roderick.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Julian, also for the invitation, and that you have invited a German who is known for strategic reluctance and appeasement. And therefore, I just want to answer one of your questions. Well, I'm content with the outcome of the Madrid summit, also because it was dovetailed with the European compass. But I'm really disappointed about the outcome of Vilnius, and please let me explain that. We live in an unforeseen and unparalleled simultaneity of crises, and when we look, we now have generations in responsibility who have not experienced the Cold War. So words like preparedness and readiness are unknown to them, and now we are at the proof, in times of proof. And at the Vilnius summit, I missed clear orientation and strategic communications, also for the younger generations in NATO nations. Why? I see the necessity to explain what is the aim of our endeavor. Is it Ukraine becoming a buffer zone, or is it Ukraine in its borders of 1991? Is it Russia going or learning to lose? That means accepting simply the right of existing of its neighbors. There, the outcome of Vilnius was pretty unclear. And I believe if we want to convince our societies, our open societies, we must be much clearer in that. NATO is investing in public diplomacy, but it could be more in explaining that we should not protect the rule of the strongest or the might of the strongest. We need to protect the rule of law, as it was created since 1946 and always tested. But, and this is my third remark, we should be very aware that Ukraine might serve as a blueprint for other regions. So if Putin is succeeding, it might be a role model for Iran versus Iraq, for Serbia versus Kosovo and the Republika Srpska. Or we are in a war of attrition for China, including Taiwan, by a blockade or by something else, an invasion. So we Europeans need to be aware that other regions, especially in the South China Sea and the Indo-Pacific, are looking on how we are coping with this challenge. And therefore, I see the need that NATO changes from a more or less diplomatic organization with military means to an organization of smart power. So diplomacy as well as readiness, decisiveness, and the capability to defend our own territory. And we have heard the declaration that NATO would like to defend every inch of NATO territory. Yes, but what is with those countries who would like to become part of this inch-defended country or NATO area? And I believe that the role model also for us will be Ukraine. And that means that we really must be clearer in the question of the definition of the end. And the end is to reinstall the borders of 91 and to make clear that Russia has to accept the right of existence of its neighbors. And this is the diplomatic but also military goal of this war. Because Russia never will accept the right of existence of its neighbors if we don't invest in our defense capacities. So I would like to conclude, Ukraine should not serve as a role model for Iran to go nuclear, and then for Saudi Arabia and Turkey. And it should not serve as a role model for China. You just need strategic patience and wait. And therefore, at the end, the outcome of the Washington summit, 75 years of NATO, should be the NATO membership of Ukraine must be not negotiable. It must be an reachable and tangible aim. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. NATO as an alliance of decisive power, committed to defending the rules-based order, and by definition, therefore, returning Ukraine to its 1991 borders. I mean, that's going to be a challenge, but I think we're all signed up to that. Boris, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me start by saying how historically important NATO is at this very moment, and how even more important will be for our nations and our countries in time to come. I would like to see three consensus out of the Washington summit. Number one, the consensus on the support to Ukraine. It is not up to us to push the Ukraine to seek for a peaceful, negotiations until Ukrainians and the government of Ukraine will be satisfied with the result of their, suffer to resist the Russian invasion. I am somebody who would like to see a peace, but should be a just peace. If there would be no just peace, there would be no, lasting peace. So this should be in a core of our consensus. We should support the Ukraine until the very end. And the definition of the end is in the hand of Ukrainians. Now, the second consensus should be that we should spend at least 2% for our defense spendings. I became a chairman of the Social Democratic Party in mid-90s, and at that time my party opposed to a NATO membership. I changed this policy, and until then, my country, and I cannot speak now as former president on behalf of my country, have not, have not done the job with this 2% commitment. But I think the time has come to change this mentality. It's not our obligation, it's our right to be there with our, with our financial assistance, with everybody else, than to feel safe. We are now in a time when the security is back on the agenda. Who would think a couple of years ago, or maybe 10, 15 years ago, that we will talk about our security in the future? Unfortunately, the time is come to see that everybody is responsible for our common security. So also small countries as Slovenia has to fulfill the obligation. So consensus number one, to support Ukraine. The consensus number two, to fulfill the obligation as far as the defense spending is concerned. And I think the consensus number three is to go with the enlargement process, not just to Ukraine and to Moldova, but also to Western Balkans, if there would be a political will to go. And I would like to finish by saying that NATO has been so important for the stability in Western Balkans because has had this vision of enlargement much more than the European Union. So, with Albania, with Montenegro, and with North Macedonia as members of NATO, the peace and stability there is much more strong than it used to be without the NATO membership. So I have very high expectations out of the Washington summit, because I think there is a common sense at this very moment among our people that we should be together, in political sense, in sense of security, in sense of economy. We are belonging to the West. The West has its own values. We have to defend those values, and we have to defend them together.
Thank you, Boris. That is extremely eloquent and clear about what you expect from DC. Consensus over our support for Ukraine. Very clear. Spend at least 2% on defence and complete the enlargement process. And on that last note, I have been warned by 3 very senior people in the Western Balkans over the last few days how dangerous the situation is. We cannot afford to take our eye off that region, particularly at this moment in time. Right, we have 15 minutes for questions, and I mean questions. So the way we normally do this is you come to these microphones. But if our colleagues here can get microphones to you, all the better. Madam in the middle there, followed by you, sir. Klaus.
Thank you, Julian. Hannah Shellest, Foreign Policy Council, Ukrainian Prism.
Great, good to see you.
Glasses, that's why I put it there. Brief question. What we definitely missed in Madrid and Vilnius was a vision of NATO as the maritime power and any real projection. The threats within 2 years increased, not only because of Russia in Europe, but also China in the maritime domain. Your projection, can we see more decision in the maritime domain for NATO in Washington?
Thank you. I'll take a second question as well. So, microphone here, please. Could you pass it sort of over the heads?
Klaus Wittmann. I have a question for my compatriot Roderich Kiesewetter, who in his last remark talked about increasing the defense capabilities. I found a very nice quote by the British historian A.J.P. Taylor, who said of the 1848 revolution in Germany, Germany history reached a turning point, but it failed to turn. Now, in a foreign country, I will not invite you for Germany bashing, but I would like to ask very soberly, what must be the next steps in the proclaimed Zeitenwende for the Bundeswehr to become as capable as it was during the Cold War? And one remark about
very quick, Klaus.
If I may,
I know your method.
If I may, the formula, we will help Ukraine as long as it takes, I have written and said many times, must be complemented by, with everything that is needed and in a timely fashion.
Thank you, sir. Very good. Roderick, I'm going to give you the chance to respond to that question about Zeitenwende, and anybody else in the maritime domain. David, then comes you. Yeah. Roderick, please.
Yes, very brief. Thank you very much indeed. Well, as regards the turning point or Zeitenwende, I believe that as regards the military field, it is already history, because the 100 billion euros were not yet fully invested. We lost about 20 billion euros for interest rates and inflation. And in the armed forces, there are about 3 billion euros already invested and 66 billion euros for the next years. However, to make our armed forces capable, you need much more money, much more budget for exercises. You need much more procurement, and you need to build up the capabilities for a credible defense of our country and credible defense of the alliance. That means additional brigades, additional squads, and also the question, how do we cooperate, especially with the Netherlands and the navies in the Baltic Sea, for delineated tasks. So where could we support with submarines, but we need a better delineation of what every country can do. But what I would like to underline is that the basic idea of Zeitenwende was first of all a shift of paradigm in the now ruling Chancellor's Party, which was really successful because they were against the 2% goal, they were against modernizing of nuclear sharing. All this has gone. So this Zeitenwende is achieved. But the other idea was that our Chancellor did not believe in Ukraine to withstand the Russian aggression. So the German belief was, also in my party, CDU, that Ukraine might fail within weeks and then the Russian troops stand at the border to Romania and to the Baltic states. This is not the case, and therefore Zeitenwende will then take place if we finally, a sigh of relief, I hope, in a year, achieve the change of our culture, of our attitude, that we invest in not only our defense capabilities, but that our country knows that we cannot only be receivers of security, we need to create a common European approach. I'm very hopeful after the elections in Poland, that Poland, France, Germany and the United Kingdom address the United States on behalf of the whole European Union and European NATO member states and say we want a fair burden sharing. The Americans invest 2/3 in the support of Ukraine and the Europeans 1/3. And it's on the European soil. And if we want to avoid that Ukrainians leave their country with displaced persons and with huge numbers of migrants, then we need to give them a perspective. And this perspective must be a dovetailed approach. Yeah.
Thank you. A couple of words of advice. Do not use the word common in the UK. Just
doesn't matter. We are not in the UK.
Yeah, thank you very much. And my second word of advice, buy British submarines. They're brilliant and very reasonably priced.
Yeah.
They also have to be nuclear power, but you can get over that. David.
They changed 2+4 treaties.
Well, I don't know. You can buy submarines from the U.S. also. So it may go there.
Oh, yeah.
But can you get nuclear submarines in Sweden?
No, but they're quiet and the best.
Okay.
And very price-worthy.
So to your question about maritime forces, look, a couple of things I'd point out. I think first, After this expansion of Russia's illegal war against Ukraine in February of 2022, it wasn't just land forces and air forces and air defenses that NATO moved, but also ships as well into the Baltic Sea and into the Mediterranean. Allies did send additional ships, planes, and troops to Eastern Europe. You saw us move 4 more multinational battle groups as well: Bulgaria, Hungary, Romania, and Slovakia. So you got thousands more troops, more jets, for more air policing. You also got more maritime forces and increased readiness and capability then as a result. To go back to the précis of this particular panel, I'd also tell you that that builds on the success from both Madrid and Vilnius in the new NATO force model. And so just something, I may just skip to my punchline here and say that what's been able to happen is that as leaders also agreed to this new generation, this new family of plans, we have the new force model to ensure that you've got the right capabilities and the right numbers already pre-allocated, if not forward staged. And that gave us the ability to move those forces in place quite quickly. So I think you get a lot of focus, for reasons as a former Navy man I don't understand, on land forces, but I would tell you that the naval forces were also involved in that and were moved quite quickly and can do so in the future as we react to various contingencies.
Thank you, David. You actually have the Scottish National Party for the Royal Navy's biggest shipbuilding programme since World War II. And the reason is because all the ships were built in Scotland, which means that it rather takes away the idea they might want to leave. So there's positive outcomes. Next, madam, down the front here, please. Coming this way, coming this way.
Irina Kuznetsova, I'm serving on the board of NATO. I have a question to a guest from Germany. Germany has been installing quite a lot Huawei telecommunication 5Gs, and I read recently that you have been warned by Americans that they will stop sharing intelligence because they consider this as a security risk. Don't you think that this might be in the future, or your over-reliance on Huawei infrastructure might be a security risk in the same mistake as you did with over-reliance on Russian gas? Thank you.
Thank you. Very quickly, please. We'll take that question.
Very brief. The last government has delayed the process of IT law in our parliament to give our national IT communications the chance to find the most appropriate devices. However, they were very oriented on costs, and therefore they procured Huawei and ZTE devices. The current government is now exchanging this with a huge endeavor. Nevertheless, we have a challenge regarding the Hamburg harbor, the port of Hamburg, where some terminal was sold in a minority sellout to China, to a Chinese Costco. So we have already mitigated the challenge in 5G, but not yet the challenge regarding our door to the world, the port of Hamburg harbor.
Thank you very much. Madam there. Coming at the mic. Thank you. Put your hand up, please.
Thank you. Clearly, Baltic Sea is now a NATO lake. How can we prevent Black Sea from becoming a Russian lake, or even more so, a lake in which competitors such as China are getting more present? And here, I think we also should mention the fact that China is going to build a Black Sea port in Anaklia, having also Georgia as a strategic partner since a few months ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeremy, do you want to have a shot at that? Jeremy?
No, yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. I don't think I have a lot of words of wisdom on that. I don't think that NATO, I don't think that the Black Sea is going to be a Russian lake because Turkey is there. Turkey is technically part of NATO, but I think in this regard, it probably can't be considered. It won't be a sort of force augmenter for NATO in the Black Sea. But I think that the balance of forces in the Black Sea is such that the Russians really won't be able to dominate there. But I also don't think that NATO will, and I think we'll have to live with contestation in the Black Sea and the possibilities of escalation in the Black Sea for quite some time, and I think that that might be more the paradigm that we want to think about instead of one or the other side being able to dominate it.
I would go further. I think we have to look at the Black Sea, the Caspian Sea, and that entire region, including Georgia, countries that are aspirants both to NATO and EU membership. But what we need is a plan, a very clear plan, about how we are indeed going to engage in a very contested space. Anybody else on the panel want to respond to that?
Well, I'll just say, who says we don't have a plan?
Ah.
Right? I mean, I just said, the leaders just approved a pretty broad range, a new family, a new generation of a family of plans in Vilnius that built upon a lot of the work and the discussion the agreements that were taken in Madrid. I'm not going to give them any classified information, but what I would say is, I push back on the idea that it's a tit-for-tat NATO, that the Baltics, because of the great number of NATO allies that are on the Baltic Sea, it makes it a NATO lake, therefore Russia gets the Black Sea, is in no way correct. In fact, as you know, there are a great number of NATO allies on the Black Sea. He's mentioned Turkey, also Bulgaria and Romania, and you have Georgia as a NATO partner on the other side. They all have sovereign territory, and that is in fact part of the territory that NATO has sworn to protect every square inch of. So I don't think there's a direct line. Russia had engaged in a creeping militarization of the Black Sea before the war that had already taken our attention, and there were already a great number of actions that were taken to introduce patrols, air and maritime, to have more capability on a permanent basis in the Black Sea, and I don't think that's going to change after the war is over.
Anna.
I could just add that when Ukraine wins, there will be even more allies in control in the Black Sea.
Exactly right.
Do we include the Arctic, by the way, in this broad Baltic, Black Sea, Arctic? Because the Arctic is going to be a contested space as well.
Yes, and some part it already is, but I think that's one important point, that when we look at all these spaces, and the plans, I think, also cover this space from at least parts of the Arctic and down to the Black Sea, and that's how Russia sees it. It's one strategic field on their part. So if we are to meet one adversary, these have to be at least linked together, and we have to have a whole situational awareness going.
Roderick.
Yeah, thank you. Very brief. I believe the key to avoid that the Black Sea becomes a kind of Russian lake is to enable Ukraine to regain Crimea, because who owns Crimea owns that Black Sea. That's the key.
I'm going to kill the questions now because I want to give my panel time to consider the DC challenge, the Washington Summit challenge. I know exactly what I want out of Washington. For too long, the NATO defense planning process has been one of the great works of European fiction, where we promise to fulfill our obligations, and frankly, as Ben Wallace said, we don't. And not only that, the NATO defense planning process itself has to be modernized to cope with the emerging and disruptive technologies, artificial intelligence, machine learning, quantum computing, synthetic biology, nanotechnologies, which will enter the battle space in the next 10 to 15 years and radically change the character, if not the nature of war. Washington has got to address this, and that will be my test for whether the summit is a success. But in reverse order of speaking, Borat first, what's going to be your test for the success of the Washington summit?
Number one, to keep consensus on Ukraine. Number two, to see Ukraine as a next member of NATO alliance. And number three, the consensus that the defense spending is not a technical issue. It's a highly political issue.
Yeah.
We should come together and say, sorry, but our security is at stake, and we should make our best to keep our society safe. So we should invest in, in the security. I think we should work on this consensus. Will not be, there for granted. We should approach our people and say, look, the world is as it is. We are together. Let us do the work together. And I think that would, in a way, give some sort of hope that we will survive with our values.
Thank you. Roderick.
I completely align with that, what you just have said. The key is how to achieve this consensus. And therefore, I believe that NATO needs a new credibility, giving orientation, and being backboned by societies who believe in this power of NATO. And the second is that there is a unanimous support that for further negotiations in the future, the NATO membership of Ukraine is not negotiable. It's a given. And the third is, this is more philosophical, that we do not tolerate a situation where the power of the strength or the right of the strongest prevails over the power of law and the might of right. I believe we should invest also in that.
Thank you, sir. Jeremy.
Thanks. Well, I guess if we're doing our wish list, mine is that Europeans stand up at the 75th anniversary summit and declare that that they are going to take responsibility for European security, supported, of course, by the United States, but no longer led by the United States. And I think, as Roderick mentioned, there is a real opportunity. I think this is obviously not going to happen, but frankly, most of the things that we've said are not going to happen. But I think that there is nonetheless an opportunity in the new Polish government, as Roderick said, to be working with the UK and France in the next year, in the period before the US election, because of course Donald Trump could be president during the Washington summit, well, it's not right, but soon, to really divine how this could happen. And I wouldn't exempt Germany from that, Roderick. I think Germany would be a very essential part of that.
Thank you. Anna.
Yes. Well, I have 1 extra minute, I think, because I was short in my former one. So I will add, the easy thing, I think, is the one-pager to Congress, which I think the Europeans really need to deliver. And that should have, I think, 3 major points. One is the 2%, that basically we are achieving it. Try really hard to make that look as good as possible, and that it is the floor, not the ceiling. Secondly, that Europe is contributing with troops. I mean, there's 300,000 troops. A lot of them can still be European, and that we are working on the readiness and mobilization of these troops. I think that's a very important message, some kind of pledge, perhaps. And then thirdly, that we are also, Europe is also equipping itself, procuring, and a lot of it is American. That's also, of course, a message that is important for Congress. So this one, don't lose that opportunity, of course, as Europe, to convince US that it is in their interest to continue to support Europe. But having said that, I said, I think there is one thing that perhaps might ruin it all, and I think that is Ukraine. I started with this quote on who's driving change. And I think the West needs to be more courageous and realize that if we are not on top of driving change, someone else definitely is. And the future of Ukraine is part of this. So we cannot have a summit where we say Ukraine will be a member of NATO. We said it in Bucharest, we said it in Vilnius. This cannot be the third part when we don't go further than that. To my mind, President Biden and the whole of NATO needs to have some kind of wording around an invitation to Ukraine to join NATO at this point. In my mind, link it to conditions on the ground, something that has happened that make this possible, that clearly signals that we believe Ukraine can win and should win, and it should be the whole of Ukraine. That is what we want, and the fear of all the rest should be by then eliminated. A clear message, or else I don't think there should be basically a Washington summit.
Thank you, Anna. Very clear. David.
Yeah, thanks. Look, I agree with everything that's been said, and I'll come at it as well from a personal, and I think a more, a little bit less technical perspective. And I'd say, look, first let's remember context. There are great expectations for every summit, but this is the 75th anniversary of the founding of the Alliance, and this summit will be held in the city of its founding. So there are, I think, some additional emotional and historical expectations about this alliance. So I think it's important then that the agenda actually live up to that framing, even if it's a little unfair. I think it is important that we do that. What I would suggest that's not been said is that we focus on values, value-driven policy and value-driven communication. And not to ourselves, not to the leaders in the room, not to the ministers who will support them, but to our publics that will hear of the messages that are communicated that come out of that summit. And what I mean specifically here, to kind of end on, I think on the right note, is we should be very deliberate to communicate the continued and future relevance, value, and power of the NATO alliance on a human level to a point that my American family understands it and accepts it and votes for it, and that our publics in each of the allies do the same, because it is critically important that they do so for all the reasons that we've on this panel and the ministers that preceded us in the previous panel have discussed. So what I would suggest is that the summit be considered as not just for us, meaning national security professionals, the politicians in the room, but for the people in our nations and in those nations that aspire to join this great alliance because they share the values and they wish to live in freedom enjoying them. I think that would be a huge accomplishment for the summit.
Thank you, David. In a sense, you give me a great outro, which is, I would challenge all of us as Europeans to ask ourselves a question. We're sitting in a room as a guest of a family in Columbus, Ohio. They pay for much of NATO, and they're curious about our alliance, but know not much about it. What would we say to them as Europeans? Why should they go on paying for our European defence? What's going to win that argument? I take the point from colleagues that values matter, and we can talk about shared values. But they might say, well, hold on a minute, we've been paying for much of those values over the last 75 years. And my response would be, okay, by 2030, we Europeans will share at least 50% of the cost of the alliance, field 50% of the forces. We will be able to put in the field an allied mobile heavy force that can engage at the highest level of conflict that is interoperable with US forces, specifically so we can ease the pressure on the United States so that we Europeans help keep America strong where America needs to be. That's the message we Europeans have got to give at DC. And if Jeremy's right, none of this happens, then I really wonder whether NATO will be around in a substantive form in the next 10, 15 years. I'd like you to join me in thanking my outstanding panel for their contribution. And with 25 seconds to go, I declare this session adjourned.
Well, man.
Thank you, sir. Pleasure as ever. My name is Julian Lindley French, and I have the honour to attend the 2023 Riga Conference. This conference, quite simply, is the jewel in the crown of European security conferences. On the front line of freedom and at the cutting edge of technology, this year will be no different as Europe faces more threats than at any time since the end of World War II. Free Europe, defending it. That is our mission. That is the mission of this conference, which I highly commend to you. I'll see you in Riga. Thanks very much.
Dear friends and organizers of the Rīga Conference, today, defense industries from all across the alliance has been gathered together in the first International Defense Industries Forum in Kiev. And our Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Stoltenberg, just said encouraging words that basically our courage is not enough to stop the drones, and our patriotism and heroism can't stop the missiles. I believe that Riga Conference is one of the strongest event and most wanted event of the year will gather together both decision makers, opinion leaders, industry, create network of trust to do more, do things to build capability for our defense forces. Let's meet in Riga. Let's share ideas. Let's make our Europe strong again. Slava Ukraine!
Hi, I'm Vineta Kleine, and I started in the defense sector over 2 decades ago, first as a communication officer in the Latvian Armed Forces and then in the ministry. Later I joined the staff of NATO in the Western Balkans, and now, since a few years, I coordinate its public diplomacy effort in Ukraine. NATO's Women, Peace and Security agenda is a special interest of mine. So, at the Riga Conference, I'll join the panel on Women in Combat. I will especially focus on the preconditions and enabling factors needed to ensure women's full and effective service in the armed forces.
The Riga Conference is one-of-a-kind forum in the region to discuss security issues that affect our transatlantic community. As NATO Secretary General Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security, my roles and responsibilities include promoting women's leadership in security matters on a daily basis. I'm therefore pleased to see that the role of women has been raised to the center stage at this year's Riga Conference. I look forward to take part in the special event on women's leadership in turbulent times. See you in Riga.
Green, affordable energy, independence and security. Can you reach all those goals at once? Europe is facing a lot of challenges today. CO2 emissions, war in Ukraine, dependence on the fossil fuels. We need to solve all these issues at once. Our next generations will not forgive us if we are hesitating and not acting today. Latvenergo is one of the leading green energy producers in Europe already. However, our ambitions are much higher. We want to reduce our fossil dependence and also build new renewable energy to reduce our dependence on the imported energy. This will increase our security and also make green energy affordable for our society. We are ready to reach all these three goals altogether, but we need to be brave and act today.
My name is Julian Lindley French, and I have the honor to attend the 2023 Riga Conference. This conference, quite simply, is the jewel in the crown of European security conferences. On the front line of freedom and at the cutting edge of technology, this year will be no different as Europe faces more threats than at any time since the end of World War II. Free Europe, defending it. That is our mission. That is the mission of this conference, which I highly commend to you. I'll see you in Riga. Thanks very much.
Dear friends and organizers of the Rīga Conference, today, defense industries from all across the alliance has been gathered together in the first International Defense Industries Forum in Kiev. And our Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Stoltenberg, just said encouraging words that basically our courage is not enough to stop the drones, and our patriotism and heroism can stop the missiles. I believe that Rīga Conference is one of the strongest event and most wanted event of the year will gather together both decision makers, opinion leaders, industry, create network of trust to do more, to do things to build capability for our defense forces. Let's meet in Riga. Let's share ideas. Let's make our Europe strong again. Slava Ukraine!
Hi, I'm Vineta Kleine, and I started in the defense sector over 2 decades ago, first as a communication officer in the Latvian Armed Forces and then in the ministry. Later I joined the staff of NATO in the Western Balkans, and now, since a few years, I coordinate its public diplomacy effort in Ukraine. NATO's Women, Peace and Security agenda is a special interest of mine. So, at the Riga Conference, I'll join the panel on Women in Combat. I will especially focus on the preconditions and enabling factors needed to ensure women's full and effective service in the armed forces.
The Riga Conference is one-of-a-kind forum in the region to discuss security issues that affect our transatlantic community. As NATO Secretary General Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security, my roles and responsibilities include promoting women's leadership in security matters on a daily basis. I'm therefore pleased to see that the role of women has been raised to the center stage at this year's Riga Conference. I look forward to take part in the special event on women's leadership in turbulent times. See you in Riga.
Green, affordable energy, independence and security. Can you reach all those goals at once? Europe is facing a lot of challenges today. CO2 emissions, war in Ukraine, dependence on the fossil fuels. We need to solve all these issues at once. Our next generations will not forgive us if we are hesitating and not acting today. Latvenergo is one of the leading green energy producers in Europe already. However, our ambitions are much higher. We want to reduce our fossil dependence and also build new renewable energy to reduce our dependence on the imported energy. This will increase our security and also make green energy affordable for our society. We are ready to reach all these three goals altogether, but we need to be brave and act today.
My name is Julian Lindley French, and I have the honor to attend the 2023 Riga Conference. This conference, quite simply, is the jewel in the crown of European security conferences. On the front line of freedom and at the cutting edge of technology, this year will be no different as Europe faces more threats than at any time since the end of World War II. Free Europe, defending it. That is our mission. That is the mission of this conference, which I highly commend to you. I'll see you in Riga. Thanks very much.
Dear friends and organizers of the Rīga Conference, today, defense industries from all across the alliance has been gathered together in the first International Defense Industries Forum in Kiev. And our Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Stoltenberg, just said encouraging words that basically our courage is not enough to stop the drones, and our patriotism and heroism can't stop the missiles. I believe that Riga Conference is one of the strongest event and most wanted event of the year will gather together both decision makers, opinion leaders, industry, create network of trust to do more, do things to build capability for our defense forces. Let's meet in Riga. Let's share ideas. Let's make our Europe strong again. Slava Ukraine!
phone call. And he was told that Vladimir Putin was about to announce a special military operation, a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And Lavrov had absolutely no idea that this was going to happen. He was given just no more than 5 hours notice that there was going to be a war. Even days after it had become clear, Joe Biden had said that Putin had made this decision, he actually did not know. And the next day, he went to the Kremlin for meetings, and he discovered that the entire Russian presidential administration had found out, even later than he did. They found out when they saw Putin announce it on television. And later that day, some of you may remember, Putin held this big roundtable with oligarchs and the heads of state companies, the top people in Russian business. And like everyone else, Putin made them wait for him for several hours. And so all of these oligarchs and the heads of the energy companies and the banks are all sitting in this room, waiting for Putin, panicking about what the war is going to do to their fortunes, their businesses, their lives. And they run into Lavrov, and they start crowding around him going, Sergei Viktorovich, what's going on? What happened? And Lavrov says, don't ask me. I only found out a few hours before it happened, and I got here, and I found out that these guys, they found out on TV. And Lavrov is asked, why? How could this have happened that no one knew? Who was Putin consulting with? And Lavrov says that Putin has 3 advisors: Ivan the Terrible, Peter the Great, and Catherine the Great. So that gives you an idea of how a lot of people in the elite over in Moscow have seen this invasion. And I'd like to turn to Georgi Badridze, who is a senior fellow at the Georgian Foundation for Strategic and International Studies, who's written a lot about the sources of Russian misconduct, is the title of one of his papers. And I'd like to ask you, you've looked at these ideas. We know that there are many things that guided Putin in his invasion, not least the fact that he thought he was going to get away with it. But how central do you think this Russian imperialism, when we see Putin talking about him being like Peter the Great, how central is that to what we're seeing in Ukraine from Russia?
Can I add 2 points? First, I would add Stalin as one of his role models, in a way, to a certain degree. And number 2, there was another interesting story. If you remember the meeting of the National Security Council on the eve of Putin's announcement of the war, I think this was a very telling moment when Putin was telling what to advise him to his foreign intelligence chief, who was completely confused, who was lost of words, and Putin was directly telling him the words, which he had to tell Putin. Well, imperialism ideologies, one of the papers that I have produced is actually called Russia's Imperial Ideologies, the source of expansionism. And yes, all reincarnations of Russian empires had certain type of ideologies which more or less produced the same outcome in terms of internal political structure, and number 2, their foreign policy expansionism, from the Third Rome concept, which was followed by various degrees of belief in it by czars. And then there was even more messianistic, more global concept of world revolution, communism, which again was first very closely embraced by initial leaders, and then a certain degree of cynicism occurred. And the current one, which I'm not even sure whether it can be described as a state ideology, that was concocted by Mr. Dugin, and is basically a recycling of the ideas from the earlier 20th century. This is basically an ideology for the masses, which I suspect Mr. Putin is not very deeply himself a believer in, but this ideology, to a certain extent, helps the main idea, which is that instead of addressing Russia's economic, social, internal issues and problems, which are many, it is easier And this is not for the first time. It is easier to keep Russians busy with the idea of making Russia great again, of defending the realm, defending the patria from external enemies. Russia is an eternal besieged fortress, rather than addressing healthcare, road infrastructure, pensions, etc. So basically, the deal that existed between the Russian society and Putin initially, that he takes all the power, and in exchange he gives stability and prosperity. Putin failed to deliver prosperity and replaced this with the idea of greatness. And also, this is not just greatness for the country, it's greatness for himself as a gatherer of the Russian lands. So when you amass countless number of billions and power that very few human beings have ever had in the world history, what you do next at 70? Okay, this is what the plan was, I guess, to proceed and carry on these little victorious wars. Only Ukraine proved neither little nor victorious. By the way, it's not just his mistake, and many would point out that Putin made many mistakes, miscalculating Ukraine, Ukrainian people, Ukrainian armed forces, his own armed forces. But one of the reasons why he had the reasons to believe that he could get away with Ukraine too, because he got away with everything that preceded. What he did was not impossible to foresee. There were warnings since the 90s and also in early 2000s. We had Edward Lucas here, who wrote a book, The New Cold War. And I was Georgian ambassador in London at the time when Ed was basically either laughed at or called warmonger and this and that. There were signs, there are millions of signs that Putin, and even his predecessors in the 90s, once failing to deliver meaningful economic progress, they would be tempted to switch this with the idea of Russian greatness, making Russia great again.
Okay, and thank you very much. Do we have Mark Galeotti, who is supposed to be joining us by video, although I haven't seen him. Do we have Mark? Mark, are you with us? Do we have Mark? Okay, okay. I don't see Mark, so it looks like he may be a late scratch. So I will move on to Vladimir Milov, who is a Russian opposition politician, which is a tough gig these days, unfortunately, for the many people who are engaged in that. And I want to ask you, how widely felt are these feelings, and how effective are they? Do these do the people carrying out Putin's orders and the Russian elite, do they really think that they're rebuilding the empire and serving the Tsar? Is this really what gets the Russian people excited, and why there hasn't been serious challenge to the war domestically? How influential and effective are these imperial ideas in Russia?
I think this topic of ideology is highly inflated in the West. Its significance is, well below the scale of debate that we got. And even if you listen to Putin or his top lieutenants and read what they keep writing, you'll find, if you want to find some sort of ideology in there, what you'll see instead is a lot of contradictions. Because when Putin needs to, he praises Soviet Union for creating this great centralized system. When he needs otherwise, he criticizing Lenin for creating the state of Ukraine. Or he's praising Stalin for, tough but necessary decisions and Stalinist centralized system. But when Ukrainians come and say, but Holodomor was a genocide of Ukrainian people, he says, no, we also suffered from this brutal Stalinist policy. So if you look carefully, there's plenty of contradictions, which I think only prove my conclusion that ideology in its current form is but a wrapping for interests, plain opportunistic interests. And if you're asking the question of to what extent Russian elite and Russian society are buying these ideological narratives, not so much. I would advise, I don't know, Max, if you saw it, but you should read a piece about that. There was a sensational thing that happened a couple of weeks ago when the head of most pro-Kremlin polling agency, VCIOM, Valery Fedorov, given an interview to RBK, he said this reluctantly, but he said there are not more than 10-15% of the Russian population who are hardliner supporters of the war against Ukraine, and the majority of Russians don't want to conquer neither Kiev nor Odessa, and if it was their choice, they would not have started this war. This is Fedorov, the most pro-Kremlin guy you can get. So I would argue that key ideology in Russia among the broader society and among elite is opportunism. And the other thing that is pretty important and goes back to your story, which you began with, is fear. Why all these people haven't spoken up against what Putin is doing? Because they have a lot to lose. Because we, not only ordinary people are being imprisoned right now for criticism of Putin, but we have former ministers, oligarchs who either served their terms or are in jail right now. So, and the FSB is still running around with Novichok. So opportunism, fear, tradition of adaptation to whatever bosses are. You know, we spoke about Catherine the Great. Catherine the Great, as a matter of fact, she was not Russian. She was 100% German, Sophia Augusta Frederica. But Russians revolted against her under Emelian Pugachev. And this revolt actually expanded to major territory of Volga and Urals, but Pugachev was caught and quartered at Bolotnaya Square in Moscow. People remember. People know how this centralized totalitarian system can bite, so they prefer to adopt. Don't take it as succumbing to any sort of ideology. They generally don't care, which is also bad, because this is bad for our cause of popular mobilization against the regime. But if you see what happened over time with Russia after Stalin's death, it was always drifting towards moderation and reform. Khrushchev, Tho, Gorbachev, Perestroika, there will be a moment again when this opportunity opens up and people just won't remember about any sort of imperialist ideology because right now, I'll finish by saying that the biggest question that is hanging over the Russian society is this big mushroom cloud, you know, that Deripaska has formulated this brilliantly in September. He said, there is no vision of the future, only fog. We have no idea where in the 90s, it was tough, but we understood what is the end goal, where are we going? We don't understand that now. That question is mounting in the society, in the elites, and that really, I mean, if you scratch the surface, that is the key question that will determine the ideology.
Okay, we have Mark Galeotti. I can see him, so let's try to connect him now. Welcome, Mark. Mark is director of consultancy firm Mayak Intelligence, a seasoned commentator on all things Putin, the Russian military, secret services, and elite for media, certainly including the Financial Times, and author of many books on the subject. And I wanted to ask you, Mark, about the more literal mushroom cloud. Just we have seen for years, but especially it's become really prominent during the war in Russia. There is this conflation of imperial ideology being espoused by members of the elite with other bits that should be completely contrasted to it, just like Vladimir was talking about. Only yesterday, I believe, Patriarch Kirill, the head of the Russian Orthodox Church, he said that nuclear weapons were a divine gift for Russia from God. He even named the saint who was the patron saint. Yeah, yes, it was Seraphim. Yes.
And not Beria for some reason.
Yes. You've spent much of your career studying the Russian elite and security services. These seem like things that don't go together at all. The sort of orthodox KGB, imperialist Chekists. Where is this coming from? How widespread are those feelings? Really in the Russian security apparatus, and what kind of role are they playing in the invasion now?
Well, I mean, and thanks very much, and my apologies for. I appreciated your kind introduction. One thing you didn't certainly rightly add was technologist. That I am not. Okay, I mean, to talk about this point, I mean, first of all, one can quite glibly, but not necessarily inaccurately, call the Russian Orthodox Church a state corporation. I mean, in some ways, it is in the business of doing God for the Kremlin. And we really should appreciate that just as back in Soviet times, it was often the case that you scratch a bishop and you find a KGB colonel. Well, so too now, much is the case. But also, I mean, what this represents, I would suggest, is, I mean, to go back to the earlier point about no vision of the future and the future being fogged, so too, I mean, in some ways, for all Putin's posturing as being an historian, and speaking as a historian, let me say he's a very bad one, but nonetheless, nor is there any real past. At the moment, we have a regime that in fact operates within a kind of limbo and is looking for some kind of legitimation. And back in the day, the legitimation for this regime was entirely technocratic. It was, you stay out of politics and your life will get steadily better. We will make sure that it won't necessarily improve rapidly, but you can be sure that it will. Now, obviously, that's not something that can be sustained. What the future offers is impoverishment, isolation, and the chance that any and all of them in your family might end up being mobilized to be sent to the Ukrainian front. So, I mean, in that case, there clearly is much more of a desire to kind of create this sort of semi-spiritual notion. But I really think we should never underestimate the profound cynicism of Russian institutions and the people that staff them. Just as back in the late 90s and the early noughts, it was gangsters who were endowing churches and seeking to kind of reinvent themselves as pillars of the community. So too, it's now more likely to be Chekists, security officials and such like, who want to acquire that kind of spiritual mantle. I think it's very shallow. I mean, I think that in the sense of we shouldn't assume that this creates really sort of deep roots. This is not some kind of a nation that is committed to a death cult. After all, we should remember the other miracle from God that was sent for Russia was, we were told, Vladimir Putin. None of these things have been particularly good for the country. And the final point I'd make on this issue of the sort of the nuclear spiritual dimension, we should note the degree to which this is entirely cynically manipulated. I mean, this is actually an information weapon against the West, because the Russians know that every time they hint that if things go badly for them in Ukraine, or if some new weapon system is provided to the Ukrainians, then maybe they'll have to resort to some terrible extreme measure. They know that certain fractions of particularly the European public get terrified and start agitating and saying that, in fact, this thing risks spiraling out of control. Kyiv needs to be pushed into making some kind of concessions to Moscow, etc., etc. We shouldn't take the rhetoric seriously. It is precisely intended for our consumption, I think, at least as much as any Russians.
Okay, now to bring the conversation a bit closer to home, I'd like to turn to Marie Golubova for a Latvian perspective on this. Marie is the head of the board of the Baltic Initiative on European Reform, and Latvia and the Baltic states are, with large Russian-speaking populations, they're an area where for years, and including during the invasion, we have seen Russia really try to exploit this sort of imperial revanchist sentiment to make the Russian-speaking population of Baltic countries and other, even as far away as Germany, feel this identification with a resurgent Russian motherland. How effective has Russia been at doing that, and what do you think about the various attempts that have been made in Latvia, particularly over the last year and a half, to deal with this issue?
Yes, I think the question of how effective is a little bit difficult to answer, because I think at different times there has been a different level of effectiveness. I mean, if we look at people who might be receptive to Russian ideology in various forms and shapes in countries bordering Russia today, you would find that unlike the new exile of people who came out of Russia after the war started, who who are mostly people with higher social capital, more or less well-connected, they speak some foreign languages, or at least they are entrepreneurial enough to think they can make a living somewhere else. The people who stayed in the countries around the borders of Russia, in the borders of the former Soviet Union, after these countries regained independence or proclaimed independence for the first time, as in the Central Asian case, the people who stayed are not necessarily with high social capital. So in many cases, there are people who do not have very high access to resources also in terms of information or knowledge about how the world works. So for them, I think this concoction of imperial ideology, some elements of remaining Soviet ideology or glorification of the Soviet Union, and lots of new, well, if you wish, opportunistic pieces of information and disinformation, which is fed through various channels of Russian propaganda, it works because logic is not a requirement in a way. I hope I'm not sounding very arrogant, but it's, it's like I think it was actually in Latvia some 10 or 15 years ago, there was a survey about people's religious affiliation. And there was quite a number of people who said, I'm Orthodox, but then they also answered positively that I don't believe in God. So, I mean, it's a kind of identification without necessarily a very deep kind of meaning in this identification. And similarly, I think you'll find not just in the Soviet residential areas around Riga or Tallinn, but also in many places in Moldova or Georgia, and not necessarily even only Russian-speaking, people who might have a kind of, a certain combination of those elements of the Russian imperial narrative, the Soviet narrative, a little bit of various esoteric narratives, and the underlying belief about nobody can be trusted. You can't believe anyone, so you should listen also to the Russian, for example, state TV. Why not? Because, it's a different point of view. It's what they don't tell us in our West-leaning government or public media. That's how people see it. I'm not speaking now about what really is, but what people's perception is. Very recently, I saw data, unfortunately, I can't say which country in the Eastern Partnership it was, but data which basically shows that out of approximately 1/3 of the population who watch Russian-leaning TV in one form or another, much smaller percentage watch Russian state TV, but the factors why they watch it is very often either because you have to look at different perspectives because nobody can be trusted, that's one. So the underlying kind of lack of trust in any public message. And entertainment is the second one, more high quality entertainment. So I think the people who fabricate this imperial discourse in Russia, not the high priests like Dugin, but the propagandists who are, packaging it and targeting it at different audiences, they know that they are not dealing with audiences who are homogeneously imperialist-minded or homogeneously religious, but there is a blend of various things. Some are conservative Orthodox, some are imperialist in their mind, some are just opportunists, just like the Russian elite is, but they take bits and pieces which suit them, and they appropriate it to make their own life worldview a little bit more coherent for themselves. No matter how much disinformation there are in those building blocks. I think that's what we're dealing with.
Thank you very much. And now for a perspective from Central Asia, also a place where in the last year and a half, the attitudes towards Russia and Russia imperialism have changed a lot. We turn to Serek Besimbayev, who's director of the Paper Lab Research Center in Kazakhstan, and has done a lot of interesting sociological research about how attitudes have changed, particularly in recent times. So I was wondering if you could share some of your findings with us, and what that tells us about the attractiveness or lack thereof of these ideas in a place that Russia, we see from what Putin says and does, still very much feels is his imperial backyard.
Thank you so much. Historically, Russia has been dominant political power, and obviously our population perceived Russia as a closest ally. According to previous public opinion surveys, 80% of Kazakhstani thought that we have Russia as the closest partner and a friend of Kazakhstan. But after the war, we see the significant change of perception in terms of perception of Russia in our region, and particularly in Kazakhstan. We see that supporters of Ukraine is much more bigger than supporters of Russia. So according to the last survey, 20% of Kazakhstani population openly expressed support toward Ukraine, and the 10% are supporters of Russia. Of course, majority prefer neutrality, but at the same time, this is a huge change in terms of public perception of Russia. Also, I would like to highlight that about 40% of our population think that Russia can invade Kazakhstan as well. So they allow this possibility in the future. And it's again, it's a new dynamic. And if compare with other Central Asian countries, in Kazakhstan, we see that Russian propaganda has less impact on public opinion. So more than 30% of our population think that Russia is trying to attacking independence of Ukraine. So our people, so especially among urban youth and the Kazakh-speaking population, we see the much higher support of Ukraine. So this segment of society which didn't buy Russian propaganda. Also, war in Ukraine accelerated the discussion about decolonization of Central Asian countries. Predominantly in academia and in social media, there is an ongoing discussion about our Soviet past, if Russia was imperial, and our scholars and our activists, they are challenging narrative about Russian Empire, which brought modernity in our region. Thanks to this activism, we see that for example, the concerts of Russian showbiz stars canceled in our countries. Also, as well, it's interesting that, for example, our activists raise the question why in our schools our children have to study, for example, Russian literature. And there is a call to change our curriculum and to put, for example, world literature, not Russian literature. So yeah, this discussion, of course, is happening mostly in coffee shops and in social media, but I think that it's an emerging trend. And in the case of democratization and the more political system, we will see that this trend or this discourse will become mainstream. Of course, without democratization, it's hard, challenging to reevaluate or reassess Russian role and openly say that our region also was colonized through violence. But now it's very important to look into at the societal level. So if to observe our media space, you just see that our politics, they trying to balance kind of multi-vectoral politics and so on, but at the societal level, at grassroots level, there is a huge change, and of course, this war was turning point in our society.
Thanks so much. That's really, really fascinating. I'd like to throw another empire into the mix here. That is the empire of lies. And what is the empire of lies, you might ask? Well, cast your minds back just a little over a year ago to the 30th of September, 2022. This is when Putin held a big ceremony in the Kremlin to annex four regions of southeastern Ukraine. It's not going particularly well. They started losing territory immediately. But one thing that I think was very significant was that Putin used the speech to announce what he called an anti-colonial movement. He essentially said that Russia was going to lead an uprising of the global South against the evil empire of America and the West. And on the one hand, we've heard about the contradictions and cynicism in this ideology from our panelists, and it's just, even for him, it's breathtaking to say this while you are literally annexing territory from another country. On the other hand, something that we've seen particularly in the last 2 weeks is that some of this anti-American rhetoric really does resonate with countries in the global South, which is very much what Russia has been hoping will happen with the stance that's taking more and more sympathetic with Palestine on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. And we've reported a lot about this in the FT. The danger that a lot of Western countries are worried about is what kind of effect this will have on support for Ukraine across the world. So I don't know if, I'll just throw this one out there. How serious is the threat that due to whatever dislike of the West and NATO and America there may be in outside the immediate West that could affect support for Ukraine, and what is the answer to that, if anything? Would you like to do this?
Well, actually, I agree with Vladimir that Putin's narratives contain many serious contradictions. And one of those is his idea that only West can be imperialistic, which actually very well chimes with the Western leftist perceptions that it is only European and American imperialism that exists, that has ever existed, and no one else can be of that nature. And that coming from Putin, a darling of far right in the West. And like I said, he's not bothered with those contradictions. And on this particular issue, he's happy to be on the same page with the ultra-left. And then, of course, translate it into a currency for the audiences in the global South. But I'll go back to my initial idea of imperialism for Russia and its effects on Russia and Russian society itself. I think it's primarily delivers bad results for Russians, and Russians are the first victims of Russian imperialism. Number one, we've seen Russian empires collapse twice in the 20th century, both times at the height of their perceived might, while pursuing this hyper geopolitical goals in the World War I, trying to get into the Balkans and the Straits, Constantinople, in the 80s to somehow extend into Afghanistan, whilst having spread their influence from Nicaragua to Southeast Asia and Africa. And then it turns out that Russia's backward socioeconomic system is unable to carry the weight of these geopolitical ambitions. So we are here again. Now Russia is again trying to focus its energy, its efforts externally instead of addressing domestic deficiencies. And again, I would only say that it's sorry that Russian society has not really been truly behind the attempted changes. The opportunity was missed in the 90s. Germany transformed itself completely at the back of this huge national catastrophe. Japan transformed itself, and they became not just normal, but great states, after trying to achieve the status of greatness through expansionist policies. And I haven't really seen that in Russia. Maybe the future Russia leaders would try to do that, but so far, and this is where I probably should disagree with Vladimir, that unfortunately, correct me if I'm wrong, But so far, larger Russian society has been quite fond of their own tyrants and didn't really like their reformers. Their attitude towards reformers is telling a lot about that. So maybe we'll see the future leaders which will convince the society that actually making Russia great would be through making Russian people greater, addressing their dignity, their economic, social condition, instead of following those ephemerical goals of greatness through conquest.
Would you like to respond to that, Maria, first? You had your hand up, and then we'll go to Vladimir.
It's not so much to respond to this, but rather to return to your question about support for Ukraine and the West and the rest of the world, especially the global South. I think there is a point there that we have to be aware of. Whereas inside Russia, it's like surrounded a little bit by some mirror walls, which the Russian elite since 30 years now has created. And inside those mirror walls, words such as imperial nostalgia or, greatness of a nation which takes under its wing smaller nations, all of this has a positive sounding kind of, connotation for many Russians. The global South, which certainly would not enjoy hearing those words with positive connotations, is outside those mirror walls. It doesn't hear or see very much of what is happening inside those mirror walls because all those messages are for domestic consumption in Russia and for the nearest Russian-speaking diaspora. Whereas outside, Putin can go and say that he's anti-colonial and he's now going to help the global South liberate itself from the dominance of the United States and the collective West, which is outrageous. But I've seen it work. I was in Berlin this week in a group of academics and former politicians from both, the North and the South. And as soon as the question of Palestine was raised by someone, you see an incredible split in this otherwise very cohesive group of people who are generally quite analytical. They are not your typical, emotional person who's immediately taking on ideological messages. And one hears incredible things. For example, that, Germany is planning to spend about 100 billion euros on its defense. And Germany says it's because Putin provokes us and Putin is threatening us. These people say, no, that's because Germany is militarist and Putin is just an excuse for them because, of course, you could spend this money on helping the developing world and, it's 5 times more than the budget of a biggish African country. So there is absolutely no readiness to understand that for Europe, for example, this is about survival of liberal democracy, survival of our countries, such as we know them and such as we want to preserve them, and the European Union and NATO. For them, it's more like you choose to be militarist instead of spending this money on humanity. So in a way, I think Putin and others have been successful selling this kind of, it's not that everybody became pro-Putin in the global South, it's just that the message that we need to keep helping Ukraine because it's essential for liberal democracy is not something that people in the global South at the moment are ready to buy, and I think we have to be realistic about it.
No, Vladimir, you wanted to respond to that as well, and then we'll start taking questions.
A few words on the global South. I think academia and analysts, they like groupings. We had BRIC, which later became BRICS. Now we have global South. We got to be fully aware that this is a very loose grouping of countries with not truly converging interests, a lot of contradictions. Take China versus India for starters and so on. Putin is always asking for support of these countries, but I mean, on the net, he got 2 absolutely empty-handed summits with Xi Jinping this year. He got nothing. And Russians are slowly, painfully learning that the collective West, as we know it, in the past 3-4 decades, was a major donor of Russia in terms of capital, technology, skill, whatever. And the global South is not interested at all in supplying us with any of that. 0 investment entries into Russia from investors from China, India, Middle East, other countries since the beginning of the full-scale invasion. So I mean, we shouldn't generalize. We should think more about how to address these countries. And truly, they are underrepresented in the global system, which is a big concern. We have to address it. But I mean, don't congratulate Putin with victories there just yet. On the future of Russia, well, are we certain that Russia will be a peaceful, normal, democratic country? No. We have to fight for it. And I would say, going back to the beginning of our discussion, I would say that disengagement, cynicism, which Marx spoke about, are far more dangerous enemies than imperialism, which is largely on the periphery. Google, I mean, the very simple thing, Google Dugin speech at a rally. You see 1,000, 2,000 people maybe, nothing compared to the turnout of the pro-democratic rallies who were leading the street in the past 15 years. You asked a question before we started, was a color revolution possible in Russia? In December 2011, United Russia only finished just 12 mandates in the parliament ahead of the simple majority. Just 12 mandates would have played a different role. Navalny missed the runoff in mayoral elections in Moscow by 30,000 votes. It's nothing. If we had a democratic mayor in Moscow, like we had in Belgrade in the 90s, like we had Amelchenko in Kyiv in 2004, could have been totally different situation. So we're fighting for it. It is possible that Russia would become normal, peaceful, and democratic and respecting sovereignty of the neighbors. There is also another pattern. You know, there's always this crossroads. We have to fight for it.
So let's, thank you very much. We've got a few minutes left, so let's turn to questions. I've got some submitted online in front of me, so let's go with, I like this one. Does the West still have a blind spot towards Russian imperialism? Is it a naive oversight or willful ignorance? Who benefits from this blind spot? Maybe Savit, would you like to take that question?
I would like to add a question about anti-Western narratives from Putin, from Russia. According to some scholars from Central Asia, there is a parallel between anti-liberal, anti-American discourse and Islamic discourse, especially in our Islamized part of society. It's very popular ideas about anti-LGBT, anti-democracy. So, for example, in Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, we observed a higher level of support toward Russia than in Kazakhstan, for example. And one of the hypotheses was that Islamized segment of populations in this country, they consume the narratives about Europe, where is LGBT, and this is can be, and this Putin's narrative fueled these anti-Western sentiments. And taking into account that Islamization is going very quick in our region, and this can be a challenge in terms of democracy, liberal democracy, and from human rights perspective. But of course, this issue needs more research, more interest from scholars and from experts.
Thank you very much. So can we take questions from the audience? This gentleman over there has his hand up. If we could, you've been
Thank you so much for the opportunity to address this question. My name is Bogdana Duma. I'm a representative of civil society from Ukraine. So I would like to address the following question. We can see how Russia trying to make their voice to be heard, especially from the side of opposition. What is interesting me particularly, what is Russia opposition doing in Europe now? And the most important, how Russia trying to defeat Putin's regime and Russian imperialism. What are your practical actions behind the beautiful, promising words?
Does someone want to take?
Shall I?
Yes, go for it.
We have a lot of practical action. You simply have to follow us. It's not that hard. We are significantly influenced the public opinion in Russia. For starters, there's been 13 months since Putin announced the first wave of mandatory mobilization for the military, and he badly needs a second one, but he's hesitating to announce it because public opinion is against that. And there is our very significant contribution into that. Our audiences inside Russia these days amount to somewhere from between 10 and 30 million unique viewers per month. This is official, proven proven figures. We're also very helpful to Western governments in calibrating the sanctions against Putin's regime, because we possess a very strong, significant knowledge about how Russian economy works. And I have this big, thick amount of papers with acknowledgements and gratitudes from Western governments, actually for helping them calibrate the sanctions more precisely. Next week, there will be a major paper coming out written by myself about detailed analysis of the effects of sanctions on the Russian economy, released by Globsec, the famous Bratislava-based think tank. I advise that you read it. There are many more other things that we're doing. We try to be as useful as possible. It is actually very hard because, you know, we've been expelled, lost our homes, and we have a lot of difficulties here with anything from migration documents to getting job bank accounts and so on, but we still try to be very useful.
Thanks very much. Now you have the microphone, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm Ian Bond from the Centre for European Reform in London. So it's a question to Vladimir. Vladimir, you said it's possible that Russia will become a normal democratic country. And that was possible in the 1990s. And I remember lots of people, you know, even in quite remote places like the Irkutsk Oblast, saying, we just want to be a normal country. So what needs to be done so that if there is a chance, it isn't wasted again? Because very clearly, over the last 30 years, Russia has become a much more abnormal country. And maybe taking advantage of the fact that Georgia is on the stand, I mean, a quick question. Georgia is consistently the most pro-European country in terms of public opinion in the former Soviet Union, even more than Ukraine. What is it that is enabling the Georgian government to spiral ever closer to the Death Star in Moscow? What's pulling the Georgian government towards the Russian Empire?
Shall we start with Georgia and then move on back to Vladimir? Yes, David.
Well, I hope to avoid this question.
I tried to spare you.
While I completely agree with the premise, Georgia has still, to this date, the most pro-European population. Over 80% of Georgians want Georgia to become a member of the European Union. Over 70% of Georgians still want Georgia to be a member of the NATO. And yet it is led by the government, which can only be described as an oligarchy, and Russia-friendly oligarchy, recently declaring strategic cooperation with China. How is that possible? Well, this government has been elected based on the pro-European, pro-democracy platform in 2012. So to cut the long story short, it's basically I would say, Trojan horse with tangible Russian support, by the way. But today it is led by an oligarch whose personal wealth is comparable to the country's GDP. He has now basically succeeded in hijacking the state, where he's able to control, after having resigned from government many years ago, he is able to keep the control over all three branches of power. And recently as in March, he tried basically to extend his control over the final remaining area of freedom, the independent media and NGOs, where he attempted to introduce the Russian law on foreign agents in the parliament, which was met with a huge backlash, right? How next year's parliamentary election will reflect on this contradiction between the pro-Western population and pro-Russian cynically. It's not ideological, it's not any other connection, it's just a kind of cooperation of convenience. How democratic, how fair the next year's election will be, we'll see about that.
Okay, Vladimir, do you want to answer that question quickly, and then I want to ask one more question before we run out of time.
I'm strongly advising against this fatalist and determinist attitude about the failure of a democratic experiment of 1990s in Russia, because if we only, tried something once and we failed, and later we given up on further attempts, there would be no progress and no civilization as we know it. So we got to try again, learning from mistakes. There's a lot to say, but I'll be very brief. We didn't even try to build democratic institutions in the 90s. It was all a fight of personalities. We didn't even try to build checks and balances, parliamentarism, independent judiciary, strong regions, strong municipalities, and so on. We need to make sure next time that all these different institutions are working and the country is decentralized, because centralization for Russia is poison. Political, economic, financial centralization is poison. That leads to resurgence of these notorious imperial ideas that we began discussing. We need to make sure that Russia is significantly decentralized in many various senses, so that there will be no enormous concentration of power anymore, which would enable imperialism ever again.
Thank you.
And I had one very brief point to that.
Please do. I was going to ask you something about that, actually. So.
Okay, well, I would say just very quickly, what we also have to appreciate, again, bringing us back to the point about imperialism and such like, in many ways, Russia has never really had to come to terms with its past, with its authoritarian, autocratic, imperial past. Because in 1917, well, it had a glorious alibi. All that bad stuff, no, that was the Tsars, nothing to do with us. Then at the end of 1991 into 92 and so forth, all that bad stuff, no, that was the communists. So there has always been this alibis. And what I think that's worth noting, the reason why it's worth noting that is the current war in Ukraine may, and I would really want to stress, just may be in some ways Russia's equivalent of, say, the Suez Crisis was for Britain, or Algeria was for the French. The point at which a declining, essentially post-imperial nation that still has pretensions well out of sync with its capabilities finds itself forced into appreciating the realities of its position, and as a result begins the process, which takes not just years but decades, of beginning to reconcile itself with its past and its past misdeeds. So, if we're looking for shreds of silver lining in the current catastrophic conflict within Ukraine, it may be that it will provide a historic opportunity, and again, opportunities can be wasted, but a historic opportunity for Russia to actually begin to grapple with these demons of its past.
And Mark, I just want to possibly close up because we're running out of time. Just ask you, that's a very, very trenchant analysis of how Russia's failed to come to terms with its past. But we have a number of questions here on the monitor that are sort of variations on the same theme. What does that mean for this country's future? It is true that no country knows imperial decline quite like the United Kingdom, but at the same time, the United Kingdom was really forced through its own incompetence and its own diminishing significance to come to terms with that. And a lot of people still wound up getting hurt along the way. What might we see Russia do? Who might have to be particularly on their guard, whether it's through some other form of Russian aggression, or whether they could be on the wrong side of a geopolitical fault line in future negotiations between great powers. Who is next? Who should be the most concerned?
Oh, I mean, this is always the sort of problematic thing. I mean, I think we have to recognize several things. First of all, NATO has continued to prove itself an extraordinary engine of geopolitical security. There's no way around it. I mean, even the very fact that we haven't seen the Russians launching covert sabotage operations into Europe in a desire to try and break the supply lines supporting Ukraine, when they had in the past, probably in 2011, certainly in the Czech Republic in 2014 at Vrubyatytsa. I mean, actually, if anything, the Russians have been very cautious. So, I mean, we have to recognize the degree to which, although there can be non-kinetic troubles, cyber attacks and the like, essentially NATO countries do seem to be pretty much bulletproof, and that's just no wonder why countries like Ukraine want to be members. I think we have to recognize that, look, Russia in the future, there's a lot of talk about rebuilding its military capabilities. I mean, this will be phenomenally lengthy and difficult, even if Russia can and is willing to afford it. So we are talking about the capacity to basically bully smaller neighbors, and often for essentially performative purposes. You know, if one looks at the invasion of Georgia, I mean, that was in part about Georgia. That was also in part about trying to put out a message to other neighbors: do not mess with us. So I think that the honest answer is, you know, who has to feel worried? I think it's precisely those smaller neighbors that don't have the shield of an alliance, and that can be used by the Russians for some kind of demonstrative act. But again, I think we have to realize that the days when one could perhaps think about, say, Kazakhstan having to worry about its north and the ethnic Russian population there, I think, you know, by now even Central Asia, I think, is increasingly less able to be influenced or threatened by Russia in this way.
Okay, now I'm afraid we are out of time, and I don't want to keep you from dinner. So there's so much. Do we have, since we started late, 5 more minutes? Maybe one final question from this gentleman at the back, who.
Okay, hello, Defense Attaché of Latvia in Ukraine and Moldova. And my question is, will be for a representative from Kazakhstan, and might be also partially related to the Georgia as well. You know, when we speak about imperialism, the Russians, they built up the Common Security Organization, ODKB, it's called in Russian. So my question is about concerning the Kazakhstan. We know that recently in the exercises, Kazakhstan take part on this. What is statistic currently in your country, and what is your perception of you in the future of participation or this training, as well as it is related to Georgia, I think not so strong, but maybe you can also elaborate about your attitude to CSO and participation in such kind of exercise, CSO exercise. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. In terms of ODKB, maybe you know that in last year, in the January, we had a mass protest mobilization across all country. And as a result, Tokayev, he invited ODKB troops to stabilize situation. And after that, we see that the growing skepticism about participation of Kazakhstan in organizations with Russia. We asked during our survey, what do you think about this decision of Tokayev to invite ODKB? And it was a 50-50, part of society were against, part supported. But I can say that the mainstream narrative in our society to avoid any integration with Russia. Of course, it's not voiced among our at politician level, but at grassroots level, it's absolutely mainstream. We should disintegrate from Eurasian Economical Organization and ODKB as well, which more military and political. This demand from public is very strong. And of course, our political power, they have to take into account this demand from public in spite of our autocratic regime. I think that in the future, if hopefully Ukraine won the war, we will see other development in terms of integration with Russia. So I think that in the future, it's more perspective to disintegrate and to be more independent from Russian influence.
Okay, we're already over time, so I'm going to end it there. Thank you very much for listening to us. I think some fascinating points from all our speakers here, and I will leave you to enjoy dinner. Thank you so much.